Otis,
Okay,
you are
sorry.
beautiful.
He's beautiful. He's sleepy. Aren't we all? No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Okay,
There
so
we go.
let's talk about things. What have you? He looks really comfortable.
Oh.
What have you been doing with your days? All three of you.
Somebody else go, because I've been doing absolutely nothing. I just built a studio in the house. So that's trying to like give me something to do, give me
Right.
a palette to create on,
Right.
canvas, whatever. But beyond that, nothing. Kind of, I've been marinating, to be honest with you, in my own sorrows.
Marinating. In your own sorrows.
Pack all this shit. It's been a lot.
Yeah. And Ari as
Bravo.
Adam Sandler. I mean, I was just blown away by the two of them. I was just
He
blown
just
away.
wants you to remember that he's there.
I remember. I remember. And I love you. And you're important and special. He didn't know who I was today, and then he sniffed me, and he was like, "Oh, it's Mom in another wig." That's cool. Someone check on Mom. She seems unwell.
I mean, really,
He's so noble.
who do
No,
you
no,
go
I'm sorry.
on
I'm
to-
sorry. I'm sorry. Fuck, I took it too far. He's gone. I took it too far. You know when you take it too far? Do you have dogs?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You take it too far. You're just like, you squeeze a little too tight, and then they're like, I'm gonna head out. Oh, that's really thoughtful of you. That's really cool. Sorry, Otis is barking and he controls me. Here you go. Come on in. Lucy too. I'm so lucky. Both my kids in one place. Both my kids in one place. This is my big Lucy girl and my little Otis. It's both my kids. He's gonna lick her now. It's gonna be disgusting.
Otis
He's
is
gonna lick her. It's
beautiful.
gonna be horrible. Yep, he's licking her. That's happening. That's going on.
Did you get lucky after prom?
Ew, no. What? Those are my friends. These are my friends.
Didn't you guys have a prom on Victorious?
Prom. We called it prom.
Prom.
On Victorious. Oh my God, you guys, stop. Oh my God, you guys, stop. Oh my God, you guys. No, not on camera. No. Otis is sensitive. You can't. Otis, film. There's a camera. There's a camera. Stop. Sorry. I don't know what to do. Oh my God. Stop. Go. Be gone. Go, Lucy, go. Off. Go.
Oh my God. What's the first thing you're gonna do after quarantine?
The first thing
Like when you can actually go outside and see people.
I'm
And
gonna
do
like
things.
go to a restaurant
Mhm.
and have a stiff drink and just have a good think about this whole thing.
This album excites me because I think you have a couple hits on it.
Yeah. Thank you.
The songs are very different.
Yeah.
To me, I, as a listener, know how they're different. Outside of the fact that they're in English, what is the biggest difference between this album and the other stuff you guys have put out there?
In Korea? Korean album?
Yeah.
So, first...
Sorry. I just keep going.
Okay.
Whatever.
So, the first thing, the whole vibe.
Yeah, mood is totally different.
Mood.
Yeah.
Because in Korea, our album concept is kind of like very intense, very strong,
Dynamic,
very dancing, really
powerful.
hard, and yeah. But in this album, it's kind of like very moody, moody, because it's all about love.
I'm the bad guy.
Yeah.
그리고 그 우리 멤버들 목소리가 조금 개성 있게 잘 들리는 것 같아요. 예.
So he says like every single member voices are very charming, in this album. So you gotta listen.
And the other albums, you guys are just in sound.
No.
Kidding. I'm joking.
You.
No, by the way, I love your previous stuff, and I've seen your live show a couple times,
Thank you.
and I think you're amazing.
Thank you.
You too.
It's pretty wild. Like, you guys are up there. So the vocals are a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really different.
What's the biggest difference? Is it the passion behind the songs you're singing? Is it the subjects of the songs you're singing?
뭐가 가장 다른지. Cause the mood is different. Yeah. The voice is a little bit different.
And I think Korean's pronunciation is some strong.
strong.
and
Straight.
딱딱하다.
But
딱딱,
it's not really that like
Soft.
not soft.
yeah.
Yeah, but English
really
is
soft.
how's it gonna work? 이렇게 뭐라
Yeah,
그러지?
you can blur together, so it's
yeah.
easier to
Soft,
like
yeah,
match
yeah.
the production.
Yeah.
connect. So
connect.
yeah. So
Interesting.
그래서 그게 좀 달라요.
Yeah, the language depends the
발음이 느낌이.
mood too.
Mhm.
So I think it could sound a little bit different.
Yeah, a little bit like it strings together. It flows a little bit more
Yeah.
central,
Yeah.
Really
passionate.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Guys, I have a question, and if this is dumb, let me know. But if you're releasing an album in all English,
Yeah.
what makes that a K-pop album, not just a pop album?
Well, we are a K-pop group.
Yeah.
So,
And we are from Korea.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the
Answer.
yeah.
By the way, that's what makes K-pop K-pop for the most part. Like
Yeah.
outside of the language,
Of course.
it's who's creating it and where it's coming from.
Absolutely, but I just figure, if you're making an album in all English, are you trying to create more of like just a pop name, not a K-pop name?
I mean, like, we just do what we want to do. We just like don't care about where we're from. Like, of course we are a K-pop group,
course, yeah.
but we don't like form the music generally like we're gonna make this song as a pop or like as a whole mood with R&B, something what is like very related with American pop.
Yeah.
We just do what we wanna like record, make songs. And the language is just English, and the singers are us. That's it.
What is K-pop to each one of you?
It's just literally just culture, like
Culture. Yeah.
what we do.
Yeah.
Not just simply a music, because there are lots of our culture, like, because there's a culture inside of the you guys pop, and yeah.
저는 저희 20대의 모든 감정이요.
He says the emotions
All emotions.
of his youth.
It's a cool answer.
Yeah. Our weapon.
Your weapon?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Your weapon to accomplish what? Because you could do a lot with music and K-pop.
Yeah.
전 세계를 돌아다니며 이제 사랑도 드리고.
So he says he wants to use his weapon by touring, and he just wants to.
그러니까
You want to use your weapon to your fan?
no. 이제
Wait, what's the last part of that?
그래도 이제 세계에서 살아남으려면은 이제 우리만의 무기가 있어야 되니까.
So
To survive.
to survive, you have to have your own thing, your only thing to survive
His
in
own
this
weapon.
very cruel world.
Yeah.
He says.
By the way, I've heard K-pop described just fairly recently like as like somebody's friend, because it's a community and it's a relationship for somebody who's out there, and because of how relatable and understanding the lyrics seem to be to the average person who listens, they really get it, No matter the language, people understand it.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this album. So, to answer your question, Dan, she has not dated anybody who is like her father.
No, not yet.
Well, I didn't mean like actually like her dad, but it seems like there's a lot of lines in the song that have like controlling and conceited kind of in it. So I don't know if somebody was like.
Oh, I've definitely dated people like that for sure. For sure. I didn't last long, but yeah, max like 3 months with those guys. But
You have like an average time span that you can deal with egotistical F-bags?
there was like 2 of them, and they both lasted like 2 to 3 months. So
Did the second one last shorter than the first one because you knew what you were looking for?
the second one was like, I just felt bad for him. And that's kind of why I stayed around for as long as I did. But after that, I was like, okay, I can't be doing this. He showed up at my house.
With what? Nothing? Empty-handed?
Okay, so that's actually funny. He showed up to my house at like midnight, and my mom still lives here, and she was like, just leave your lights off. Like, he's here. Just leave your lights off and pretend you're asleep. And I was so scared because he's actually a little bit scary. And he showed up to my house, and he taped like notes and like pictures to my front door, but it was really windy, so they blew out like off the door. And I like went out the next morning and picked it up, and I still have it somewhere. It was really weird. I don't know.
So
Did you
not
say
romantic.
something
Did I say something?
to him?
Oh,
afterwards?
definitely not. That would have made him think that his mission was accomplished. Like, no, I never talked to him again.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did the note say? I love you and you're perfect. Come back to me. Can't live without you.
Actually, he did say "Can't live without you." Yeah, that was part of it.
Oh,
Yeah, there you got it spot on. Like that's exactly. It looked like it was like really messily written though, so I couldn't really read what it said, but it was that sentiment, and it kind of looked like, you know, when like serial killers read like ransom letters. It looked like one of those. And I was reading it like really scared, but I hope he's okay now. Whatever.
In the world of social media, do you have to like be careful who you date because you don't know who's dating you for you or just they want the following?
Yeah, so I've learned to keep things off the internet. Like it's easier for everyone because as soon as you put a relationship on the internet, you have everyone's opinions, you know? And I also feel like that's another thing. Like you know if someone really likes you for you, if they don't care about being on your Instagram. So yeah, I've learned just to keep, and it's less messy if you break up. There's not like a news story about it, you know? Like it's not that big of a deal. And I'm young, so you never know. It's just whatever.
Would you say that Jack and Jack are no more officially?
Oh my God. Like that actually, when I see this, and I know we haven't probably been as open as we could have been about this, but it actually makes me laugh when I see certain things like from fans that have been fans of ours for 5 or 6 years. And they're seriously concerned about us even being friends, which to me is like that just is silly. Like that would never happen. And so we laugh about it. Me and Jack J, like he'll send me something of like, you know, someone saying something online, and it's like, dude, if only they knew like we were playing like COD right now together, and like we're like killing, like, you know, like we like, I don't know, like for the last 8 months we've been really quiet in terms of like posting together. And part of that is just because I didn't post for like literally half a year. And I was never in any Snapchat stories, and my friends know, you know, like just don't put G in the stories. Like he really doesn't like that for whatever reason, you know? And so we haven't been seen together. And I get why that some people or some fans might think like, oh my God, this is over. But it's just not, that's not the case at all. And that's my guy. Like I have to talk to him once a day. Like always, like it's just a part of it.
Let's go back to the beginning. When did you, or who realized out of the two of you that this needed to come to an end?
Well, I don't even think that ever happened. You know, I don't know if you guys remember our last conversation when we brought the Don Julio, but
yes,
we were loose and we were being honest. And I know we brought it up. Like you asked a question like solo tapes, like what's, you know, is that a possibility? And that's been something that we've talked about. I mean, since literally 2014. As soon as we realized that we kind of each had our own like style and swag on the mic, and specifically with music, like we had our own vibes. We knew that one day, like I want to make a song by myself, and he had been doing that since the very beginning, because he's just so creative and he can't hold himself back. So, you know, he's making songs with our buddy Nate, and he was making songs with our other buddy Rupp, and like he would put out random stuff that he made on SoundCloud, and that was always cool with me. I was like, yo, this is seamless. Like hell yeah, like let's do that. And so we never had a conversation about like, is this the end? But what the conversation was, I remember last March, so like 13 months ago, which is crazy that it's been this long. But I remember the conversation was more like, is it like, do you think it's cool that we kind of put this on hold for right now? And like, how are our fans going to react to that? Like, is this a bad idea? You know, we're coming off a single that has 150 million streams, like, and then another one that has like 500 million on a feature, you know, in the UK. Like, it was a weird moment for us. Because
why would you put everything on hold?
Yeah, right. Like, it's almost like weird, but you can't fight the feeling, right? And so that the feeling for us was like, yo, we're ready. Like, we feel like kind of accomplished. Like, we've gone on like 3 world tours, basically. We've had sold out nights. We've had thousands of fans waiting outside of hotels. Like there's girls and guys with lyrics that we wrote from our own minds tattooed on their skin. Like we've taken this far and like way further than we ever thought we ever would. And so we felt, I don't know, like in a way we felt like we did what we came to do, and we're not done. But I think it's, you know, while we're still young, we're 23 and 24 now. Like I want to make sure that I can put myself out there as an individual before I'm like, you know, before I'm like a man and I settle down with like my wife and kids, you know, like I want to be able to go experience a solo career as well. And I've experienced a little bit of that with like some modeling stuff and whatnot, but I really wanted to take it like to the next level. And same with Johnson. And luckily we agreed. I remember that day in March that like, yo, all right, sweet. Like this is a good bookmark, like 1 billion streams in a year. Sweet. Like that's a sick bookmark. Let's leave it right here and just wait for, you know, like see what we can do on our own. And so I know it's weird. Like you're like, why would you stop? Like you guys had a lot of momentum, but this just like what we felt. That's just like how it went. And I don't know. And for us, it's like, we never felt like we were abandoning anything. Cause like we're in constant communication. And so I know for the fans, it does seem like, oh my God, it's over. But for us, it's like, it's literally no different than it was, you know, 12 months ago. So I don't know. It's like a weird situation. And that's why I feel like it's really important for us to address this, like as a duo, you know, as being together. I feel like it'd be smart to get him actually on this call.
Yeah, please. Can we add him in
do it.
here?
Fuck yeah.
Get him.
I don't know if he's in.
Jack J.
JJ,
What's good, guys?
Oh, yo.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you look good. You both are
How's
wearing
it,
stripes.
how's it going, gang?
Are you wearing stripes too? I can't even see. I don't see Zach. I don't see Zach.
Yeah, my white stripes are a little more prominent. Your black stripes are a little more prominent. But, you know, it's the diametric duo right there. You know?
It's a diametric duo, baby. We complement each other.
So how you guys doing? What's up?
We're doing okay. I lost you now. Where'd you go?
I don't see you guys either.
Okay, wait. Am I back now?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, beautiful.
This makes me sad.
Wow.
Can you guys hear me all good?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, now we're good.
Everybody.
My back?
Boom. Can you?
Boom. What's good, guys? How y'all doing?
We're doing okay. We have a lot to talk about here.
Oh,
We
yeah.
do have a lot.
Sure.
Can you see
a lot
me?
of air to clear, no doubt.
Can you see me, Johnson?
Yeah, I can see you. I can see all four of you.
Why can't I see Ricky Sanchez, Zach Sang, and Jack Johnson? It's just me and Dan hanging out.
Oh, you just only see Dan?
Well, it's funny. I only see Jack.
Hey, we're meant to be, man.
Looks like it.
All right. Yeah. So Johnson, I don't know if I can't see you anyways, but whatever. We can just keep talking. We were just talking. You know, it got to the point. I guess 50 minutes in. Sorry to keep you waiting, Johnson. But we got to the point where we're talking about. You know, Zach was asking me. You guys were coming off, you know, like a sold out tour and, you know, 100 million streams on a single. Like, why? Why would you stop? Why would you stop now? And I was just explaining to him the vibe.
And who brought up the conversation first?
It is a good question for sure. Because, you know, me and G did have a very big 2019. And, you know, 2018 right before that. And, you know, I think like, in terms of music, I think we were like the most legitimized in, I guess, the people's perception that we had been to date. And so it definitely kind of felt like, you know, a weird place to put the Jack and Jack shit on a hiatus for a little bit. But I think at the end of the day, you know, G and I we've been like kind of just through the ropes over the last 3-4 years. And at the end of the day, like I think we did 3-4 tours. All these tours were kind of like similar venue sizes. Like it felt like things were growing in terms of the music, but we were just like, how can we really maximize, I guess, our true potential, and really kind of just, you know, maximize the amount of fans that we can bring in, you know? And so in our minds, we're like, okay, obviously, you know, I love hip hop. I love to rap. And, you know, there's been times on Jack and Jack songs where it feels like limiting, you know? It's like a lot of the times in these records, we have to kind of compromise. I wouldn't even call it a compromise because I'm always so happy with everything that we end up putting out. But at the end of the day, like neither of us was fully flourishing, you know, as an individual in these records. And it kind of felt like an opportunity to really showcase our individuality to the world, you know, especially while, you know, we had these kind of eyeballs on us. And granted, it took a lot longer for, like, you know, the culmination of the music to get together and get out than we expected, you know, because we started having this conversation, like a year ago, probably a little more than a year ago, if anything.
Yeah,
And
I remember between the two tours, which would have been March.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So G and I were kind of just like, yo, how can we kind of hit just the fans from both angles and the world from both angles and really just maximize, you know, what we can do. And like G was saying, you know, we're only getting older, and the time is now to like showcase who we are as individuals as well as a duo. And so, you know, I think this chapter was necessary for both of us. And I mean, I feel like I can speak for G by saying this has been a very liberating last, like, you know, year in terms of just learning a lot about ourselves inside of the studio and just who we are as musicians, you know, further than just the duo aspect. Because now we can kind of just dive into our own worlds, and there's nothing we have to kind of like meet in the middle with. You know, it's not like, oh, Johnson, you got to cut this pre-hook, even though like the song is, you know, it's a pop song. It feels like it's like a G song, but like, oh, it's like you got to go on there just for the sake of it being a duo song. Now, like, if it's a pop song that, you know, G wants to put out, he can just kill the pop song, and, you know, I can kind of hit them from my respective angle at the same time. So it kind of just feels like a very necessary chapter in both of our lives.
Would you consider Jack and Jack the duo artists or influencers?
I think it's definitely a conglomeration of both. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, too.
My bad. It's my mom's computer.
She's gonna little yoga call or something.
Yeah, something like that. No, but you were saying something like really spot on, Johnson. Is like Jack and Jack. I wouldn't even say it leans more on influencer side or a music duo side. It's literally a friendship. Like that's literally what it is, and we're just very creative together. And so I feel like we did both very well. We influenced a lot of people, and we had a lot of streams on music related things. So I wouldn't even put a name or like a, what do you call it? Like a title on what we are.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I would agree. I would say like, you know, Jack and Jack is always going to be Jack and Jack. You know, you can't ever like remove that. But at the end of the day, like musically, why would we not, you know, put our best foot forward in our own individual respects? You know, you see groups like the Migos doing this all the time, or like Ray Shrimmer doing this all the time, where like they'll go off, do their solo shit, and then whenever they get around to their next project, they get around to it. But it's, you know, it's a matter of showcasing who you are as an individual alongside with what we can bring to the table as a duo, you know. And like I said, it's a very necessary time in our lives, and I think we got to do it while we're still young.
So are we not closing the door on the opportunity or the possibility of maybe one day doing a record together again?
Oh my God, no way.
Come on, that's crazy talk.
Dude,
I mean, like, bro, we actually have records that we make in my bedroom.
Yes, we have this one record called Space James. Yo,
Wait,
Space James.
What is it called?
I can't wait for you guys to hear Space James.
Space James. I'll send it to you, Zach. It's crazy. It's like on some Tame Impala like indie shit. It's like it's crazy, dude. I mean, we're always getting creative. We're always making music all the time, even still while we're working on our individual stuff. And so, I mean, that's completely like not out of the question, dude. I mean, we for sure want to make music again at some point, but we got to focus on one thing at a time. And you know, while we're putting out this individual way, we don't want there to be confusion. And we want to make sure we showcase our abilities as individuals. And whenever we get back around to making our next record together, that'll happen, you know. But yeah.
Would you guys ever feature each other on a solo song, or if you guys are together, is that a Jack and Jack song?
Ooh,
well, that's interesting. I feel like we were talking about that at first, weren't we, G? About like, oh, we should both do a feature on the other person's record, like on one of the songs. We didn't end up doing it because we just wanted it to be like fully ours.
Right.
You know? And just like, yeah, just truly like not have any like muddled like confusion.
That is such a good question, though.
Right now.
I don't know. Like that could definitely happen, but at the same time, it's like, why not just put it out under Jack and Jack? But I don't know. Like if it's one person's vibe, like say it's a really rap heavy song, and Johnson just wanted me to like sing a dope part or like sing a hook or something. Like for sure, I'd be so open to being on a Jack J song. Like that'd be tight.
No, yeah, I mean, I think that'll definitely happen at some point for sure. But yeah, then I'm like, why would we not just call it Jack and Jack? I wonder.
Yeah,
but,
that's
hey,
it.
we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You feel me?
But that's the thing is like I don't want our fans to think this is the end of Jack and Jack and like, oh, you have to pick a side now or you can only support this or this. Like we are best friends. Like that's something that I need all of our fans to know. Like we're gonna be in each other's lives every day, forever. And that's a given in my head. And so I want that to be a given in our fans' brains, that it's like, oh, this is cool. Like, you know, when I release my single art, and I'm sure you'll see a lot of this too, Johnson, maybe not, because I hope this clears it up. But, you know, like I saw a lot of comments that were like not so much a big fan of me putting out my own song. And that like really, that made me really sad, you know? And like, I won't say it like really hurt my feelings, even though it did. It just made me really sad, because I'm like, yo, I wish they would realize that we're still just as close. But of course, we've kind of neglected them a little bit as far as,
No, for sure.
you know, letting them know. And I feel extremely guilty about that. That's why when I see like, you know, anybody posting about it, I'm like, man, they deserve to really know what's going on, because if they just only knew, they wouldn't at all feel any sort of way.
What do they need to know?
Well, I think what they need to know is like, I mean, this was a big conversation between G and I and our manager, Adam. We were like, how do we like address this the right way? And we thought it would be the best to do it like when, you know, the first song is coming out. And, you know, G unfortunately had to take the brunt of the scrutiny, because he's putting the song out first, because, you know, like they're all like, oh, G's the one going solo, and like it's his decision. And like, you know, of course he gets all the backlash because his single's coming out before mine is. And so like, I get that. And that's like, you know, way to take that on the chin, G. You know, we'll get through it together. But regardless, we were figuring out how to exactly address our fans in the right way. And I think a big part, G was talking about not clouding judgment a little bit earlier. And we didn't want to necessarily get like pushback from our fans, because we know wholeheartedly we want to do this chapter and dive into this chapter as individuals, because we have to, like, for our own personal sake, you know, regardless of what anybody else thinks, we have to do this. And so we were like, yo, if we tell them like 8 months before a song comes out, like, what if their judgment like starts clouding us and making us second guess this chapter? You know, like, we want to make sure we address it like as it's coming out, like when it's actually happening. And now, I mean, luckily, like, you guys, you know, brought us on, and we can truly clear the air, like, you know, me and G in the same conversation, which was very necessary. And the biggest thing we want our fans to take away from this is that, you know, we're friends before any of this shit. You know, Jack and Jack isn't going anywhere. You know, if the music's going on hiatus, that doesn't mean Jack and Jack is broken up. That doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
this
people
is an
jump to
artistic
conclusions. They start
thing.
becoming
This
conspiracy
allows you to
theorists.
explore new stuff, conquer new
Absolutely.
challenges.
It's so important, man.
No, I like you
yeah.
made some really good comparisons, Jack, of like you know, the different groups, Ray Shrimmerd and all those other people. Like you know,
Amigos.
people go and they come, they go and they come.
Yeah. It's like, why would you require your favorite artist to like just kind of stay in a box?
Totally.
You know?
Don't
Like, I feel like hopefully our fans just completely understand where we're coming from and support both of us in our individual respects, and I know they will. You know, and yeah, man,
I know they will. I think it's all just due to a lack of communication between us and the fans, but that had to be done because we had to take our time as musical artists, make what we felt like was us individually. And, you know, like Jack said, it would have completely clouded I know I have so much anxiety, and I'm tweaking about random guy named Jeff says like, hey man, I hate your hair. I'm like,
hey, that's my brother's name, dude. Watch out.
Yeah. So it's like, I take in everybody's opinion, and I knew it would have just screwed with us if we told our fans too early, because of course, you know, that if they fell in love with us as friends, and they, you know, they have all these memories of coming to our concerts together and meeting all these friends through us and stuff like that, of course there's going to be some backlash, and they're not going to want us to split. But it's a decision that we had to make, you know, just as us two, as people, before, you know, we made it a whole thing. So I'm glad we did it this way, because I feel like we both are really proud of what we're coming out with. And I don't know what you want to say about your stuff, Johnson, but like dude, like, cannot wait for Johnson's stuff to drop. I'm going to be one of his monthly listeners. Like, that's the coolest thing, is like, we're going to be able to support each other and then come back and do whatever we want to do together. But it's like, there's no rules. And I hate that. Yeah, some people think that there's like, oh, you can only do this.
No. Yeah, it has to be like in this box and stay there. And I think like the goal for G and I in a perfect world is like, yo, we branch off, you know, do the solo shit for a bit and maximize this and get out of this kind of stagnant place we were in with Jack and Jack. Because, you know, we were doing the same venues. Like, I think we did the House of Blues in DC like 3 times, you know, like same crowd. And it's like, dude, how do we, of course our fans are always there, but it's like, how do we capture the masses? And we're like, okay, if we kind of hit people with these 2 respective genres lanes, I mean, in an ideal world, we can take over both. And then when we come back together for, the reunion tour or whatever you want to call it, or, the next wave of Jack and Jack music, it's only going to make that even bigger because we've both done so much in our individual respects, And so, yeah, I'm really excited, and I just hope the fans can just, understand where we're coming from and understand that we have to do this for us and for them. They're going to get a new level of content and a new level of, music that I feel like that we haven't been able to tap into.
By the way, Dan,
Yeah, they don't even know what they've been deprived of. These past years. Like,
feed them.
There's so many things. And one thing I want to say, while we still have Johnson or whenever, I don't know how long you guys have, but this is going to open up the floodgates of mine and Johnson's creativity comedically together so much. I cannot wait. Like, I'm so glad that TikTok is a thing right now because it just feels like Vine to me. And I cannot wait to get back to our roots of creating like comedic content together, because I think that's like a sweet spot for us. And I can't wait. Like, for some reason, I'm so excited, and I feel like this is going to allow like a little bit of space. Instead of always thinking about music when we're together, we can start to just be creative and have fun in like the comedy aspect of things.
Yeah, get back to the roots for sure. And like that really excites G and I, is like, dude, we can keep like Jack and Jack completely alive via like the TikTok space, you know what I'm saying, while still putting out our individual music, like nothing changes between mine and G's dynamic outside of us just wanting to branch off and do solo projects. It's something that we had to do in order to liberate ourselves.
That's good to know, because from the outside looking in, for a while, it almost seemed like you guys weren't friends anymore.
Yeah, I get that. Especially with G going ghost on social media for like 6 months, and like we kind of stopped posting on the Jack and Jack account while we were working on our individual shit, and I totally get like where the conspiracies come from, and I get it. A lot of times people jump to the worst case scenario because they're invested in us. A lot of these fans have been invested in our lives, and vice versa, and we've really built this relationship, this family with them over the last 4 or 5 years. And I get where the fear comes into play. These artists that you've really championed and supported your whole life and put so much time and effort and money into, they're just going to go ghost on you and just call it quits. And we just want to make sure our fans know that is not the case at all, man. Jack and Jack is still Jack and Jack, and we just happen to be putting out music individually at this time and place in our lives. So yeah,
it's definitely something that was fucking with both of us mentally for a while. Like, we would come together at the end of the day and we'd smoke a joint and we'd talk about like everything. And Johnson, of course, was like way more active on social media, so he was seeing this stuff on Twitter, and he was like, dude, like I have to bite my tongue seeing some of this stuff because they literally think we're not friends. And I'm like, wait, what? Like I was completely unaware of this for a long time. And now, that I've been way more active on social media, I honestly feel so bad that we've left so many people hanging and wondering like what's going on, but it had to be done. And so at the same time, I'm kind of glad with the way it went. So I hope that this helps clear the air around any, diehard fan wanting to know what's going on, or just anybody like yourself. You said you thought maybe we broke up or we weren't friends. Like, it's just not the case. And so I hope people can understand, or this can help.
Dude. Yeah, I had people coming to me like in the club and being like, dude, so what's up? Like, you and Jack are done? Like, literally, they're like random dudes I don't even know. And I'm like, what the hell, bro? Like, how are you caught up in this whole conspiracy shit too? But
no, and it's
crazy, man.
It's true, because we have like a different social life almost, even though we have all the same friends. Like, I know that you're the party king. Like, everybody knows you in LA, at least.
No, bro,
I'm just saying, like you're the social one, like if you know a Jack from Jack and Jack, you probably know Jack Johnson, because he isn't standoffish. He's so welcoming. He's so easy to speak to. He'll speak to any. Well, I don't know. I just feel like in person I get so insecure and I like shut myself down a little bit, and I'm like looking around like it
G's
probably.
G's a homebody, I will say. He.
Yeah, but it's really nice because when he gets back from the club, like I always have a joint rolled up. We're ready. I want to debrief. I want to hear what's going on. Like, yo, tell me the gossip. Is this person? Is this person?
We'll get him out every once in a while though. Don't get it twisted. When G gets in his element, that kid becomes an animal. So.
Jack J, what was your first thoughts when you heard "My Love"?
Dude, it's crazy. Well, I heard the first version without Don on it. Like,
I played him that on like July 8th, the day after.
Like last summer. Yeah, like damn near a year ago, honestly. And then we were eating at this restaurant Hugo's, which is so
Hugo.
They've got a
Which
mean
one?
Chipotle.
In the Valley or on the West Side?
The North Hollywood. No, the Valley one, right? Wait.
No. We were on Santa Monica. We grew up. Our stomping grounds is Hugo's on
Santa Monica.
what is
Cold Water.
Magnolia? Yeah, but
Oh, got it. You guys are
we
Valley
This
people.
one was at This was at
we
the other
were
one.
in West Hollywood for this one on Santa Monica.
That's like 2 minutes from where I'm at. Keep going.
And so I had heard the song. I'm like, dude, the song's fire. Like, great. Like, just a combination of just R&B and pop. It's just like perfect up G's alley. You know what I'm saying? Exactly kind of what I envisioned for him in his solo project. So I was like super stoked to hear that. And then G gets a call from Adam, our manager. He's like, hold up, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I gotta take this call. And so he talks to Adam, and he comes back to the table, and I could just tell something was up. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, G, why are you like? You seem like you're like really excited about something. Like, what was that phone call? And he's like, dude, you can't tell anybody, bro. Like, you can, like, all our friends, like, we share so much with our friends, and like, I'm much more like I play with my friends all my bounces and stuff. G has been keeping this shit like super under wraps. You know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't want to be influenced in any way, in terms of his direction. And so he comes to the table after the phone call, and he's like, just I see there's something in his eye. Like, he's just like super jittery and like excited. And I'm like, dude, what's up? And he's like, yo, so Don Toliver, right? And I'm like, dude, of course. He just is coming up with Travis right now. Like, he's been everywhere lately. He's like, dude, we just got him. Like, there was a bunch of back and forth, but we finally just like got him locked down on this feature, and he's in, dude. And like, Adam's gonna send me the song right now, and so we got to listen to it for the first time in the car. And we go into the car right after we finish our meal, and G's got a nice speaker system in his Jeep. You know what I'm saying? He's got the subs in there and everything, so he can really bump and get a good true first impression. He puts it on, dude, and I was just like, whew. Like, I heard the song, obviously, but once Don's part came in, I was like, dude, what a great feature, and way to catch him like on the upswing of his hype. You know what I'm saying? It's like a perfect opportunity for G to like truly just get a cosign in that fucking hip hop world. It's just like it's awesome, dude. And I think he brought so much flavor and sauce to that second verse, and I think it's just great, dude. And when I heard it though, we had to run it back like 4 or 5 times the entire drive back to our apartment complex, and dude, I was just so stoked because in my eyes, man, I want G to succeed just as much, if not more, as me. And so it's like, I know his success is my success, and I know he views it the same way. And at the end of the day, dude,
100%.
like, if he gets stoked over some shit, I'm just as stoked. I'm fully on page with it. And there's like there's never any envy between us, which I love. That's how it's like just a true friendship. Like, I'm just like, dude, fuck yes, this is like beautiful. This is amazing for you, and like, it's finally here. So if you guys are watching this, go stream that shit, or I'm gonna find you, and I'm not I'm a pretty piece of
that's another huge part.
A strongly worded threat.
I love that point that you brought up. Like, I don't want anybody to think that this is any sort of competition or there's a rivalry now, or like we're gonna fight to the death if we're like 1 and 2 on the charts. Like, no, like, this is all about love and support. And at the end of the day, we are family. We are best friends till death. It's a given. Even if we're on a break, you're still mine. You know what I'm saying? So
it wasn't about me, huh?
So I just want people to know, it's like, it's so much love between us, and it's so much support. Even, like, we might be friends with some other artists and stuff like that, but it's not even the same. It's like with Johnson, like, that's my brother.
Been
I
together
want
forever.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I want success on both ends, and I can't wait to release Space James one day. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like a
that go crazy in the indie rock world. I'm telling you, bro.
Seriously.
Jack Johnson, is there a date on your stuff?
No set date, but the song is picked. The song is picked, and it's
the
awesome.
Song
yeah, I don't want to give away too much because this isn't like my moment to talk about release right now. But I'm just super excited, man. It's it's this chapter is really to dive into my lyrical ability, and there's certain songs that I'm coming out with that have like multiple like 64 bar verses, which like I probably would have never been able to do in a Jack and Jack track, and really showcase like my storytelling and like my true hip hop ability, and it's not all hip hop, but yeah, dude, it's like there's so much in the vault. And likewise with G, we've been playing each other our stuff, and I'm just stoked, dude. It's like it's all around the corner. My stuff's gonna be coming shortly after this, and yeah, dude, we're just gonna start hitting them from both angles, and I'm just really excited for what the future holds.
Well, come here and share that story with us, please. I appreciate you very deeply.
I will, dude. We'll have a sit down for sure when I'm coming up to release. For sure.
And I'm hoping it will be in person.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this isn't still the current state of the world at that time. Are you guys doing good though? You guys staying safe? The family's good and everything?
They're okay. Everybody okay with you guys?
Yeah. Washing my hands, just playing my part, wearing my
Well,
mask.
yeah, luckily I'm here in Omaha with like my whole family. So, I've gone and visited my grandparents, and we stayed like, 13 feet away or whatever on the balcony when it was nice before it like started snowing like crazy.
Oh my God.
It's insane. I don't know.
I miss that, dude.
Yeah, it's actually beautiful. I have like neighbors, and my neighbors have really young kids, and they're like playing out, making snowmans. It's like a beautiful.
Doesn't it make you want to have a
But
child?
you know what? This is also something I wanted to talk about. No, actually, I'm completely joking. No, I don't want a child anytime soon, probably, but maybe. Who knows?
Daniel, what do
Hey,
you?
I'm gonna let you guys get back to your conversation. All right, thanks for cutting me in.
Hey.
Hopefully this clears up some stuff with the fans. I hope they can just understand the whole scope of the scenario, and only good things coming, only great things in the future.
Sending you love and appreciation, my friend. It was really good to see your face and hear your voice.
Likewise, man. I missed y'all. I'll talk to you soon. All right, when my single's coming up. All right.
Love, man.
All right,
I'll talk to you later.
Much love, guys. G, man.
People also get so offended at twerking these days.
I told them boys, it's 2020. I'm not about to argue about twerking. Like,
how do you get so low when you twerk? You need to teach me how to do that.
yeah.
What is in your knees?
The thing is, what I'm starting to feel like it is, I used to be on the dance team. Like, I was on the dance team all my life, right? So, but in elementary, I would get in trouble for like talking too much. So my dance teacher thought she was punishing me by making me do waltzes. Jokes on her. Jokes on you.
So it's waltzing.
Right.
I gotta do more waltzing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to know how. Like, I need tips to have a hot girl summer, but in quarantine because we can't freaking leave our houses. How am I supposed to have a hot girl summer?
Let me tell you, this hot girl summer is just definitely about loving yourself from the inside out. Okay, like you now actually have the opportunity to go to the grocery store and get good groceries. Like now, you can stop poisoning yourself with everything, the fast food that you was running and eating all day. You don't have an excuse. You have no excuse to be like, oh my God, I was so busy. Now I have to go just grab a donut for breakfast. No, like. You now have the option to eat healthy whenever, like, however, whenever. And, like, also, I'm the type of person who likes to be in the mirror a lot because I'm like, how do I want to do my hair today? How do I want to do my makeup? So it's like, now you can look in the mirror and you're like, what do I really like about myself? Like, how can I make me better? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I've just been figuring out things that I really like about myself while I'm in quarantine. So I would say just work on yourself. And then when it's time to go back outside, oh my God, girl, you're going to be the best hot girl that you ever was.
Sugar music video. You want to talk about the alien with the mullet?
I'm talk about the whole thing.
Let's do it.
I assume it's your idea, Kevin.
Sadly.
So
Sadly, because I have
man.
to talk about it and explain this dumb idea every time.
I can explain it.
You want to explain it?
Yeah.
It's so fun.
Wait, what's the question?
It's actually a beautiful idea. I just say dumb because it was a nightmare, and I woke up and wrote my dream down and turned to a video.
Okay.
That's why I'm like, that's kind of silly. Dumb in like the sense that it's silly, not stupid. Sorry. Okay, let me shut up.
Did that happen before when you, like, have you documented your dreams previously?
Sometimes. I've been doing it more now, though, because I was really proud of that video. So it's like maybe I might catch another good thing.
That's how Dolly used to paint.
Oh, wow.
Subconscious, man.
That's crazy.
It is
He would
real.
Powerful.
Dolly would wake himself up between like 2 and 4 a.m. and then paint. And sometimes he would paint with his eyes closed. Like there's like stories about it.
See, I smoke too much weed. My dreams are gone. I should stop for this moment. So do you have like notes? Like, have you woken up and read something that you've taken down that were like hard to translate?
I had a nightmare the other day on the bus, and I woke up and like I couldn't even really open my eyes. So I was just typing, and I haven't read it back yet, but it was a scary, scary dream.
Wow, I'm so excited to see what you think of that.
What do you guys think of this sugar concept video when he brings it to you guys?
I was like hype.
Same.
I was like, holy shit, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's.
Thanks, Dom. Joba, thanks, man.
Yeah, especially when we saw the storyboard as well.
I was gonna say, like, one of the big things that goes into like these ideas and stuff like that, for me, I can kind of gauge how excited people are by how invested they get into the idea. Like, so like if someone has an idea and like random people not random people, but people that we know that are like part of our extended friend network is when I start coming over to the house, I'm like, oh, okay, some shit's going down. So our friend Spencer was there when I walked in the house already drawing the storyboard. Ian's like, yo, I got this crazy ass idea. So I was like, immediately hooked, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And then he starts explaining it to me. I'm like, holy I see the storyboard. I'm like, so it was just like really, the whole thing was just like crazy as hell to me. I was super into it from the jump.
An alien.
Okay, about the alien. Doesn't he look like Jack Nicholson a little bit?
Go back and look at
Pull
that.
up a photo of him.
Looks away into the distance. Pull up a photo of him.
Was it hard to pick the alien? Did you like look at many?
We looked at a lot of aliens, a lot of men and women for the lovers. But as soon as I saw Bobby, the guy who played the alien, like that's our guy.
Yeah. What was it about Bobby?
He's so tight.
He just had his energy was great, most interesting like body, and he was the perfect alien.
Wow! Congratulations.
And he had
to
this
him.
crazy like
Bobby's
scream yell thing that he did too. That was like
he
holy.
was screaming on set too. That didn't make its way into the
It
video.
was like a Wilhelm
wish it
scream,
made
like
it, but
literally.
he had a
It was
great
crazy.
It was powerful. It
It was
resonated.
awesome.
Bobby, could you scream one more time?
Also, the alien and
The devil are the same person.
the alien and the devil are the same person, but the alien and the boy that he kills, they're lovers.
The alien and the boy are lovers.
Yes.
Oh.
And if you look in the room, there's all this like NASA stuff and things like that because this guy has this crazy obsession with aliens, and he was dating this alien, but it was a low key thing. It was they weren't public, and then the alien finds him with this girl, and the girl has no idea that this guy is like talking to this alien, so she didn't do anything wrong. So he's like, "I'm gonna take your life."
What?
And there was a cut where,
Are you the alien in real life?
man.
Man.
Wow.
The girl.
I think you're the alien, man.
It's okay if he is.
The girl a hoe for that. For taking the alien boy.
The girl didn't do nothing wrong.
She didn't know.
No, she didn't know, but
the guy's the hoe.
yeah, he's the POS.
My bad. We about to fight.
Sure. I mean,
It's okay if you're the alien. Subconscious, you could be.
If aliens came to Earth, who out of you guys would sleep with an alien?
Depends.
That's a hard question.
How desperate are they?
How good does the alien look?
listen, I'll tell you off air.
So you know.
Definitely Merlin.
Yeah, that's actually
Whoa.
pretty reasonable.
Keep living you. You
I
can't do
am.
anything else.
I am in a dream.
I don't think you're really living you. You cut back on those Instagram stories, the funny ass ones.
Like what?
You used to post some funny things on Instagram like a year ago, and it seems
Yeah.
like you've cut back.
I have. Because the internet be saying some dumb shit. I'm like, I'll keep this funny shit to myself. You don't deserve Honestly.
This is for me.
No, for real. Like, the internet doesn't deserve my funny ass. For real. They don't. Some on there. Sheesh. God, I joke and it's like, jeez. She's crazy. She's toxic. This is a horrible person. Rotten hell. Problematic. I'm like, damn, I made a joke. Shit's funny. Like, calm down. I literally deleted Twitter. I made the funniest joke. The funniest joke. I don't even regret it. People dragged me for like months.
What was it?
You're not gonna do that.
No, I'm not gonna. See, because it was funny and the internet doesn't deserve it. It's why comedians get such a weird. You know, when like some, you know, an artist like in the music business dates a comedian or something, then all those fans are like, because all comedy is like being horrible and it's hilarious.
Truth.
You know? Like, that's why The Office is funny. Dude, if The Office came out today, would be so offended.
I think that all the time.
And they're all like, I wish they'd make a new season. I'm like, dude, you guys would be peeing yourselves because you're so offended by
My final question to you is, which Office character do you most relate to?
Michael.
Me too. And I did a personality test the other day, and I'm hoping I answered the questions wrong, but I have the same personality type as Michael Scott.
Okay, fire.
Yeah. Thanks. I feel like that's like an insult, but no.
Hopefully without all the racist
Yes.
that he says.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's
It's
scary.
like crazy. Oh, that show.
But he means well sometimes. Anyway.
Well, they made him in such a character that's like you feel for him and you have so much love for him, but you're also like, this dude is horrible. But he's so great though. Dude.
It's conflicting.
Dude, Steve Carell, dude. Oh my god. What an incredible human.
In the beginning of Like Glue, you say on a Paul.
So me goes
Can
on.
can I hear you say that whole thing in person?
Yeah, yo, Sean Paul. So me go so then. Well, I don't really care what people say. I don't really watch what them want do.
Oh my god. I think I'm gonna cry. That was the best moment of my life.
Big up, brother. Big up.
Is there a collaboration that taught you the most?
I think Beyonce taught me. She showed me a lot of focus when, like, I never seen. Mostly, being an artist has kind of been free and been like, yo, what's up? And we in the studio having fun. When I did go to the studio with her, she was so focused, and I guess she just had a lot to do. So, it was the first time I'd seen an artist be that way. Like, as people might say anal, but she wasn't really anal. She's just like she knew what she wanted out of the whole experience. You know what I mean? And that showed me her determination and her focus on just what it was. So yeah, that one.
I want to say you brought up TikTok earlier and how you're using TikTok, but I saw you mention a few days ago or a week ago that you're getting bullied on TikTok. And people
Oh yeah, but I don't care about that. That was just a joke. Like for me, TikTok is like not a serious thing. Like I know that it is, and I didn't take it seriously, but like that's not like my art, you know? Like my art is like making songs. Like I don't. No, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like it's an amazing platform, and I love social media, but like at the same time, it's also like no. And I also don't like TikTok is very cool, but it's also very derivative. Like it's TikTok is not just a social media platform, it's an instrument, you know? And it's like I'm okay if I can use my instrument and my creativity to post original content on like Instagram or YouTube or Spotify, Apple Music, like whatever. But like what TikTok does is it's like, oh, well here, take a piece of someone else's song and someone else's picture and use this green screen effect that someone else made, and then, you know, put your butt in it and like get a bunch of views. And it's like, that's not like really, to me, like, you know, I understand that like everything is ultimately derivative and like it's a big circle, right? Like no one knows where the beginning is, but to me, like that's definitely not where it is. I can tell you that equivocally.
Who's bullying you on TikTok?
Oh, nothing. I just kept posting about Water Fountain because like people had like listened to it, and then they were like, someone got annoyed and they made fun of it. So I just like duetted the TikTok to get a lot of views. Okay. I've definitely alienated all of my TikTok followers by now, but it's fine. It's not fine. Like I know I made a mistake, and like I partially did that because I didn't understand the cultural context in which like TikTok resides, and like it's actually important. Yeah. So
are people around you putting real stock and importance into TikTok?
Everybody is. It's the only way to get your music heard now, really. Like, you know, that's where kids are at, and like, you know, because it's getting it's different now because things are opening up, but everything's shut down. So it's like if you don't have a viral song on TikTok, like you don't really have anything.
TikTok can get you a #1 record.
Sometimes.
You know, the craziest part is that I had a big hit on Musical.ly when I didn't own my song, Water Fountain. And then I go on TikTok and you see how many people have used it. And I was like, oh, what a shame. Like it. But I got to leave some things in the past. Maybe I have to leave in the past.
But here's the deal. You're going to keep writing songs and you're going to keep putting out music. People will gravitate to another record. And also TikTok is not the be all end all. And more people manipulate TikTok than anyone really understands. This will come out, but people manipulate the of it.
Well,
and people think they could put a price tag on virality. So everybody's paying different marketing agencies 50 grand, 60 grand, 150 grand, put it in the hands of influencers. It's all stuff.
Well, but I get it though, because like ultimately, like, right, like you can have a song, but if I never post it or get it to people, they'll never know it exists, you know? And so like, I understand that. And I think like right now, the thing that has made everything very difficult and society is like very segmented is because people are like, oh, well, you know, it's all about the algorithm. It's going to feed you the content you want. But like more often than not, like the algorithm, like people make the algorithm, right? It's like the algorithm is totally based on people's understanding of like, you know, the habits of users, and people don't understand the habits of users or what they might like. So pretty much what people have done is they're like, oh, well, people like you know, the guy says that he likes to work out. Well, we'll just feed him gym equipment until he stops buying it. It's like, but it doesn't, there's so many things that you and I might love that we'll never hear about. You know what I mean? And so it's like, I don't want to be like, I want to be exposed to new ideas. And right now, like getting people exposed to new stuff. And I understand like, it's a very difficult thing to do because like, you know, 9 times out of 10, you're going to feed them something that they don't like. And you'd rather to make money, feed them, you know, the same thing over and over again in hopes that they'll still buy it. But like, think about how small people's worlds are becoming.
Very narrow.
And it's very difficult to get your music exposed to new people who might enjoy it. But because they haven't expressed to the algorithm yet that like their habits, you know, because of their habits, they might like it. They'll never hear it.
They'll never get it. Totally. 100%. And that's why I think, dude, the biggest thing is playlisting is such a huge part of discovery.
Well, but you're a tastemaker and a curator and expose people to new stuff. And like, that's, you know, you introduced my music to a lot of people and have really helped me. And like, that's really cool. And I think that people have said like, they're like, oh, well, you know, like, you know, it's all going to be, it's like, it's not like, it's, you need people to find stuff and take a chance.
Dude,
after that, if people don't like it, it is what it is. But like, you know, that's the most important part.
No, you are 100% accurate in what you're saying. And it is, but it's multi-levels that it takes to really penetrate society and culture on all fronts. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Part TikTok, it's part me, it's part Spotify.
Yeah.
It's like everybody makes up the giant like circle of cultures in a sense.
Right.
And but there's, no matter whatever happens, this is a cycle that is all, you can get on and you can get off. You can get on and you can get off. And sometimes you can ride the cycle a few more times. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's not a cycle that ever stops. It might change. It might have different forms, but the cycle of culture will always continue.
Mm.
As long as somebody has something to say and something to add to it, there's always going to be an opportunity to get into the flow of it.
Right. No, it's true.
And I think as things progress, like TikTok has been great for a lot of different reasons. I think TikTok has made a lot of songs popular that maybe would have never been popular. I think it's made hip hop more mainstream than ever. You know, like I think something like Savage being as big as it has and seeing all of these random white people from all over America doing this stupid dance, it is unifying in a sense. It is.
It is.
But is that, I don't know if that's necessarily the platform if it isn't the song, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, for me,
the song was bigger than the platform.
The platform, it only sort of like exists because there are songs for people to like, you know, derive their content from, right?
Totally.
So it's like, for me, it's like, it's not always great for the creator of the songs who are like driving the platform. So they'll be like, oh, like, you know, you want to get exposure on your music? Like you should make TikToks. It's like, what if they said to dancers like, hey, you want to dance? Why don't you make music?
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't work. Like,
why force you to do that?
Sorry, I get mad about it.
Good, but why force you to do TikToks as opposed to like then putting money in the hands of Charlie D'Amelio and saying, go and do a water fountain dance and make it into the water fountain challenge?
I mean, you know, I prefer for my stuff, like I'll leave that to the label. I don't know. I don't think about those things. Like that kind of stuff is not like, I just think about like, for me, like I try to worry about like the things that I can do personally to like help influence culture and like.
Yeah, you want to do dances? You want to do
not at all, but I've done them and it's embarrassing, you know. Like I don't do that, you know. Whatever. I don't want to hate on the platform because it's amazing, and I'm not hating on it or the people that create content on it. They do really cool stuff, and I've often found myself stuck on there for like 10 hours watching.
Which is exactly what you should be doing. You shouldn't be one of the people you laugh at.
Well, I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing with them. But also, like I'm getting laughed at. But also, I just like I like to make music. You know.
You're one of the most prolific writers of our generation, in my.
Maybe, you know, but I'd rather have you know, only if the songs are good. It only counts then. So we'll see what happens. I have a long way to go.
And if not, catch him on TikTok, dude. Every challenge that comes his way.
Yeah, no, I'm not for me. Anyways.
Watching you and Max figure out the dance moves is really funny.
Well, I've embarrassed myself like a lot. I didn't realize how many people were watching, so I can't go back now. It is what it is.
The other day on our show, we were talking about how we relieve stress, and I said I throw my phone, and then I saw you tweeted that you threw your phone and broke it.
Yeah, I threw it against the wall.
Yeah, no, I
It
once
was really
wrote at-
cool. Relieved a lot of my stress until I realized that I didn't back up any of my information to the cloud. So
Oh, that adds stress then.
yeah,
Did you lose any songs?
I lost everything. But it hurts so good. So, yeah.
Dude, you gotta throw the phone at. That's what I've learned because I've shattered multiple phones. Go straight for the pillows. It still feels good, but the phone's not broken.
Okay, well that's what I should do next time. I'll the next time I break my phone, I'll keep that in mind.
What happened in your life that prompted you to throw your phone at the wall?
TikTok.
I wish you were lying, but I know you're not.
I just want my song to go viral on there so bad, so I can just stop.
Which one? Which one do you want?
I don't care. I would take anything at this point, just please.
Right now.
All right, so somebody out there needs to make a TikTok dance to one of his songs, make it go viral, and then he can
we
retire.
don't want I built a friend era. Like we like,
I don't. At this point, I'll take anything.
No. No more paper crown. We
Okay,
want,
fair enough.
Something from this album. These
Okay, yeah.
Challenge yourself, everybody.
Do it.
Pick a song. Yeah, do that. Or maybe attempt to light a match in the
They throw it back like that.
Yeah.
That's
Wait, I
probably the
wanna see your
sexiest
best
thing you guys have
dance
ever
move.
seen.
What's your best dance move? I want to see it right now.
Oh, I don't have any dance moves.
You threw it
Come
back pretty
on.
well.
I got some bar mitzvah swag though.
Hey, manifest this virality right here, right now on TikTok.
All right.
All them Charlie D'Amelios and the Lauren Grays and the influencers of the world.
Please, we love you guys.
Take it and run. And they do like you a lot. I see them and they bring your music up to me. Some of them come on our show. Some of them don't. We're not cool enough. We're too old for some.
No.
But they do dig you. See, that's the thing. Is like you can't equate your success to that type of metric because
Too late.
I love you.
It's already done.
Congratulations on the new album.
I was just wondering, that's stupid.
What?
No, say it. Like, if you were to get in a fight with a giant snake or a giant parrot, which one would you rather battle? Because you know what the snake can do, but you never know what the parrot could do.
Yeah, the parrot can peck your eyes out.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to mess with a giant bird, but a snake can obviously just strangle you and bite you.
Yeah, or eat you.
True, because
Yeah.
talent.
Yeah, exactly.
But they could just fly and drop you.
Yeah, exactly.
But if the snakes are kind of greasy, so you can maybe
What?
Greasy.
Are the Greeks?
A little greasy.
Yeah,
Are
they
they?
got natural juices.
Like oil.
I've never touched a snake that was greasy.
Snake oil salesman exists for a reason.
Yeah.
Oily.
Yeah,
They're kind of greasy. Yeah, I feel like I could just slither away.
No
Eat
way.
myself.
There's no way you could
Absolutely not.
slither out of a snake's grasp.
Yeah, if
No
it was
way.
if it was a big
No.
enough snake, how are they supposed to get
Johnny.
tension on me?
Johnny, they could kill deer.
I'm
No.
looking at your physical being.
Listen, I'm a big guy. I for sure could outsnake a snake.
I don't think you could.
There's
outsnake
no
a snake.
doubt.
So you think if you were put in the battle, you could beat the snake and lose to
I
the,
just
the parrot?
dolphin. You know, what's the swim move? It's the
Oh, the
dolphin.
just hit the body roll. You know,
The
all
snake's gonna
TikToks.
slither away with
I've
you
been
in his
practicing
stomach.
for I was on Musical.ly, bro. I have it down.
Man, I don't know.
You got to know something. I know somebody who happens to own the largest anaconda or python in the country. It's in Kansas City, Missouri. It's called Medusa.
That makes sense.
There's something about Kansas City that
Something about
screams
Missouri freaks me
large
out.
reptile.
Missouri freaks me out. Yeah.
Dude, they keep it in a basement in this giant tank. It's massive.
Can you look at it?
Yeah.
But Medusa though.
How big is it?
It's. Can somebody Google Medusa, Kansas City?
Medusa,
like
Kansas.
snake. They'll tell you. It's very famous. I've held it before. It's gross.
It is gross. I don't get snakes. I don't.
I
I
also
think snakes are cool.
25
cool?
feet,
Yeah.
2 inches.
yeah. That's
Snakes are so cool.
They're so unpredictable.
They're
it
very
freaks
friendly.
me out.
no.
They just want to be close
Until
to your
they're
body
not.
warmth.
That's not true. That's not true.
Like,
That's not true.
what if they want to if they're oh, this isn't hot enough. Let me just bite a hole and slither.
I've never been bit by a snake, and I've held many.
Me
Okay,
neither,
you should hold
but-
Medusa.
Okay.
25 feet.
25 feet, 2 inches, and it weighs 350 pounds.
Yeah, no thanks.
All right, here's
I
what
don't
we're
want
gonna do.
anything to do with that.
Next
Like,
time
that just doesn't
next
sound
time he
appealing.
comes in, we're gonna bring the snake in, and you're gonna fight it.
Either
I will jump out that window so quickly. Like, you wouldn't.
That's a double pane glass, bro.
Head first. I have a pointy head, man. I swear, it's like the things you break the glass with in the cars. I'll go straight through. I swear to God.
Your life really is kind of crazy. Your ride is amazing. Your story is something else. And this music, it feels honest. It feels really true. And again, I've only had a very small glimpse into what Walls is going to be. But clearly very different for you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that. That's definitely my intention. Lyrically, always trying to be as honest as possible. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, you know, I think the first, I've said before, you know, the first few singles that I made on my own, I was kind of being led by radio and doing what everyone else wanted, really. And I think I just took a moment and started making music that I was really, really proud of. And yeah, it's been a great experience. I'm really happy with where we finished up.
You've talked before about your process of finding out who you are as an artist. Today, as you sit here, what have you found out? Who are you?
I think I always knew. I think I just had to be confident and brave, really, and trust my gut a bit more. Because you know, the kind of influences that I have now haven't changed from, you know, what they were growing up. And I think, you know, One Direction was something completely different. And obviously less individual because there's a group, you know. So then being out on my own, I realised that actually, you know, this is completely me on my own. So I think I became a bit more of a perfectionist, really, and started pointing out little things that I think I could have ironed out and made more me.
Because do you become a perfectionist because everything is on you? You are 100% of the focus?
Yeah, and also I think in One Direction, you know, even like from a writing perspective, you're writing with 4 or 5 people in mind. So naturally, the concepts are slightly more vague. You know, they've got to be like relatable to all the boys. Whereas, you know, when you're writing for yourself, you know, it's only you really who's writing it. So it becomes naturally more personal.
It's your story.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the collection of 5 different personalities, 5 different shades of colors. It's you.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
you.
Mm-hmm.
To your point of like, pop radio right now is more rhythm leaning. Yeah, but the truth is pop radio at the end of the day needs to be made up of a collection of different songs from all the different genres, and we have a responsibility to program radio stations that sound like everything as opposed to just one thing.
Right.
And then there's some moments where you actually don't have the types of records that you need to diversify a playlist.
Yeah. You mean because the lines are blurred?
Yeah, and,
Right.
and it's just like everything that's coming out is rhythmic because when everybody goes right, everybody's going fucking right.
Well, that's the thing, and that irritates me. You know what I mean? So I do have, you know, that's the luxury I have as an artist, really, and that's what's been liberating for me to be able to. Because at times it has felt like swimming against the tide a little bit. You know what I mean? I no disrespect to, I've said the same name, so I can't say it again. But you know, I could have made a record like someone. You know what I mean? Like the kind of people that are on radio, and it would have been easier for me, but it wouldn't have sat like right with me. You know, so. Sometimes I felt like I've been swimming against the tide, but I think it'll be worth it in the end.
But that's it. By the way, it's going to be worth it to the public, but most importantly, worth it to you.
Exactly. Because I put in a lot of, I work hard, do a lot of hours with it, so I've got to love it. And that's what I realised, you know. There's no disrespect to the other 2 songs that I did, because they were a great time in my life and I needed that experience. But, you know, it's been so liberating doing songs like Kill My Mind, honestly.
What is it that makes it liberating? Is it because you've had this sound pent up inside of you?
I think it's just the true payoff for any artist when you feel completely comfortable, and also when you releasing music that you genuinely, you know, would definitely listen to yourself in the car or whatever. And again, you know, there's been times where I've chased radio, and would I have listened to that song in my own time? Maybe not.
But Kill My Mind,
definitely, all day, every day.
Wrong Direction was the first song you put out, right?
Yeah.
So why did you want to end this EP or album with that song?
For a few reasons. I mean, I feel like that song really grounds the project. It's probably the most raw of all of them, especially as far as vocals go. And I also feel like, I don't know, there are lyrics in that song, specifically the first verse, that I felt it was really important to end on. The first lyric in that song is, "I don't hate you and I couldn't if I wanted to." And obviously in the previous records, there's a lot of throwing that word around. And again, I, was feeling like that was what it was. But at the end of the day, like that's where I stand. And I felt like it was important to end on that.
Yeah, some of those lyrics, if somebody wrote that about me, I'd be like, whoa, I guess I should check myself.
Listen, man, if someone wrote that about you, then yeah, you should.
Now, how'd you come up with that cheeky little title?
How'd I come up with it? I mean, it's what the song is. It's what it is, I don't think I ever realized you don't realize how far you've gone until you've gone too far, and I went so far so fast, literally, no pun intended, but in the wrong direction. And I didn't realize, again, that's a hard thing to pull yourself out of. And I was in a place where there wasn't one person that could say or do anything that was going to help me. I had to do it myself, and it was hard. And yeah, it is what it was. That's what it felt like.
So is this little ripped up doll on the cover kind of how you felt while writing this?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are a couple like, actually, I actually realized this afterwards, but I guess it was kind of always in my brain. But there are lyrics in some of the records that I think it's in Love that I say, you really pulled me apart like a toy you'd play with. And I love that kind of representation goes with that lyric. Also, I just really wanted something that was like hand drawn. Obviously, we, finalized all these songs not too long ago and got everything ready to go while being in quarantine. So there was no photo shoot that was going to take place or anything. And I just wanted something that would represent, what it is, and something that could evolve with part 2. So, yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited for part 1 to thrive. I'm excited for part 2 to eventually be born. But is that the reality now that you're living in part 2? Or do you have the songs ready for that?
Wait, say that first part again. You cut out.
Do you have the songs ready for part 2?
Some of them.
Got it.
Did you write?
But I'm not done. I'm not, still got some stuff on my mind.
Did you write out this kind of full story at the beginning, or did you write these first few, say this is it, then let's move to the second half, or is it kind of all done at once and you knew like, okay, we got to split it up?
Kind of both. I mean, yeah, I know where I'm going. I definitely know where I'm going with the rest of it. But when I had these tracks, I was like, listen, I don't want to wait any longer. And as I continue working towards the bigger body of work and that album, which is my ultimate goal, of course, I want to put music out, and I want to put these songs out that I love and am proud of and feel connected to. So that's sort of, how that happened.
Nicki Minaj.
Yes.
What do you feel when you hear her say your name for the first time?
You hear in the intro? She's like, Megan Trainor. What?
It's crazy.
Raw, I die every time. I freak out.
That is like a status symbol.
Dude, I didn't know she would say my name. I didn't know. Like the first time we heard it, we got her verse, which was unbelievable. And she's like, let me sit with this. Because she's a real songwriter, and was like, I might change it. And I was like, I love it. It's perfect. Like you murdered it. It's. She even says monster in it. Like, what? And she says, me and Megan run up in this, like, you said my name again. So I'm just her biggest fan forever, since she first came out in like 2009. And yeah, so to have, that's like a big bucket list moment that I never thought would ever happen.
How does that, like, do you have a list of ideas of who you want to see on this record and you just send it out to a few people, or do you go to Nicki first hoping that, like, because she was kind of quote unquote in retirement, not looking for much to do?
Yeah, well, yeah, she was putting out music, and I think that tweet was just another day. She's funny. But people are like, you've pulled her out of retirement. I'm like, no, I did not. She's always been here, and she'll never retire because she's a queen, and she doesn't have to.
She is the queen.
Yeah. But truthishly, my manager started managing her, and I was like, hey, I'm going to ask you for something. Will you play this for her, or can we get it to her? And it's, you like never know if she's going to like it. She's not going to feature on it if she doesn't like it.
She doesn't need to.
So, yeah, she doesn't need to. So then I heard she actually liked it and that she might record a verse on it. So I didn't hold my breath. I was like, it's okay. And then I got an email of the verse and I like screamed. And then it didn't really hit me until after the music video. And we have footage of it that I got to show you today of me weeping, like sobbing, just like, I have a song with Nicki Minaj, like losing my mind. And my mom's bawling too. Like, that's when it actually hit me.
That's amazing.
It's crazy.
So Nicki Minaj was the person right at the get. No, nobody else even crept into your mind.
Yeah, no, it was either going to be just me or like a dream of Nicki Minaj.
Wow. Dreams do come true.
Dreams come true, man. It's like all the time.
Final thought, Daniel?
Yes, quickly. You're talking about lyrics, and I saw you said that Nicki Minaj's verse on "Nice to Meet You" is your favorite Nicki verse ever.
Ever.
Is
I'm
that
biased,
tr-
but yes.
I was gonna say, are you being biased or is that true?
No, but it's actually like, it's very well thought out, and it's something I can really relate to, and I think a lot of people can. But it's just like being a boss and empowering women, and she nailed it.
Okay.
Like,
Better than Monster?
she says monster in it.
Did she say Selena?
No.
Okay.
But she says stuff like, and you can picture the whole thing. It's crazy. She says stuff like, I dumb myself down for these chickens, and now I dumb talk, I smile at beat crickets. Like, I used to like, I don't know. We were like, what do these mean? And I'm like, dude, I get it. Like, she's running this company. She used to like literally dumb herself down and be like, this is what I want. And now she's like, no, I run this place. And they're like, okay, yes, ma'am. Like, take over. And then she says this other line that blows my mind. She goes, boom, I turn every head when I walk in the room. Pretty in real lights hit my pics with the zoom. A 10 when they rate her like Tomb. What? What? Tomb Raider, dude. She flipped it. Instead of 10 when they rate her like Tomb. What? Elevated to the penthouse. We ain't stopping anytime soon. Get out of here. She's amazing.
She's great.
She's great.
4th of July, will that ever be a holiday you can take part in again?
I just had to think about I was like, what? Huh? Yeah, I love 4th of July. That's my holiday. That and Halloween.
Okay, so you're going to...
I'm fine. Whatever. You know?
Yeah, America.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Like, I'm just going to make my Jell-O shots that I don't even drink and, like, smoke my weed.
Sparklers and
Love sparklers.
I can stare at them for hours.
Can we do a day when I'm here and my dad's sitting here? I swear it'll be the best day ever.
Yes, please.
Like, and we can talk about all fireworks, sparklers, everything. I love fireworks.
I feel like, 1, amazing, and 2, fireworks are one of the great American joys that should never be taken away.
My dad and I have a fireworks stand that like is 5 minutes away from our house in Nashville. And we have this like big open hill. So we'll just literally buy a Disneyland fireworks show. And like, you'll see my dad like running up to a firework box. Swear to God, one year one turned over and my dad's like running through the field like, trying to avoid the fireworks. Like, it's just stupid like that like happy moment. Like, that's like the important you know?
Louder.
And that's like whenever like I say I miss my family, like that's what I see in my head. Like, I don't see like the family that everybody else sees in my life. Like, they see like what's not on Instagram stories. Actually, I probably would have put that on my Instagram stories, but like I just love my family so much that like it's so beyond what everybody else sees. Like when I see my family, like I see like my individual relationship with everybody in it, you know?
Yeah, because they're yours.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much bigger and
like I'm just
deeper.
sitting here thinking about my dad running away from a firework box, flying everywhere, and it just makes me so happy.
Have you and your dad ever written songs together?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we wrote a song called "With You." It's on my Instagram page. Yeah, that one's really special. It's like the first song he ever wrote, and then whenever he was really young, and he was playing it for me one night. And we just kind of started rewriting it. And, like, it was very special. And, yeah, it was about his best friend that passed away. And his best friend committed suicide when he was 16. So whenever he started singing it to me, I don't know, it reminded me a lot of Jaw. And so I started, like, thinking about Jaw and, like, just listen in the wind, know that I'm your friend and always with you, thinking of the time we shared, the good and all the bad we bared, and I miss you. Like, that just was something that I wanted to finish off the song with because it reminded me of Jaw, because I always feel like I feel Jaw's energy, like, outside, like, in the wind and in the air.
I mean, rewriting a record like that with your dad, that means so much to your dad, and then to create it so it means so much to you, and you have that to share, That's something really powerful. Scary to share that even through Instagram.
Yeah, because I knew there would be like people not into it, you know what I mean? And like that's something that's very important to you. So that can like hurt your feelings. But like, no, I just want to share those clips. I might have deleted it actually. I think I put it up for like 24 hours. But that one's so important to me. That'll come out soon.
What is that moment for you when you're writing with your dad? Is it a happy moment? Is it a sad moment? Is it a comedy?
Happy moment.
What is it? Because because you guys have connected on something that's deeper
Yeah.
and at the same time a passion you share?
Yeah, no, it's a happy moment. I mean, we definitely like tear up a little bit, but anytime that like my dad and I are on a very like we're very connected. So like we like have the same energy. I don't know. It's a happy moment because we connect very well.
You Blackberry ping.
Mm-hmm.
The only
I mean,
two
you know, if you call my dad, he won't hang up.
Is that what he does?
Like, you're on the phone. Give yourself an hour to call my dad. And you'll be like, all right, I'll talk to you later. I love you. Oh, wait. And then he'll like bring something up. And then, oh, okay, really? All right, I love you, Dad. I'll talk to you later. Hey, I got to remind you about something. Oh, my God. Then you keep talking. Okay, Dad. Oh, did you tell Mama to do this? And I'm like, what? Did you check the cat? I'm like, no, I didn't drive to your house and check your cat. like I didn't think about it when I woke up this morning. No, but I'll go check your cat. Yeah. So like that.
Final thoughts, Daniel?
Speaking of your dad, how cool is it to see him go number
Thriving?
one? Yeah. With
Thriving.
Yeah.
That was the coolest ever. That makes me so happy for my dad because I know how much he loves and appreciates music and also know how much he loves Nas. So like also seeing my dad getting recognized for like all of this is so beautiful to watch, and being able to watch like how they've created this like friendship, like, and seeing Nas grow as an artist. But like I think, you know, seeing my dad's name up there every week on a Billboard chart is like makes me very happy because I know my dad's brain and how he's felt about himself musically and what he's been through. And I feel like even he felt not accepted by music and country music really when he was younger, and he just wants Nas to feel as accepted as possible.
It's really special.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And me, but you know, mostly Nas.
We obviously have a Jackson Wang remix here on Year 3000. Very exciting. What is it like when you get back his verse?
It was crazy. So I was just told that he wanted to jump on it. I didn't know if he was gonna rap, if he was gonna sing, if he was gonna whistle. I don't.
Because you don't know.
I don't know. And so when it came and he was singing with this like raspy voice, I was like, you know, being a fan of his, I think it's so weird to see kind of the process of him, you know, putting out a song, and it's just like it was really humbling in a way because like I was told that he had just done his concert and he came to the studio and like had to record it the next day, and like it was just crazy. Like,
what do you learn from a collaboration like that?
Wow, a lot. I think specifically with Jackson, it was just like it made me realize like, you know, coming into here, I think, because you did tell me, like, you know, people are going to use you and stuff like that. But he was the most humble, kind person. So it really taught me that, like, you know, you can still be yourself and stay grounded for the rest of your career. And that can actually build, you know, your career instead of kind of stopping you. But in general, having a collaboration like that, I think it just makes me want to do more. Because it's so fun to see how people kind of interpret your songs into their own, which is my favorite thing. You know, the reason I got into music was for songwriting, because I love how people interpret, you know, the songs I write into their own story. And so in the future, maybe I'll write a song for someone. I would love to like start songwriting for people.
You and Jackson, you guys changed the lyrics for the remix, didn't you? Why?
I don't. Well, it's just weird. It was like literally on a whim. Like, and genuinely, it was because we wanted it to be a more universal like song. Because when you say husband, it's very much like okay, for like this person who likes men, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if we made it best friend, it could be, other than the fact that the whole verses are like storyline based, the chorus can be more, you know, like open and interpreted, you know, because when you are marrying someone, they have to be your best friend.
I was just going to say, firm believer in the fact that you love your friends. And if you want to be with somebody for the rest of your life, that person better be your best friend or you're going to have a crappy existence.
Facts. Mad facts.
Boom.
Exactly.
I've never been in love, nor will probably ever be in love, but I do know that your lover should be your best friend.
Is that an invitation I hear? It's like every time I come here, I always do that, and then I'm like, never mind.
Oh, it is an
Sorry.
it's an invitation for everybody. If you want to get in line, the queue starts out the door.
All right, out the door. Wow,
it's gonna be a
Trying
long
to kick
one.
me out.
That was bold too. Out the door.
Wow.
No, anybody else out there looking, hit me up.
I mean, it's been an incredible journey, and I've ended up alive with a child in my body, and you know, a partner that will, a partner that's so fantastic, even no matter what the hell I throw at him. I mean, I really test him sometimes. I'm like, can you survive me? I will show you. You think you can handle me? This is
So
all a test.
he doesn't laugh at ideas.
No, he does. He's great. He's like always, you know what it is like, I'm kind of moody generally, and he's just always in a good mood.
That's
a secret.
Beautiful balance.
I mean, but he like works out like he literally right now is turning into the Hulk, and I'm turning into Shrek. So
You're creating life, though. You're allowed to, like, you know?
Yeah.
He's not doing anything like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like a whole human inside your stomach. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm grateful, and it's good.
I'm curious what the best advice you've gotten so far about being a future mama. Because I'm sure everybody's lending their own little tidbits to you.
Yeah, I don't really ask for much of it, but my sister has two girls that I've been quarantining with that are 3 and 6, and also Orlando's son is 9. So we've got kids. We've got the energy of children around, which is fantastic. It's so beautiful. But I help my sister. She gave birth in her living room for both of them. So
wow.
I helped I was literally like, I was like sifting the poop out or like pushing the leg back. So I've seen it happen. So I'm not scared of it or anything like that.
Oh God, that scares the shit out of me.
Literally.
Literally.
But yeah, I mean, I used to when I was younger, I used to be like so worried that I was gonna, you know, like my partner was gonna see something that was gonna be, and I'm like, honestly, this is life. I'm over that way of thinking. Like, you are in this ride with me 100%.
Or you're not.
And I don't know. I mean, it's like, I guess what really scares me is, you know, going to bed at 6:30 and waking up at 5.
Yeah, that's a whole
night
adjustment.
owl, y'all.
Yeah. What do you do? You get your baby on your schedule and you make your baby nocturnal. You raise your child like an owl.
You know what I always think about? I'm like, when I think about, like, you know, oh, maybe I shouldn't have that one extra everything bagel. I'm like, you know what? Like, Courtney Love and Kurt Cobain had a beautiful child that's totally healthy.
Yes.
Yes.
I can have another everything bagel. You know,
you can have 2 if you want.
I think about those like extreme in the 90s during like the height of whatever was going on. I was like, she's gorgeous and beautiful, and I'd be happy to have a daughter just like her. I mean, and have my everything bagel.
There's a name. I don't know if you thought of names for her yet.
You want her name the baby everything bagel?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, Elon Musk doesn't mind.
Yeah.
Have you thought of baby names?
Yeah, we have some ideas. But I think I want to meet her first and like look into her eyes and go, oh, okay, I know who you are now.
Come on. That's like that moment is amazing. Creation of life is like it's amazing to me. The whole thing. And by the way, to do that with your sister, like that is bonding forever. That is real fucking family.
Well, it's real now. I feel like I don't know if anyone else is quarantining with their family or you have friends. Yes, it gets annoying. Yes, it gets insane. Yes, like I have locked myself in the car, parked outside of my house, and just cried and like said, stay away.
Yeah.
You know? Like I've done that for sure. But I think there is definitely a bond that is being created with whomever you're quarantining with, that like you'll never forget this. It's not like a holiday. There's nothing comparable. And it makes, for me, it's made my family feel like a family again, which is great because, you know, we've all got our issues and stuff, but there's definitely silver linings that are coming out of this. But there's also like, you know, you're facing like massive bombs as well.
And then obviously Sabrina Carpenter, she's playing your pageant queen sister.
Yes.
I'm her number one fan.
Oh, she's amazing. She's the best.
Yeah.
Honestly. Oh, she's such an amazing person, the funniest human being, and honestly, the most talent I have ever seen in that little tiny body of hers. I love her so much.
But you're the actual pageant queen.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh,
you were in
yes,
a
I am.
pageant.
I was in a pageant. I used to do pageants when I was younger.
So what, do you give her advice? Do you go, no, that's not the vibe? You
She
should
actually
walk like
did
this?
ask me, but she got it down. I mean, she knows how to do this. Come on. I
She
mean,
does.
also the knife throwing, I had no advice on that at all. So
She throws knives?
She throws knives. Did I just spoil something?
Wait, did she actually throw knives, or was that like a stunt double?
No, fun fact. So in the movie, when she's like practicing in the driveway and it actually hits, that is her.
Whoa.
That is her, 100%. And I was like, it actually kind of scared me because you see I like jump in the take. But I was like, Sabrina. And she like hits it right close to the face. I was like,
wild.
She's crazy. I don't know. Don't mess with her. She can throw knives.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll remember that.
Are you legally married?
No.
And are you...
So I guess it's a ceremony of like love, which is also weird because it's like...
But here's the deal. You're also in an open relationship, and you've lived an open relationship life for a while, right?
Kind of open. It's complicated.
And
I think we decide which days are open.
Yeah, you just live in the present, top to bottom.
Literally, like the minute, down to everything, it's bad.
Okay.
We're getting better, though.
So how'd
I'm
you
bad
win
about
over
that.
Jake?
What?
How'd you win over Jake?
I'm like, did I? No, I'm just kidding.
Did you want to?
No, I'm just joking. I don't know. Jake and I are really similar. I don't know if it's a healthy thing, but I think that a lot of our demons are the same, you know? Like we both just dealt with a lot of the same things growing up, and we deal with a lot of the same insecurities and a lot of the same thoughts, and we're just so similar. And I feel like we both like hadn't ever really met people like in the opposite sex we were like attracted to that like were similar to us. Like we talk about things and relate to things that I feel like no one else, like there are moments where I'm talking to Jake and I'm like, no one else in the world can relate to this the way that you can.
What is it? What can he connect with you on that Noah cannot, that Bella cannot, that I cannot?
Okay, whoa. Well, I mean, and I might connect with them in similar ways, but I feel like Jake and I just like in the regard of like our childhoods, like our parents, their ideals on love and their concepts of love and the way that their love to us was so conditional and so like on and off, or it was like a competition for love. I feel like really fucked. Me just speaking for the both of us. Sorry, Jake, but I mean like we're married. I can speak for him, right? It just up our ideals and concepts of love and the way that we give it and like, you know what I mean? Just so many things.
What's your love language? I understand that.
I don't, smart people, funny people, I guess. That's my love language at the end of the day. If someone makes me laugh, like it's over. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And how do you choose to express love to Jake?
I feel like understanding, like being there, like just in the moments that like no one else can, like being there and just, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's like a weak spot, but like even I feel like we're both very understanding of the ways that we're both f***ed up. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're both trying to make each other better. Like in the ways that we are. Like I've always been very bad at like, I don't know, like timeliness, like being responsible, like understanding like people waiting on you, understanding those kind of things.
And
Like
he
Jake
knows
makes
those
me
things?
like a punctual, responsible person, but I feel like I make him like
Responsible in his own way?
no, I feel like I make him more emotionally like communicative and like more like, you know, I don't know how to put that into words, but I feel like
He
in the
expresses
ways that
himself.
like I'm yin, he is yang, in the ways that
So is this like a forever thing? Because the way you're talking about it right now seems like it's a good balance.
yeah, like, you know, I mean, it's hard because I think that we both were like, oh my God, let's get married, let's get married, let's get married. And then we got married and it's like, what is married life to us? You know what I mean?
And it's different to every couple.
Yeah, and like neither of us are really realistically fit in the place to be married right now. We're just dizzy as and like decided to do it, you know? And it's like now it's like figuring out what married life is to us. And like it's hard. Like it's really, really hard. And we both kind of came to this stop where we're like, what do we do now, you know? But I think in the regard of you asking if it's forever, like I'll like always love him forever. I'll always have like a special place in my heart in this time of my life being shared with him forever. And like if I'm as happy as I am and was in that moment, then yeah, like let's ride it out, you know?
Do you guys live
But he's
together?
also crazy, so what?
do you guys live together?
No.
Okay.
We just see each other a lot. Jake lives in Calabasas in a house with like 35 people that all are, like have like G7Xs and like Joby tripods, and like I live with like 7 stoners. Like, you know what I mean? Like our worlds are very different in that regard. So it's more of just like a sleepover meshing of worlds. I could see myself living in the Team 10 house. It's just like I got a house and like a lot of I have to deal with right now, and it's kind of like
You have your own business and
yeah, exactly. Like up and rooting my whole world into the Team 10 house might not be the solution, which again goes back to me saying like how traditional can we be, you know?
And
I don't know.
I don't know. I think you're an untraditional person and you guys are
Very.
young, so whatever
Very.
this is, it is to you. Make it
Yeah, exactly, which is weird. I know it's weird explaining it because I think that we're kind of like, yeah, we don't know what we're doing either, you know?
And that's called life.
And that, yeah, exactly, honestly. And like for the roads that we were given, like, and us both being very like impulsive, unconventional people, like it doesn't feel that weird to us, but it like is, I know, to the rest of the world.
If you love spending time together and you enjoy each other's relationship,
Maybe just don't get married.
I mean, yeah, but like, whatever.
I'm kidding.
Whatever.
I'm kidding. Yeah. I mean, 100%. I enjoy the time I spend with Jake, unlike anyone else. Today we got lunch and I literally just like the entire time was being like, damn, like the way I feel right now, like the way I'm laughing with you, like this whole time, like at everything, just like at the paparazzi, like making jokes is like my soul feels full. Like I would give, like for an hour of my day to be this, I'd make the rest of my day miserable. Like,
so are you go?
How much more famous do you feel like you've gotten since the wedding? Because honestly, before this wedding, I didn't know who you were, and now I can't go anywhere without
Hey.
seeing your face or hearing your name.
That's cool. Love that.
Jesus, Dan.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
No, I love it. I love a good honest moment. I'm still irrelevant. Let's be real. This is the Zach Sang show. Like have Ariana Grande on. Like I'll go. But
He did sit right there.
no, I'll stand. Seriously, we can like Lysol the couch. Like I should not be here. Yeah. I mean, Jake and I combining our audiences like did a lot. Like it was crazy. I mean, he has really, really young viewers, and like he's also Jake Paul. I feel like the whole world's been watching him for a really long time, and I don't know. I'm crazy. Combining our viewership was something that ended up like working, and like that's cool. It would. I don't know. I think we expected people to with it, but like not as much as they did, which was a very like crazy feeling. And I think that we both bring out a side of each other too that makes for our best content, which is cool. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
Because I'm just saying, because I now see you like front row at Fashion Week. Paparazzi follows you.
Yeah, it's weird. That kind of stuff did happen like more and more. Like with Bella, I was getting more introduced, I guess, into like the traditional world, but it was always like her world, you know? And I wanted to be like backseat to that because I'm like, shine, you badass, you know? Like it was like.
You like that.
What?
Did you like that? Taking the backseat to somebody, allowing them to kind of
Yeah,
be the
absolutely.
face?
Well, I think more so when I love someone and I see them thrive, I'm like, go, get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be like, look at me. Like, that's not, I don't know. I'm not like that. But now for it to be more like surrounding me in my life is very interesting. It's hard to deal with, but I never want to be that person that's like, fame is so hard and pray for me like that. Because like at the end of the day, like I do this. I signed up for it. You know, I don't know.
What do you learn from Jake in the content creation space?
Dude, that's one thing. That was probably one of the first things that I really noticed myself like falling for Jake, is how enamored I was by the way he just dominates his business, like in the regard of YouTube. Like I felt like I was at a point in my career where I was doing YouTube and I was doing it well enough for me, and like the people around me were all just doing it in such different ways, you know, other YouTubers and that it wasn't like, not that it wasn't inspiring to me, but do you know what I mean? I was just kind of watching everyone do YouTube, like whatever, and then I saw Jake Paul, like, and I was just like, wow, like his grind just doesn't stop. As hard as he possibly works, the way that he turns everything into like content that's like unique, and like the way he's capturing his audience, and just how smart he is, like algorithmically and like business wise. I don't even know. Like he's always just teaching me like new random little things, like where I'm just like, why don't I know that? Like, you smart.
He pushes you.
Yeah, exactly. Like he challenges me to be something that I don't think I would have like reached for a long time without him, maybe ever.
Hey.
And like at the end of the day, like, you know, it's not conventional and we might be up and like whatever you want to say, but at the end of the day, if someone challenges you to be your best self, like that is so sick.
That's a real relationship, right?
Oh my God. Jan's a real guy.
By the way, like maybe I have crazy standards, but that's like my thing. I'm like, dude, I just want to be with somebody who pushes me to be the best version of me, and I do that for them.
Yeah. And again, I'm bad with distraction and like jumping into things and like whatever. You can pick apart all the mentally unhealthy parts about this sentence, but I'd just been in a relationship where someone was really like dragging me down, and to go like the drastic like nature of that, you know what I mean? Like the dichotomy, to go from like rock bottom of someone like pulling you away into like your worst self to someone pushing you like skyrocketing to like your best self. Like that rush is like the most insane feeling in the world.
And maybe that's what kind of fueled the sweating. Maybe this idea that like, wow, somebody's supporting me, somebody's pushing me, somebody who I consider to be in a relationship is not like pulling me into their dark hole.
Yeah, like who I am, like when I'm with him, I like really love, like if that makes sense. Like when we're thriving, like I love that, Tana.
What's the story behind Cake?
Okay, so it's actually like kind of silly, I guess. So we were writing a song about, you know, obviously the song's about not caring what someone thinks and whatever, eating whatever you want. I was ordering Postmates and I always get like a blueberry muffin from Starbucks, but I was trying to watch what I eat. So I was like, maybe I shouldn't. And I was like, I don't even know how the whole cake thing came about, but I just remember it stemmed from me being like, oh, I wish I could eat whatever I want. And then that was the line that was, you know.
I'm gonna bake a cake and eat the whole damn thing. Tastes way better than I don't care what you think. I'm gonna do my thing. Thing. And I love this line. Don't care what you think. The phrasing's dope.
Thank you. Yeah. It was a fun song to write. I mean, it was something that I was like actually like, a little bit insecure about, because I was like struggling with, you know, eating and whatever, and I was like, oh, I wish I could like just let myself eat whatever I want. And then that kind of turned into something that was lighthearted and fun. But I really did feel like that.
Fascinating how it starts from you being self-conscious to eat a muffin, which sucks. You should eat all the muffins you want to eat. If you desire a muffin, eat the freaking muffin. Also, this is coming from a guy who literally has 20 pints of Ben & Jerry's chilling in my freezer right now.
I love that.
I have no sort of self-control. All self-control, I don't even know what that is.
I have a cake right now that was sent to me from my team, like to celebrate their release. It's stale. It's so stale now. It was sitting on my counter, and I still like want it. Every time I walk past it, I'm like,
you run your finger against a very hard cement like icing.
Yep, I like break through the top layer that's like hard to get to like the stuff that's a little bit nicer underneath. Wow. It's never too late. It's still there.
I love how you're actually talking about eating cake, because you know you have Cake by the Ocean by DNCE and then Rihanna's Cake, and they're not talking about actual cake, but you're like, F it, eat the whole actual
That's
cake.
another reason why I thought it was really funny, because that's something that we brought up when we were writing the song. I was like, that's really funny. We have to do this because people are going to think the song is about ass. And it's not, because that's not something that I'll ever be able to sing about.
Real cake.
But it's a real cake.
Now, tell me about the line, not your baby, don't be acting fatherly. Were you in a relationship where somebody's trying to be your father?
Okay, so originally the line was, oh, what was it? It was, shoot, no, I'm not your property. Yeah, something about not your monopoly. And then the chorus is, I'ma let it ring, ring. And I was like, okay, y'all, we got to get rid of one of the Ariana Grande references because otherwise it just sounds like a tribute song to Ariana Grande. Like, there was Monopoly, there was Rings, and love her. I was like, we got to change something. So Fury helped me rewrite that lyric. And she was, she's got a little bit more flavor than I do. So she came up with that and I was like, is that like weird for me to say? She's like, nah, it's cool. I was like, okay. So I just went with it.
I mean, so when you say flavor, I mean, there's different ways you could describe flavor, but maybe she has more life experience.
She does have that. Yeah.
Because, you know, a lot of the stuff is from living.
Yeah, she definitely like has a few years on me. She's got more experience than I do.
So to answer your question, Dan, she has not dated anybody who is like her father.
No, not yet.
Well, I didn't mean like actually like her dad, but it seems like there's a lot of lines in the song that have like controlling and conceited kind of in it. So I don't know if somebody was like,
oh, I've definitely dated people like that for sure. For sure. I didn't last long, but yeah, max like 3 months with those guys. But
okay, what stimulates or starts that creativity? Is it the fact that you have pent up energy that you were expecting to be using elsewhere and now you're not? Is it the reality that we're all facing?
It's probably more so the latter, the reality. So like essentially what me and Ryan do, this is really unusual for us because basically every other band sits down in a room and says, let's write a song today, you know, and we've literally never done that as a band. Every idea that we've ever put out in a song has come from us walking down the street or watching a movie, and then something sparks and we have to get home and write it.
Can I interject? Yeah. Speaking of, we were watching a Zach Sang interview, I want to say maybe with Madison Beer or something, and she said, maybe it wasn't Madison Beer, I forget who, but she said the phrase, wow, I'm not crazy. She was like, oh, wow, I'm not crazy. And we were like, oh my Jesus, that would be a great song title. And we ended up writing the song, Wow, I'm Not Crazy. So that's how it can spark at any moment. So we'll have lawyers settle that whole thing.
Totally. But
I know Dan just opened up on his Safari. Okay, like legal.
I want to figure out who exactly said that. That's what I'm going to start looking up.
I think it might have been Madison Beer, I think.
Maybe Sabrina Carpenter? I don't remember.
I think it was Madison Beer. But anyway,
Dan has memorized every line from both of those interviews. So
probably has.
Okay.
Like one of those TikToks where he mouths the words back, but like he doesn't need to. He just knows it instantly.
But anyway, I guess to finish what I was saying, so we never do that. And I guess what's making it easy to do that is the time, like you're saying. It's kind of it is kind of unprecedented, like a really sad time. And whether you're sad or anxious about what's going on, it doesn't really matter because those feelings help you draw from other places in your life. And they make you remember things from your childhood that you were insecure about and insecurities about your future. So just being in this headspace is actually a really good spot to get emotion.
Particularly, like because you do have time to go for walks, check out a new TV show, watch a Zach Sang interview.
Right.
And if you're soaking inspiration from every crevice of your life, you know, like, come on.
Absolutely.
There's time.
Well, how do you take that quote and turn it into an entire song? Like, what's the song about?
You mean like for Wow, I'm Not Crazy?
Yeah.
I guess the exact...
I know that I sang that line so many times. Keep going.
Right, yeah, the process of that was really just, wow, that's a great idea for a song. And then I literally think what came from it was, wow, I'm not crazy. Like, what's a fun way to say that? So that was step 2. And then we were like, okay, let's get started with the song. And then I think very quickly it got to the point of you're a weird person and it's kind of a love song, and then you meet the girl or guy who says, who is as weird as you, and you're realizing, wow, okay, I'm not as crazy as I thought because you are kind of the same amount of crazy. Yeah.
And then you fall in love.
Oh, I have a question. How do you feel about your comment section comparing you to everybody? I mean, there's everybody's listed in that comment section.
I had an interview the other day about this, like about comparisons, and then the caption was not what I said, and it was like really embarrassing. But I mean, I don't know. I think comparisons, like the comparisons that I get, I look at them and I'm like, crap, like very flattering. That is insane because I'm a fan of all of these people. But I think that and something that I've talked to a lot of my friends who are in music and kind of starting out and who are new. I think like as an artist kind of trying to do their own thing and you're kind of very new to the industry, I think that it can be like it can get a little bit much when you're kind of trying to do your own thing and everyone's like, oh, you're like this person, you're like this person. It's like, damn it, like what? Like I thought that I thought that I was kind of, happy doing something a little bit different. And I think, I don't know, it can be a little bit weird sometimes for me.
Comparisons have been happening forever, and they're
Yeah.
not fair. They're debilitating. They're simple. They're easy. People do it because they either are too lazy to listen to the full body of work, or like, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like, if they really listen to your music, it's not Billie Eilish. It's not anybody else who.
Yeah.
I don't know who else is in the comparison section, the comment section, but people are dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand because like I feel like sometimes I'm guilty of listening to someone and being like, oh, it's kind of like this person, but I feel like if someone who commented on that and that was like the only oh, they look like this person, if that was the only comment they made, if they were the artist, and I feel like if they were getting, which they wouldn't, I mean they probably won't ever kind of feel that, but I feel like if they were the artist who was getting that kind of stuff, I feel like they maybe wouldn't make the comment because I don't know. I appreciate, I like sometimes I like hate more. I'm like, okay, yeah, this person's being like honest and they've really listened to it and they're like, I don't like this. I don't like how her voice sounds. It's like kind of nicer sometimes than like they're exactly like this person or like they're an ugly version of this. Sometimes it's just looks as well, which is really annoying. But there we go.
Immature, naive, stupid. Ignore it. Keep making music. I appreciate your art. Final thought.
Yeah, this is why you shouldn't read the comments. And I do.
Me too. To be honest with you, I'm obsessed with comments about myself. It's the wind beneath my wings or the lack of wind beneath my wings.
I know.
Yeah, it's toxic.
It can be quite entertaining sometimes. It's like kind of like a weird like you shouldn't, you shouldn't, but you're gonna read them because they can kind of be funny and it's like kind of I don't know.
But by the way, it's entertaining like when you forget that they're about you.
I know. I know. I mean, yeah, I think the hate ones can sometimes be funny because you kind of like remove yourself from it and you're like, this is actually quite like this is crack up. Like, you're not talking about me. What the heck?
I was able to see you perform on the Sweetener tour. I caught it, I think 4 times. I loved it. You were amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you left it out on stage.
One of the best times of my life.
Had to have been. Like the energy in every arena is infectious.
In every way. Even like behind the scenes, like the dancers, the crew, like it was one big family for real.
They really are the best people in the world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I miss them very much.
But
I wanted to go to Europe, but
I genuinely feel like people would think differently, right? They'd be like, whatever. Like it has to be stuffy or intense or whatever. But not.
No, so easygoing. Like we spent time together, like in and out of the venue.
And it's
me and Ari
everybody.
had a sleepover. Like we did casual girly stuff. Like we did face masks. We hooked the PlayStation up.
Of course.
Yeah, like super regular.
She with video games.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
she's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Her sense of humor is unmatched. She is. Yeah, I love her.
She's special.
She is.
What do you learn from the Sweetener tour? Because it is a big tour, but obviously it's your first time on the road on your own. I mean, but what do you pick up? What do you realize you need to have in your life moving forward as you kind of progress on this journey?
It definitely taught me a lot about being a businesswoman and like having control and being responsible literally over a whole crew.
Hell
like
yeah.
hair, makeup, photographer, like just so many different roles and personalities, and me having to just be the overseer and making sure that everything is like functioning the way that it's supposed to for the most productive tour experience.
And at the same time, when it's time to go on stage, you have to leave that all in the wings.
Absolutely. So it's
do
just it was a lot for me for sure. But like I said, I'm glad I couldn't imagine being on tour with any other artist other than Ari, especially like for my first tour. You know, she made it very, very special.
Nurturing, caring.
Yes.
And dude,
genuine.
We would all watch your set every night. Like Fredo and Brian and Scott.
I know, I miss seeing them in the crowd. Like all the dancers, they would do the choreo to waves.
I mean, like, they've seen you perform now dozens of times, but it never got old.
Right.
And
right.
I don't know, but that's...
And for me, it never got old either because I saw them every night in the crowd. Like, I feed off of that energy.
And, like, that's rare. I think that's the thing that, like, people don't understand. Like, that never happens.
Right.
Like, even Ariana coming out to watch you.
Mm-hmm.
Like...
And I watched her, too, like, almost every night.
And you've had openers.
And it felt different every time, too, you know?
Yeah. Which is, I don't know, is that, like, the testament of somebody who's pretty good at what they do?
Absolutely.
To make the same set feel different?
Absolutely, which can be hard to do.
Oh, yeah.
It can be very hard to do because, you know, it gets monotonous and repetitive. But, I mean, for me, I just try my best to completely be present and lose myself and feed off of whatever that particular crowd was giving me. I feel like that's the difference.
Well, I just thought it was cool how Ariana promoted the hell out of you. You know what I mean? Like on her Instagram story, she would share your photos, she would promote the music.
Yeah.
And she just did that without you asking?
Yes.
How cool is that?
Yes. I'm telling you, she's like a ride or die. She is my heart. I love her.
She's
and it's really
supportive.
hard to come past genuine people that don't want anything in return. Like, she's just dope.
But, like, that's who she's always been.
Right.
She's never
I
been...
wish that everybody would be able to witness that.
Sit down with me and I'll tell you stories that will literally... she's incredible. She's selfless. She wants everybody to win. She wants to share
She
her
likes to make
gift.
sure everybody's taken care of, even
Oh
down to
my
like my crew. It wasn't even always just about me. It's like she would eat with us and catering and like laugh, have conversation. Like it was just super casual and like she's genuine.
On another
One of the
level.
best people on the planet for sure.
Louder. I mean, really, people don't know that. Like, I feel like people just like kind of always assume like a
Yeah.
diva's a diva,
Right.
Just based on her vocals and who she is,
Right.
career-wise and
Right.
status-wise. But
It's like I wish everyone could witness her like that, but everybody isn't deserving either. So
yes, truth.
She's so funny when she comes in here.
Hilarious.
When the cameras aren't on, she's hilarious.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I watched probably every interview she's done here. She's funny.
She's funny as hell.
But by the way, she's herself. That's the one thing. Like when she's on that couch and when you hang out with her, like backstage,
What you see is what you get.
Yeah, the same exact
Her.
thing. And
Yeah.
I people every day come up to me and they go, "Really, I felt like I really got to know her." And I'm like, "Yeah, because that's her. Like that's exactly who she is.
Right.
Very caring, very, and she wants her friends. Like she's always adamant on sharing the spotlight.
It's admirable.
Yeah, it really is. Gosh darn, I can tell you stories. Anyway, when did you know it was time to close the door on adding more songs or swapping things out, though?
It was going to be 15. That was my magic number. And I remember being in my manager's office and we were going through and we were arguing about which songs were good enough. And I was like so offended when like somebody was like, I could take it or leave it. And I was like, no, that song's going to be on the album. These songs, and it was this whole thing. And then it was like 16, then 18, then 20, and then 21. And it was just like, okay.
What song did you fight the hardest for?
Ooh, that's such a good question. I would have to look at the track listing. I feel like all the ones that made it, I didn't actually have to fight for. Those are the ones we did all kind of agree, you know? I think.
Out of the 21, you didn't fight for one?
I think maybe the one that people were like, okay, this one's a little weird was Billy. That song is super weird.
Yeah,
It's a weird
I was
song.
gonna ask about that.
Who's Billy?
Yeah,
It's my
who is
dog.
Billy? Oh, your dog.
It's my dog. His name's Billy.
This song's about your dog.
So I don't even really know what that song's about. It was one of those songs that I just subconsciously, it just flew out of me one day in the studio. I'd like to think it's a fantasy song wrapped up in this bow of like, it's about my dog and the visual has like me and my dog. Because it was right after I got him and he was like a little baby and all that. But then it's also somewhat autobiographical, but not really because like there's lyrics like Billy grew up in a trailer. Like I can't pretend like I grew up in a trailer. Like that's just a fantasy line, you know? But
dude, to all the
Yeah.
people who were mean, he channeled your energy.
yeah, it's like stuff like that. Like I felt like, you know, like making music as a kid, sometimes I felt like people didn't really like care, which is totally fine because I was making bad music. Like I wasn't making good music. And so why should people care? But I think it was like I just channeled that and I was like, I'm gonna keep going, you know? So
But by the way, that is true. Like
Yeah.
when people tell you you suck or like nobody gives a shit about what you're doing, certain people, like it does the opposite. Some people could get discouraged
Yeah.
and then other people are solely motivated.
Yeah.
And it's weird because like now I'm thinking about my dog and like my dog is me, but just from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You and Billy are one.
I feel you. That's such a thing. When you look at, people always talk about like when you see a person walking their dog, they're like how much you see them being the same, you know? And it's like sometimes you don't see it, sometimes you do see it. And I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like me and Billy are very similar.
I understand this.
Yeah.
Have you played the song for Billy?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't really know. Actually, yeah, because we shot the little visualizer together. The visualizer is me and him, like, we're on a green screen, and it's just like literally a one-take thing of like me sitting, singing some of the song, playing with him. He gets distracted, runs off the screen. I'm like, Billy, 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 Billy. He comes back, and then we're playing again. I'm chasing him around. He's chasing me around. It's really fun. So
I feel like you learn a lot about each other, though, after that unbelievable music video.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're out there. Speaking of butt crack.
Yeah, so, like, what do you learn? Like, what's something new that you learn about each one of you after that music video
Jonah
shoot?
has a voluptuous butt.
Congratulations.
Yeah, get those squats in. How long?
I mean,
Jonah held his arms open for.
I feel like somebody just wants to say Jonah's got a big dong and they're afraid to say it.
Here's the
No
thing.
one saw. No one saw any dongs.
He's definitely proud of it because he just like went like this. We were all covering it. He was in front of us, and he just like goes like that. And we're just like, wow.
That was the most free.
We were all
moment of
just
my
holding
life.
ourselves, and then Jonah said,
Yo,
I'm just sorry to whoever had to edit the video, like on our team, because like there was definitely some
slippage.
So did you actually wear like coverage on the front?
No,
just hands.
It actually wasn't planned. I just kept making a joke throughout the day, like, yo, at the end of this, we're all gonna just take our clothes
and our
off
manager
run
was through the like, desert.
"Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll
And like,
do it."
I think he thought I was being sarcastic or something, and then the shoot was done. And I was like, all right, I'm running it. Like, here we go.
Yeah.
So you started the naked train.
Yeah, it was. It was.
We were
I
all
didn't
like,
know
are we
if
really
this-
doing this? Or
we
we
did
were like,
start it.
But we all just walked off the bus. Like, if we got that shot, like the band shot of us all slow mo walking off the bus, that would have been the shot.
Yeah. It's funny too because we had just gotten tans too, so it was like
our tan line.
it looked like we had underwear on still basically, but just with the like cracks.
Dude,
still.
we didn't know that. We were literally just like running through the desert, and we looked back at the crew, and he's like, "Keep going, we're filming." We're like,
I was like, okay.
So you literally had a whole other shoot that day.
Yeah.
But yet, really, the video ended up just being you running naked.
Well, we still put out like the official.
But that was
music
like
video.
that was like the
That was
funnest
like
part.
the better one.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
like the
I
funnest
think-
part.
yeah.
Of the
Then-
whole shoot.
Did you have to walk back to the crew?
Yeah,
Bubba
They're
butt
actually-
naked?
We didn't realize there were two girls on the crew.
Yeah, the two
They
girls were like,
"Thank you for the show."
No, they actually said they literally
We're, like,
said, "Why didn't you
naked,
ask us to do it?" And I was like, "What?"
One of
We're
them,
like,
I was like, "Oh my god!"
I don't know. I don't know why we didn't ask.
So, was that the first time you all saw each other naked?
we like,
Well,
didn't, like fully look.
We
at
didn't
all,
like
butt
look.
cheeks,
We weren't like,
but, like,
"Wow, how you doing, bro?"
Okay, you all lie if you all
No,
do.
there was no.
You didn't look.
We like waited to get out into the
Have y'all
desert,
seen
and then
each
we
other
took off
naked?
our underwear. So it was like we
but-
were clothed until we were like out there.
Okay.
We have taken a few in our career, though. We have taken a few legendary ass out shots that
yeah.
we just haven't put anywhere.
Yeah.
They'll be out one day.
They're for you.
But they're
No, that'll be the
they're
next
like,
album.
They're like
Alright.
the secret. They're like the secret sauce pics.
We
That we'll just make a whole photo album's worth.
Yeah,
and just-
the world doesn't need that much clout. It would just be a.
Listen,
Are these
crazy.
planned stage photos of people's butts, or are you just like doing those things where you remember like you move
No,
somebody?
we like, planned on it. Like it was like let's pull over at this beautiful view and show our butts. Like that was
and
the
with the
goal.
beautiful view, like it could be a pain.
I was wearing an off-white shirt during that one, and it has the tag on the back, and it
the
like
string that hangs.
it went like with my butt crack. It was so funny.
It was like hanging. Yeah.
so stupid.
I wish I loved
I'm
my
gonna
butt
show you
this
after
much.
this thing. I'll
and
show
then
you.
and then
It
like
just,
see
it's
If you
just like
wanna
so.
see it. I don't know
The
if-
thing about
yeah.
mooning is it's just so outrageous, right? Like mooning is so outrageous. So when you can just casually moon, it's like people just don't
just
know how to
casually
respond to it. They're just like,
and then
wow.
2 days later, our manager comes into the studio. He's like, "Okay, we're gonna put it on shirts,"
Oh, yeah.
and we're like,
We're like, that
"He's
would
like,
be
we're gonna sell them
unbelievable.
as merch."
You
Your
guys wanna
butts,
moon
and I
later?
was like,
When the moms
Yeah.
come through the merch line and they have our butts on their shirt, it's always such a
Like,
proud
mom's
moment.
like, nice butt. Or, I mean, I like your shirt. Or,
"No, we usually ask whose butt do you like better."
yeah.
It's actually the question.
It's always
And the
me.
moms are always
It's
like,
always
yeah,
Jonah.
It's always Jonah.
Really?
I told
His
you,
butt's
it's
just too
voluptuous.
nice.
because he has the oldest butt.
I get it. The most legal butt.
I don't think,
the wisest butt.
He's the most-
oldest.
the most
I mean, like
legal
old
butt.
people don't have the nicest butts. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Dude,
but
I
it's
love
like
old people.
Jonah has a very rich butt.
See, he's the butt
Anyway.
of a in shape rich man.
Yeah. Yes.
Of a wealthy socialite. I really hope you enjoyed that conversation. If you did, please subscribe and also check out our podcast. There's a link in the description, and also comment and like and do things. Other interviews are on the screen somewhere, so click them. Thanks for watching. Meaning sometimes people don't want to talk about it. You know, they really don't.
I get it. Listen, I get it to a certain degree. And obviously everyone's different, you know what I mean? But I mean, yeah, sometimes it might bug me. But also, you know, if Liam said something funny in an interview, if Niall said something funny in an interview, you know what I mean? We all know each other well enough at this stage to not take it to heart or out like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally get it.
Definitely.
Why did you and Liam have such a strong connection?
Well, as he said it a few times recently. We didn't see eye to eye at first, which was funny. But I always like to lark about with Liam. I could always have a laugh with him. And Liam don't take himself too seriously. Do you know what I mean? I could always have a proper laugh with him. He's just a good lad. He's just a good guy. Easy to hang around with. They all are, though, to be honest. All lads. Most of them.
Most of them. You talk about performing, right? And that to you is going to be a big moment of validation.
Mm.
There's some people who don't perform, you know, but they still craft records.
Right.
Do you see them as an artist?
If someone doesn't tour?
Yeah, somebody doesn't hit the stage. Somebody still can sit in a studio, craft
When
art,
I say
craft a record.
what success means, it's what it means to me individually. I think, you know, everyone else
Totally.
has their own goals and explanation of the word. And you know, some artists are different. When I first started my career, there was a couple of people asking me, "Do you want to make an album?" And I thought, I didn't even know people didn't do albums. What else do you do? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, you know, everyone's journey is different, I suppose.
They just make singles forever.
Yeah, which is mad to me. Do you know what I mean? How'd you ever have a body of work then? The modern world.
It's just a collection of singles spread across months.
Yeah.
Now you did make that little comment about most of them.
You cheeky
Have you been able to reconnect with Zayn?
You're on it. No, I am. I don't think, I said recently, I don't think me or him are mature enough yet to have that conversation. No, I'm not ready to have that chat yet.
Well, it's good that you're honest about it and you can.
You've got to keep it real, haven't you? You know what I mean? Listen, you know what I mean? That's what happens. You make your bed. You know what I mean?
You lay in it.
There you go.
What are you waiting for?
What am I waiting for? What?
What are you waiting for to have the conversation? When are you going to be ready? When will you
I'm
know?
hoping I'll feel a bit more mature and a bit less bitter about it, if I'm being honest. It's just, you know, it's just one of those. I think, you know, people say, don't they, time's a healer and all that. So we'll see.
20 years later, 10 years later, 3?
I don't know. How do I know? I could just go off today. And today, not today.
I was going to say, is this the moment?
No.
Well, but by the way, crazy to say, but like stuff like that does happen for a reason, I guess. Do you believe that? Do you believe that things do happen for a reason?
Don't know really. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Not really. I don't know. I think it's a bit too far out for me. That.
I get it, because we are in control of our own actions.
Yeah, a little bit.
It is a share between the universe and us. There are some things out of our control.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, we're all adults or humans, and we have control.
Yeah, that's deep, man. You knocked my head off there.
No, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
How'd you meet Asher?
How did I meet him?
Yeah.
Okay, so my parents like to say, his parents and my parents like to say that I met him like 2 years ago at the Jungle Ball, the Disney Jungle Ball, but I do not remember that.
What a soiree. Yeah. Very exclusive.
I don't remember that, but I think it was just, hey, I'm Annie, and hey, I'm Asher, and then we just kind of moved on.
A&A.
Hey, and yeah.
Okay.
And then we did the chemistry music video.
Oh, so you worked together first.
Yes, the chemistry music video was the first time I ever really hung out with them. And I was super shy, and I just didn't really say much. Because I wasn't, like, I just hadn't come out of my shell yet, and I was just like, this is scary.
So at what point do you come out of your shell and allow him in?
That's a good question. I think we started talking in, like, November of 2018.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Almost a year.
Yeah.
I need love. That's great.
That's what you say.
Yeah, that's nice. A whole year.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
That is a long time.
Like since you've been official, a year?
No. We started talking in November, and then we talked for like 3 months, and then we started hanging out, and then February is official.
Young love.
Young love.
Young love. Look at that. I mean, so your parents are friends?
Yes.
Yeah, you guys went on vacation together. I saw that.
Yeah, we went to Cabo.
What a great life.
Yeah, I know.
That's awesome.
I know.
See, like sometimes, like I don't know. I feel like that's an added bonus.
Mhm.
Having somebody that cool where your families can like
Exactly. It was so much fun.
cross mingle and hang
Yeah.
out together.
Mhm.
That makes life a lot easier.
Yeah.
Seriously. I've had many, many boyfriends of my sister that I've had to deal with.
Mhm.
And I can tell you confidently that my family has hated almost all of them. So it makes life so much
Yeah,
easier
it does.
when they embrace each other.
Yeah.
Young love.
We're
Young
clapping for
love.
that.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I am. You have a Finsta?
No. I'm not allowed to.
What? I read on the internet you have one.
No, I don't have a Finsta.
What else aren't you allowed to do?
A lot. Maybe that's why I'm grounded.
Are you are you currently grounded?
No. Like while I'm like
Oh,
down
like-
to earth.
Yes.
Oh.
Or not. Maybe that's just her being strict.
Well, yeah. Are you
We'll see.
Are you excited to get older and make your own decisions and rebel?
Yes, I'm so excited to turn it. No, I'm kidding. No, to be honest, I'm making a big deal out of everything I'm like not allowed to do, but it's really not that much stuff I'm not allowed to do, and I don't really feel the need to watch Euphoria that bad.
I feel like your argument could be that you need to experience life so you can write music about it,
I think so too.
right?
I think like that's gonna be my next excuse, because every time I'd be like, it would make a good video if I did like if I wanted something, I'd be like, it would make a good video. Now I'm just gonna be like, it would make a good song.
That's it. You got to live. You got to be inspired.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
Seriously.
No, it's good.
We talk to musicians all the time. They're like, yeah, if you don't do anything,
Yeah.
what do you have to write about?
Like nothing.
All right. Well, when did you write Utopia?
I wrote Utopia. I started the process probably like a month and a half, 2 months ago, maybe.
So you were dating Asher at this
I
point.
was dating Asher at this point.
Did he inspire a little bit of this song?
Of course.
See?
Of course.
These real life experiences are inspiring songs like this.
Yep.
Utopia.
Mhm.
What is your utopia? Because that's like a perfect environment. It's a
yeah.
perfect.
Exactly.
Perfect.
So the music video kind of explains a little bit of it, but my utopia and your utopia are like completely different. Like everybody's utopia can be literally anything that they want. It's their imaginary place in their head where everything's perfect. And the music video kind of has like that for me, but I can't give anything away.
You just posted a photo about it.
I did.
Is that Asher we see in there?
Yeah, that is Asher we see in there.
Oh, is that what he was talking about when he was teasing a collaboration between you two? Or is there another collaboration coming?
Is that it? Probably. I don't know, to be honest.
We're big Asher fans.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
Well, yeah.
What is it like working with somebody you're actually in real life
Yeah.
attached to? And,
Yeah.
like, connected with?
Yeah, so this is our third music video, I think, together, right? We did Chemistry, One Thought Away, and now Utopia, which has just been, it's so much fun working with someone who, like, you're so close to, and just, yeah, it's just a fun time. Laughs and all this stuff.
Does it get easier or harder?
No, it's just kind of like, you're just having fun. It's more like lighthearted, because you don't have to, like, try as hard, because it's just there. The chemistry. Get it?
And like you could do whatever.
Yeah,
And they're going to accept you for it.
exactly.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Have you guys worked on music together?
So we had a song together that I didn't actually record. It was his song, and a girl sang to it. And for one of his shows, I came on stage and sang that part with him. And then we did that for, what was that place called? Kid, what is it? What is it? It's called Kidtopia? Wait, Is it actually?
Kidtopia.
Because I said that in my head and I was like, oh, it can't be Kidtopia. That's just my brain messing with me. And then it's actually called Kidtopia. So I performed there and then he performed there and we sang a song together there as a surprise. So that's kind of it with about the music duetting.
Elsa and Elphaba, they have a lot of similarities.
They do. I don't know why there's this pattern in my life of these kind of characters. I'm not sure if it's chicken or the egg, or because I know I had to audition for those roles. So it's not like I chose them. I needed a job, but somehow they're in my life and they've dictated so much of who I am and who I connect to and with my music and how I want to live my life. And so I'm just so grateful for them. I'm just not sure. I mean, it has to have something to do with me, but I don't know quite what it is.
What do you learn from somebody like Elsa?
Like I said, well, I've been talking a lot about this lately, which is why I can't put two sentences together because I've been in London, Canada, New York, and LA all in a matter of 48 hours. But what I learned from her is sort of what I learned about myself, is that it's really cool to have a vulnerability and a softness and sensitive emotional side, empathic side, kindness, and also have this huge, powerful strength and courage. And that there's a duality in that, but if you can strike that balance, that's what people want in the world. That's how we express ourselves, you know? And that's acceptable. It's okay. It's just hard. It's hard to reconcile both sometimes.
You earlier you mentioned like pronouncing the word forest. What goes into like training for Elsa? Like, how do you become Elsa?
So it's not like I would love it if they sent us all to Norway, because I know all the animators all go. They send them on these crazy field trips, and it's so much fun for them. They go to the glaciers and the this and that in Norway, and they research the indigenous tribes there, and like I'm like, let's send us there. But I could just go in and play because it's, you know, we're not in front of the camera. We can just play and try different things. So, and my thing with Elsa is finding the regal part of her, because I'm not that regal in my real life. Like I said, I'm East Coast. I come from a family of loudmouth Jewish people with truck drivers' mouths, and I have to just clean. So my biggest challenge is cleaning up my speech a little bit and sounding more regal and a little bit younger and getting in there. But the rest of it, I just play in the moment, and their creative team comes in the studio with you. And Jennifer Lee, who is now the first female head of Disney Creative ever, she was,
That's amazing.
She's the creator of Wreck-It Ralph and wrote the first Frozen, and she directed it. So she will throw off her shoes and come in with the co-director, Chris Buck, and come from some corporate craziness that she's got to deal with at Disney, and then come into our session and sit down and just read lines with us and direct us. And so we just get to play, and they'll show us. They're the most collaborative people ever. They'll show us the storyboards, depending on where they are in the process. They'll show us scenes that are kind of look like old Mickey Mouse drawings at first, because they don't want to spend all the money animating everything until they know what's going to stick, you know, because it requires so many people and so much work. So they'll show us all of that. They take you through the story. They took me through how they came to making a sequel and sort of what their experiences were. I mean, they don't have to. They could just be like, speak these words, you know, say these lines. But they love to let you in on the process. And then I like to go in and hang out with the animators near their computers and stuff. And they show me. I've gone in. I brought my nephew who's kind of interested in all that. And I just like to be a fly on the wall, because it takes like 3 people just to animate Elsa's braid. It's just the whole thing, or someone that works on her eyebrows and her expressions, or the way she moves her hands, or, you know, it'll take a ton of animators just to do about 3 seconds of animation that you see a moment, you know.
Do you ever get sick of Let It? Sorry.
No, Let It Go?
Yeah. Do you ever get sick of Let It Go?
No, and I'm not. That's not like a stock answer for you. I don't. It's hard if I don't feel well and I'm worried about going on stage because I have a cold, or I'm worried about, you know, doing a good job in that way. But no, it's been one of the greatest gifts of my life. Mm-hmm. The whole Frozen experience, that song, I get to go on stage all over the world and look out into an audience of blue dresses and sing this song and connect with young little boys and girls. And it's a beautiful reminder to me all the time of what I've accomplished in my life and what I've been part of. And also on those days where I just don't feel like getting out of bed, that I'm a role model and I gotta, practice what I preach and remember, just like I tell these little kids in the song, to really embrace that thing that makes you different and in the world and celebrate that. So no, I don't get sick of it.
Which song is harder to sing, Let It Go or Into the Unknown?
It's probably Into the Unknown because it's not in my body and in my voice yet. I haven't sung it a lot. I sang it in the studio is one thing. That was the same thing with Let It Go. Then once I go on tour and I'm singing it every day, it starts to get in me and I can sing it. So, but it's probably Into the Unknown right now because it's a little bit of the unknown for me.
Hi-oh.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think of Brendan Urie's version?
Oh, it's good. He makes it sound like easy to sing those high notes. So, but
it's not.
It's easy on a certain day, and then other days it's not easy. But that's probably what he'd say too. When you're in the studio, you can try different things and make mistakes and grab the best one. And so, but I'm a big fan of his. So.
I mean, I like this whole thing is such a while. What a time to be alive, right?
It is quite a time to be alive, and I do believe we're going to learn things from this, and hopefully we come out stronger. I hope. But it is scary to bring life into this environment too. It has to be.
My silver lining is really that, my plan before pre-pandemic was just go until water breaks, and that would probably be like at the highest note of Daisies. Perform it
on TV.
Yeah, Good Morning America. But I think now there's like a test run for me that I've been able to do of just like finding routine at home, living in the small, because like it's wild. When I do these interviews, people are like, accolades this, accolades that, billions of this, millions of that. Wow, wow, wow. And I'm like, I literally can't make 3 fucking nourishing meals a day. And I don't know how to clean up after myself because I haven't done it for a while. Because I lived in a spoiled brat atmosphere.
You're also very busy too at the same time.
Yeah. But anyways, it's just like, but can you do regular normcore things?
What's the hardest thing to do, or what haven't you mastered? I mean,
I won't do dishes because they're never really over. Dishes are never really over. I won't do them. But what I will do sometimes is I will use the same plate, fork, knife, spoon the whole day.
Do that all the time.
I just think that's effective.
Great time saver.
And efficient.
Yeah, so great.
I just wanted to bring up TikTok and the fact that, is there a want from you to be the most followed person on the platform?
No. Never in my life have I ever, because I've never really been motivated by being the best, if that makes sense. Like, I've always done TikTok for fun, and even now, like, because things come and go, and I know that, and I know it's not something that'll last forever, and I don't want to get attached to it on that level. Like, I do it for fun, and I don't post on it every day. I used to when I was younger, but like, I've just gotten to the point now where I just want to do it for fun and work on music and make that my work and make
You're
this
still the
like
second most followed person on the platform, even though you're not like posting every day and going all in. I mean, sometimes people have to post 12 times a day to work the algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, I was the most followed, but people really wanted me to be more hurt about losing my spot, I suppose, than I was. And I kept having to post and be like, guys, it's fine. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't lose sleep over it. Numbers don't bother me like they used to, because I used to be really like paranoid about it. And then I just feel like the older I've gotten, the more I don't care.
what advice would you give to people like Dixie and Charlie D'Amelio? Because I feel like you've been doing this a long time, and you look back and you've learned a lot. And maybe I'm crazy to say, but their rocket up the charts was relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Like way quicker than you, my friend. And I say that respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no, they've I feel like they've done a good job. I mean, they've stayed out of things, and they're very like family friendly and cool, and they like know what they're doing. You know, they didn't have that moment of like confusion like I did. They've known what they're doing. So I really respect that, and I feel like they're doing a great job. I just hope that it doesn't, affect their self-confidence or self-worth, because especially when you gain numbers so quickly, sometimes you start to rely on that for like your ego.
Yeah, you equate everything in your life to that.
But everything slows down. It always does. Like it doesn't last. And sometimes when it slows down, like that's a shot to your ego. And I just hope that like they continue to have self-worth outside of the numbers, which I'm sure they do. They seem like well-grounded girls. I don't really know them personally. I've spoken to Charlie like once or twice, but they seem like they're grounded and they know what they're doing. But I just hope that doesn't happen.
Oh, Lauren, you have this massive TikTok following, but we never see you hanging out or at these TikTok houses. Is there a reason for that?
You will not catch me doing that. I respect it, but I feel like I've done everything myself for so long that making videos of people that I don't really know to get a little bit further ahead just doesn't make sense to me.
Come on, that's more agita than it's worth, is it not? Like just the stress of working with somebody that you don't know. I mean, at least for me, is enough to cripple me. But I'm starting to understand you. I feel like the anxiety.
And I'm just such a like loner. Like I just like to be by myself, and I have like 2 friends. And that's not an exaggeration. I have 2 friends, and I'm cool with that. Like I don't need to go to someone's mansion in Beverly Hills to make videos. Like I'm cool. Like I've done this my whole life, and that's no disrespect to them because I know what they're doing, and I think it's like if you can do that, props to you. But I just can't bring myself to like put myself in and be like I'm going to this house to make content. I don't know. I've just never done that.
Are your 2 friends famous?
No. I mean, Lydia's my best friend from home. We've been friends since I was like 11.
They don't have like a clout or anything from being in your zone?
I mean, from being in my zone, sure, but they don't pursue it, if that makes sense. Like Lydia still lives in Pottstown. Like she doesn't care. She doesn't really even post pictures. And Brooke lives here, so she does TikTok and stuff, and she does YouTube and whatever, but she does it more because she just enjoys it. Like she likes aesthetic videos and things like that. But I can usually see through people pretty well, which is why I have no friends. But I'd rather the people that I know are friends with me for me, surrounding myself with a bunch of people who want to make content all day. Like, I don't know. It's just not my vibe.
It's way healthier to be with people who want to be with you for you.
Yeah, like I don't even go to like VidCon or Playlist or any of those things. It's so much stress for like, it's like so much content pressure, social pressure. And I'm so used to being by myself and in my house and making videos that it's like scary.
I just don't know, why'd you decide to change up your verses on the Savage remix?
Well, it was actually kind of a request. It was like, well, does she want to put any new verses on here? And I'm like, Beyonce must be about to skate all over this song. So let me go ahead and drop a new verse. Like, because a remix, you would have changed something. It's a remix. So like, I had to come on there and talk some new shit.
Is that good? Like, did you want to do that? Because we've talked to people who put out records and they've listened to it, and even after it's out there, they're like, oh, I wish I could have changed this, and this, or I could have done this differently. It's very rare that you have an opportunity to actually go back and kind of either add or change or do something.
I can't just get on a song with Beyonce and just not say anything. Like,
You just hand her over the original stems, and you're like, deuce, you know?
Like I kept like one piece because it was like one of my favorite parts of the song. But I mean, the other parts I was like, y'all gonna hear me. Like, so yeah, I had to go in and do the thing.
It's freaking amazing.
So do you get the song back with her on it? You're like, okay, this is what I need to add, or do you kind of change it and then send it off?
I changed it and then sent it to her, and then she sent me the song back with all the rapping and the singing, and I was like, ah! like I was really freaking out. I like literally ran up the stairs, called my grandma, and I started crying. And it's really a bad idea to call my grandma crying because number one, I could call my grandma and be like, hey grandma, she'll be like, what's wrong? Like automatically something is wrong. So like I called her crying and I'm like, listen, I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm crying. She's like, oh my God. So like we both want to go freaking out. She didn't even know why she freaking out. And then I'm like, Nanny, I have a song with Beyonce, and she's like, ah! Like she's freaking out. So it's great.
Are you working with RM at all? I see a lot of people want you and RM to work together.
So this let me talk about RM. Him and I go all the way back. When we were all like we were trainees. I was a trainee in this company called JYP. He's this trainee from Big Hit. And then we met in this through a friend. We met through a friend. And then that's when, and he's the same year with me. Year the dog.
Cool.
Yeah, we talk about that in Asia.
But what
are you the year of the dog?
I'm gonna Google it and see what year I am.
So does that? How does that connect you? What commonalities do you share? I mean, outside of the fact that you guys,
I'm like my personality is just I goof off often, and I just I joke around, like I'm more aggressive, and RM he's pretty calm, and he's very smart. And he doesn't talk too much, but whatever he say, it just feels right, and it just feels right, and I don't know, he's like the conclusion to me. So when I run into problems, I'll just be like, yo, I'm blah blah blah, like for an hour, and then he'll sum up everything and give me like a good conclusion. You know what you should do? You should do this. And I'm like, RM. I don't call him RM. I call him Namjoon. His Korean name is Namjoon. And I call him like Namjoona. Yeah.
Is it wild to see the success of BTS?
No, first of all, I would say they're really hardworking. Yeah. And RM is really, really hardworking. And he has a lot of pressure because he's like the leader of the group. And because of his personality, I feel like everything that he does or they do, BTS, it just feels right. Yeah, it's just, I would say they're very talented, and they're very they think ahead, a step ahead, and very good strategy and like on everything.
It takes a very special person to be a leader of that group.
Yes, it's a lot of pressure for him.
You were prepared to be a writer post One Direction.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I thought I was going to do. Yeah. I think a lot of people must go through this, like other artists in different situations. Some of the songs I was writing, I was liking at the time. I was obviously like demoing them with my vocal, and I was like, I might as well, you know what I mean? I might as well give it a go.
But are you going to give those other songs up? Like you have 100 records right now that you
There's
probably...
some that again that didn't work for my record, but for someone else I think could be really cool. Yeah. I sent Liam a song about 2 weeks ago, Liam Payne front band, but never heard back from him, the little
Hold on, Liam who? Sorry.
Liam Payne from the band. Yeah.
From the band One Direction?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I forgot about them. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, don't be a kid.
No, but like, by the way, he should answer you, right? What's he doing?
He'll get back to me, don't worry. I'll just send it again and again and again.
You're going to be like every other writer that feels like the song is perfect for somebody.
Exactly.
But does that mean you're still writing like R&B and pop? Because that's kind of the direction he went in.
That was a bit, that song I probably wrote about 18 months ago that I sent him recently. So, yeah, that's something I wrote a while ago, to be honest. As I say, when sessions felt a little bit more like that.
What was?
It's a bit more like almost like a Post Malone record.
What was it about the record that made it right for him? Why was it?
I just think Liam fits on radio well. The kind of songs that he's doing, especially in the UK, are getting pounded on radio. Just felt like one of those songs that I always thought, I could always hear it on radio. So
We were talking about the connection that you have with your fans and the relationship and the deep. I mean, it's deep, man. They care.
Yeah.
But I think it's here from somebody just being on the outside looking in. I believe it is as deep as it is because there's never been a boy band like you guys. There's never a band that was just so real and so raw and just themselves, and there was no choreography or synchronicity. It was just good vocals and songs that were relatable with a group of guys that literally felt like they could sit with you in the school cafeteria. It was so different.
that was the intention from the off, man. And you know, I was always a big spokesperson in that. You know, again, from the influences and what I grew up listening to, I couldn't be a part of all wear same outfit. You know what I mean? And because
dancing.
Because also, you know, it was as we came around, Twitter was getting massive as well at that same time, which definitely helped us nicely. But it also meant that you could bullshit less. Do you know what I mean? People see the truth now, you know what I mean, or more. So I think it was always. You also see people, unfortunately, that you know have lived this other life as another individual publicly, and eventually that catches up with you. You know, it's difficult, and that was the beauty of being in a band like One Direction is we could always just be ourselves. I mean, you know, within reason because there's a young fan base, but completely be ourselves. And that way, you know, if we made mistakes, it was natural. We weren't trying to, you know, put ourselves out there as this, like, you know, I don't know, like, you know.
This, I don't know, pure example of perfection.
There you go.
I mean, I used to see...
Took the words right out of my mouth.
It makes it easier.
Definitely. And I think it's important. That message is important. Yeah. You know what I mean? But you had a lot of young fans, and there's a responsibility that comes with that. And you want them to see how it is. You want them to see that you're real. You know what I mean? We always wanted to come across, especially when we're younger, like super relatable, like the naughty lads in the back of your class. Do you know what I mean?
But that's also what you were. And maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely, definitely. I mean, sometimes, especially early on, the media thought we were proper little darlings, but there were times where we were proper little dickheads.
It's nice.
Yeah.
The ability to be a dickhead and get away with it.
You know what? If you do it with a smile and you're polite, you can get away with it. I've learned that in my years. That's what I learned since One Direction. Yeah.
That's the biggest thing you take with you.
Yeah.
Smile while being a
You said you weren't ready for the band to end, but looking back, are you happy how it all played out?
Tough question, really. You know what I mean? It's hard to say. I mean, I'm happy that I got a chance, you know, to really showcase myself and have moments like Kill My Mind and, you know, make the album like I've made. That definitely feels amazing. But at the time, no, I wasn't ready for it. But it was a shock, you know. That's kind of why I didn't really see it coming, so I hadn't prepared for anything else. But here we are now, and yeah, this is all right. This.
Yeah. When did you start thinking about your solo career?
It was I got that song with Steve Aoki, Just Hold On, and we got a big launch. We got the X Factor slot, and it was just that moment of like fight or flight. You know what I mean? I just thought, right, let's do it. And then again, there's been a few moments in my career that I didn't give it too much thought. It was kind of a yes or no, and I'm like, okay, yes. And before I know it, I'm sat here. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Do you remember the moment where it fully hit you that One Direction was done?
Yeah, I think that last tour show. We did a show in Sheffield, which is like 20 minutes away from where I live, so a special show for me anyway. And I've got this amazing footage on one of my phones. I'm praying I ain't lost it. Of this like time lapse, and I just did it of the dressing room on that whole like last day of the tour in my dressing room. And yeah, there was a moment where me and Niall just sat on the sofa and kind of took it all in. Do you know what I mean? Had a moment to ourselves, and yeah, it was a pretty heavy day, to be fair. Pretty heavy.
Yeah, it has to have been.
Because it's all I knew, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't hold a job down when I was younger. So, like, this was my first big job, proper job. And then I'm like, all right, wow, that was good, that. What next?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because eventually that starts creeping in.
Yeah, definitely. But, yeah, I spent a bit of time kind of, with family and stuff like that. And, enjoying a few holidays here and there and a bit of free time. And then, yeah, before I knew it, I'd been writing songs, and I had that Steve Aoki song, and I just, did the X Factor, and then I was on with it.
Jojo, I want to talk about this Tory Lanez feature.
Oh, yeah.
Why did you feel like he was the perfect person for the album?
I felt like he was the perfect person for this song because I said look, I'm no stranger to saying freaky stuff on a record. If you listen back to Demonstrate or, I don't know, other things as well. But I knew that he would match me and then up the ante. So
he did.
Yeah. So I sent it to him, and I wanted to keep that Toronto energy going as well because I recorded a lot of the album in Toronto.
How'd you feel when you first heard his opening line where he used the same lyrics as The Take?
My face was just my jaw was on the floor the whole time. I'm like, oh my god, is this insane? Am I gonna get in trouble? Like, what's I love that he referenced his own shit, though. I thought that was hot.
What is that Toronto energy? Can you describe it?
I just love Toronto. Like, if I wasn't from Boston, I wish I was from Canada. I just love it. I don't know what to say.
You're not that far from Niagara Falls. I mean,
I know, right? Well, the energy there was awesome. There's such a cool music scene and great food. I'm a foodie. We had bomb Indian and Ethiopian. We had different food every night while I was recording. I was there with Doc McKinney at House of Balloons, where they did the Weeknd's first projects and stuff. So, hopefully I'll get to spend even more time working there.
Toronto is an underrated city, and also Ethiopian, an underrated cuisine.
Agreed.
I just want to know if there's any meaning behind the album cover. It's very orange, but you got that green. It almost looks like a superhero mask on. Does that mean anything?
I didn't even think about that, it looking like a superhero mask. Well, my record label, I have an imprint called Clover Music, hence my little clover on my finger. I'm not flipping you off. That's my ring finger. But emerald's my favorite color, and orange was a color that I was obsessed with during the making of this album because it represents creativity, it represents new beginnings and energy. And it also, if I'm not mistaken, it's connected to the chakra that holds our creativity and our sexuality. And that was something that I was thinking a lot about during the making of this album.
I think it looks dope.
Thanks. Yeah, I love it. I actually, Mahalo, this incredible graphic designer from Toronto, there's a lot of Toronto on this album. I didn't even realize it. Yeah, we came up with all that together.
You're sexy, I am sexy. Me saying that sounded so unsexy.
Oh man,
that is the name of one of your records off your album.
That is the name of a record off the album. I had a lot of feelings about how to rename that song, and then we just went with the original title.
Oh, it's great.
It's why are you laughing?
It's a funny title.
Sanchez.
Honestly,
the first one I listened to because of the title.
That's everybody. I put up a thing on my socials what are you most excited for, and everybody goes, I don't care about anything. It's You're Sexy, I'm Sexy. Because everybody's intrigued. What could the song be about?
No, it's going to stream well.
I'm sure it'll stream great, I hope. It's
Manifest.
It's a sexy song.
Do you consider yourself sexy?
Oh, that was my question.
Hell no.
It's okay.
Hell no.
Really?
No, I don't think of myself as sexy. I just, I guess, no.
I think you're pretty sexy.
Well, thank you, but I don't think I'm, I think I'm cool. I think I'm cool. I don't
what do you consider yourself? Do you think you're good
Honestly,
looking?
no. I honestly think of myself as so normal and so boring. I'm dead serious.
Okay.
I have a hard time when being a quote unquote celebrity is sometimes really difficult for me because I feel like people who have this job have to be super sure of themselves about everything. And when it comes to even what kind of music do you listen to? They'll be like, oh, I listen to whatever's cool and unheard of. And I'm just this super normal. Give me top 40 pop, I'm good. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna stay at home, watch TV, and fall asleep with a beer in my hand. I'm just
embrace
so
that.
normal.
That's great.
I love it. But I think for branding, imaging purposes, people are like, you should be confident and sexy and whatever. Yo, I'm dead ass normal as hell. And I'm cool with it. And that's probably why a lot of my fans are, you know, they're cool with me. But
So
I don't
then,
know.
what is this side of you in this record then? You're sexy. I mean, you literally said I'm sexy. Are you lying to us?
No, okay. I think sexy can come in the forms of like so much more than just like, oh, damn, you're sexy. It could be like I think sexiness comes from the way you think and present yourself. And it's about like how you kind of see the world in that perspective. So I think in the song, definitely it's like more of like a physical, you're sexy, I'm sexy, like let's just be all about each other kind of thing.
Mhm.
But sexiness to me is about being confident in who you are and being comfortable and being okay with it. And when I say I'm normal as hell, like I'm completely cool with it. And if that makes me sexy, then I'm sexy, I guess. Yeah.
If you want somebody on your body, I'll be somebody to you.
Isn't that great?
It's a great line.
I didn't write it, so
It's great. Do you feel like there's somebody else, like another Asian person out there, another Asian artist who is succeeding in this field? Is there somebody that you're looking at or somebody who you feel is like running alongside of you?
I think there's, you know, on the hip hop R&B side, definitely Joji,
Yeah.
Rich Brian, like 88 Rising. They've done an incredible job at building a community of people who love and appreciate that type of music. And so I guess all the artists that are under there, I think when it comes to pop, I don't know.
Oh, Tiffany Young.
Oh, Tiffany Young. Tiffany Young's doing it. Amber is doing it. I don't know if you guys know Amber Lou, but they're both from, they were both signed under SM Entertainment, which is one of the biggest labels in Korea. So I'd say the two of them are probably a little bit more on the pop side. When it comes to male solo, I don't think there is anybody that I can think of. Please forgive me. Please don't attack me. I have respect for everybody. I just have a horrible memory.
There's that. They just announced that Barney remake. Are you going to join that?
I wish. I actually do. I don't know. I mean, come on. It's so cool because I remember getting made fun of so much in school for being a part of it. And then cut to being in the present, and I sold these T-shirts at my concert, and it was me and Barney, and it was the shirt that sold out the most. And it's like, look at God go. Look at that. Are you? Yes, I'm here for that. And he does that to me all the time. It's the best.
Barney's about to be hella cool.
I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like an adult live action version of it, right?
Something like that. I'm sure they would love to have you.
We'll make some calls. We'll figure it out.
Wizards. That
Yeah.
I know we always talk about it, but like there's a real conversation going on between you and people.
Yeah, me and David talk about it all the time. We do because it was such a fun and pure season of our life, and I'll never forget it. So, yeah, we always talk about doing something. But the great thing about today is you can do all kinds of stuff that you want to do. It's just about timing and figuring it out. So there's never no to me. There's never a no, I won't do that. It's just we'll see.
By the way, great way to look at it. And it is the truth. Creatively, there's so many different platforms out there that are hungry for content. As long as you have the want to innovate and create and forge new territories and platforms, you can.
It takes a lot of work, but I mean, yeah.
2019 is a special time.
Well, it has been so far for me.
Are you writing during this rebellious phase of life?
So that's kind of when I started picking up the guitar. So I started singing in church and then these country fairs. And then I got to a point when I was, I guess, 15, going into grade 9, beginning high school. I kind of was like, okay, like this isn't cool. Like I was kind of like, wait, I don't know. I kind of took like a step back for a minute and was like, I don't really want to do that right now. Like,
what was
so
that?
I started.
Was it
I
like
stopped for a second and I kind of was like, what do I do? Because like I was like again discovering myself and started listening to like Green Day and like skateboarding and like smoking cigarettes and drinking beer and wearing really baggy pants and that's when and meeting other kids in high school and hanging out with guys that play guitar and skateboarded and like so that's when I started writing in my room when I'd come home from school and I paused on church and country and all that stuff. Still going to church, but just not singing those songs, and started kind of coming up with the stuff that was like developing me into being the artist that I became on my first album.
Which was true to
That was
you.
the transition from that into me being, I guess, pop rock.
But like just normal teenage life, right?
Yeah.
But with a different level of intuition. Because the records were based on reality.
Yeah.
The records on Let
Well,
Go.
Skater Boy
That's a
came
real-
because I sat down with Lauren Christie of The Matrix, and when we were writing on my first album, I was just like, okay, so I like guys that have skate shoes on. So if I'm walking down the street and like see a guy with skater shoes on, and like we literally were just having this like conversation, and it was just so natural, and I had like those are the guys that like I had crushes on, so we just wrote a song called Skater Boy.
Do you have a shoe brand preference? I know that was like a big deal in the skater world, right? Like,
Well-
You got your DCs and your Etnies.
Yeah, totally. Do people still wear those?
I don't think so.
I'm into like Vans now.
See, those are cool. Do you remember the DCs? They were so fat.
They're
and the
so
tongue?
big, and I still have them. Like at my other house, I still have them. But like, I do have a new pair, and I put it on like probably 6 months ago, and I was just like, yeah, I don't know if I can like rock these right now. Not with the skinny jeans.
I don't want to be that guy, but I might say that the DC was the Balenciaga of the 2000s, like the
Yeah.
early 2000s. You know, those chunky fat shoes.
Yeah, definitely.
Who came up with the spelling for Skater Boy? Because I feel like that 8 in skate like changed the way the world typed.
And the BOI.
Come on.
Yeah, I did.
Like that 8 just fits there perfectly. And then later comes after that in my world. Everything deserved an 8 when there was an ER. There's something about, complicated. Just back to that for a second. You know that's number 47 on NPR's list of the greatest songs of the 21st century written by a female.
That's dope.
That like the 21st century. Just wild to rap.
Yeah.
It's crazy because I see the effects. He was a skater boy. He was a skater boy.
She said, see you later, boy. We need like a skate break.
Dude, can you teach me how to skateboard?
Do you have one?
I have one in my car, yeah.
Yeah, we can skate out on the street after if you want. You want to hear something funny?
Yes.
So I just got like the rest of my arm tattooed by London Reese, this like amazing tattoo artist, the other day. Like all of this.
Whoa.
So that's a lot. So I was like in a session for like.
Did you cover stuff up?
Not really, like 6 or 7 hours. And then like 2 days later, London texted me. He's like, how's that poor arm? And I was like, my arm's fine. It's my calf from skateboarding. I was like, all I can feel is like my leg hurts so bad, just the left side from skateboarding. And like, no, like 2 nights ago, I was dirt biking and I full on wiped out.
Damn.
Yo, but like, yes.
No. So today, like, I can like, hardly lift my arm. I should look. Can you see that?
Oh, that's a real scab.
Oh yeah, and then
What's good?
And then I have a bruise here.
But
and like my butt hurts. And like yesterday, I couldn't lift up my arm all the way because I fell off my basically it's a motorcycle. I wiped out on my shoulder, and then I like woke up the next day. I was like, oh, I have a tour. I need to like stop skateboarding and like dirt biking until the tour is over. And then we got like a bunch of scooters, and like everyone's like eating on scooters these days.
Oh yeah.
I'm a scooter guy. I scootered twice today.
Scooter boy.
Yo, 2019 version. That's me. That should be a parody.
Listen, I'm going skateboard shopping this week to get a couple new boards because mine are like pretty fucking ancient. I'm gonna get you one.
Yo, rock on.
Okay.
Is this what they do, right? This rock on, but like.
Oh man.
I'm not doing any hand motions. I'll send you a pair of DCs in return.
Yeah, please. I'm a size 7. I want the big fat skate
Big fat
shoe.
chunky ones.
Raising Hell.
Yeah.
Featuring Big Frida.
Hell yeah.
Let's shake what the good Lord gave us.
Yes. Shake
Amen.
it up.
My favorite line.
Bounce it up and down where the good Lord split it.
Come on. So good. But you know, this lyric really stood out to me. Can I get an amen? This is for the misfits of creation. Takes this as your holy validation. I probably said that a little wrong.
You don't need to hide. We're celebrating. This is our salvation. So that part is, there are levels to this song. And I think the very surface level is nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. And doing bad things is sometimes really, really fun. So I can be a good-hearted, well-intentioned person and still like to go out and be just a naughty, crazy, wild person sometimes.
Yes.
But I'm still a good person. I just sometimes am a little debaucherous and wild. And I think you can have that dichotomy of being a good person and also liking to go out and do whatever it is you like to do. Party your face off. Or I don't know, fill in the blank, whatever you like to do. Sometimes good girls know how to get hard too. Yeah, that's my favorite lyric of the song. It's because I feel like I am a good person. I try very hard to be, but then I also, I like to do bad stuff sometimes.
When does this record come to you? Is it after doing something bad and then having to question?
And then I wake up and I'm like, damn, that was fun. That doesn't make me a bad person. That was super fun. And I had the best time ever. And now I'm super inspired to go in the studio and work and talk about it and encourage people to just be all sides of themselves. And it doesn't have to take away from the fact that you can have a very good heart and enjoy doing kind of naughty things.
By the way, very, very, very true. And there are some hungover moments where I've woken up and I'm like, oh, did that actually happen?
It happens. Yeah. But it's not it doesn't make you a bad person.
Doesn't define me.
No, it doesn't define you and doesn't make you a bad person, especially as a woman thinking about drinking. I've gotten for that my entire career, so I'm used to that by now. But I'm a 32-year-old woman that is responsible about it. I do not feel bad about going out and having a good time. I will not apologize for it. I'm over feeling guilty about it. It is such archaic bullshit.
Louder. I mean, technically, you're the loudest one could get with this topic. You have a record about it.
I sure do.
Who do you call into the studio when it's time to create this?
Well, my mom.
Which is, I love it.
She gets me. She made me. She gets me. My friend Rabel, who's also on his own, such an amazing artist, amazing singer-songwriter. But we also co-wrote a huge portion of this record together. He's one of my best friends. And Frida, I met on the Kesha cruise, which sounds insane. It was insane, but it was super fun. And that's we met, and then we got matching tattoos, and it was just a whole thing. That's
what happens.
That's what happens
when you meet somebody for the first time.
And then you have a song together. I don't know. It's just what happens in my life.
It's amazing.
And then I don't know if I'm allowed to tell about. Well, I don't know.
Whoa.
May I? About the other people on the record? Okay, cool. So it's all sides of things. So the single's obviously uplifting, be you and have fun, and bad stuff makes you feel alive. So go get, go do your thing, have fun.
But when you call in your mom, right? And Rabel, your best friend.
Yes.
Two people you're clearly incredibly comfortable with.
Yeah. And I trust, and we can just go for it.
I love the relationship you have with your mom because it is so unique.
I know. But we just have not had it's never been one of those things where it's we can't talk about this or we can't talk about that. Since the beginning, we've written songs together. So we wrote a song called Cannibal about dismembering and eating men. So, I mean, it's really never been this very uncomfortable with being open kind of relationship. We're very comfortable with being open.
Which is so beautiful.
Because it is. It's also probably unconventional.
Oh, 150%. Because you're obviously incredibly comfortable together, but at the same time, these records must bring you closer.
Yeah, it's fun. It's actually a wonderfully bonding moment, I find. But it's also my entire family, when we get home for Christmas, we'll just start playing music together, which, as I've learned by talking to other people, is really weird. but like I can't cook, so that's how we bond. Is we like make music.
This is how I contribute.
It is. We garden and write songs and play with animals and save animals. That's like our bonding experience as a family.
So you tell your mom everything.
But yeah, most things. She knows most of the stuff.
Do you like this record in particular, right? Raising Hell, this song.
Yes.
Do you hold any details back from the bad things you did that make you question whether
Oh God,
or not?
no. She knows. She knows, whatever. And like the thing is, I'm like the song is about, I have a really empathetic, loving heart. So she knows that if I'm being like a bit of a jackass one night, it's because I need to let off a little steam or I'm celebrating or whatever. And my true self is like, hey, I just love everybody. I want them to be happy. That's a lot of what that song is about too, is making people feel comfortable knowing that you don't have to be defined by one action or one mistake. People make mistakes and you can still be a good person. And you don't have to let somebody else define that for you. I also grew up in the South where there's a lot of religion going around, and I've just always been fascinated with religion. So the video has a lot of religious kind of iconography in it. And the end, the quote that you pulled up, this is for the, can I get an amen?
Yes.
This is for the misfits of creation. You don't have to hide. We're celebrating. This is our salvation. All of that is kind of also on a deeper level than just the surface level of the song is like, have fun, raise some hell while you're alive. While we're here, have fun, you're good. You don't have to feel guilty. But then the underlying message, especially at that ending part, is anyone, especially I've found a lot of LGBTQ have felt distanced from the church. And I feel like you can have your own connection with whatever spirituality and certain kinds of religiousness that don't have to make you feel excluded. And I find when I go to a show that is either someone I love, like I went and saw Neil Young recently, I felt like I was part of the Neil Young church for that night. And I was just basking in that. So I want to give people a place to come and just dance and be themselves and feel totally comfortable and free to be whatever, whoever, look however, just whatever that makes them happy and comfortable.
What are you guys going to sing for us today? Last time you sang Elvis.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, you said...
Okay, yo, his mic is like, bro.
Is it? Hold on.
All right, just hold it in your hand.
We can just have an intermission with the music here. Ladies and gentlemen, this song stays untitled, but I'm gonna call it the shower song, cause that's where we made it. Wait, no, I saw her face. Ooh, wait, no, yeah. It didn't happen to me. I win every way. It didn't matter what happened. That's the shower song.
Wait.
Yeah.
So, do you all shower at the same time, or
We had that song's never gotten so much applause before.
Yeah, wow. I didn't know it. Usually they boo us.
Halfway through that, I was
I thought
like,
it was great.
what are we doing?
The way you all
we
sounded like
used-
one.
So you know when we used to, you know what, we used to live in like the exact same house together.
Yeah.
For a very long
We just like go in the shower, not like clothed, fully clothed, but like we
It was
go.
a big shower.
And
We'd
then
go,
we
we'd
had
like go into the
acoustics.
shower together, and the acoustic would be nice.
Like,
so,
you know, like most people have living rooms.
Yeah.
You had a
This
shower.
living room kind of sucked, so we just went in the shower.
Yeah.
This sounds
Shower
so
was
weird.
lit.
That's,
But
hey.
But we have a lot of recordings of us like just like.
oh yeah, we have the heart, like the best of songs from the shower.
All right, let's get another one. I enjoyed that.
Oh boy.
Dr. Dolores.
Oh, all right. Next one.
We have a song called Dr. Dolores. I don't remember how it goes. I just only remember the title.
I hear an album. Shower songs, John. Shower songs.
What was the Beatles like
Shower
way
songs
far
is
down?
Z.
The Sgt. Pepper's one.
Yeah,
This
Sgt.
is our
Pepper's.
Sgt. Pepper's.
Yeah.
album. One day the world may be here.
Hey, there's a sneak peek of that one. I'm Dr. Dolores. Come on, we gotta do it.
I don't remember.
I want to do it so bad. I can't do it. Okay, fine.
One day.
My voice did so many voices.
One
that
day. I really hope you enjoyed that conversation. If you did, please subscribe and also check out our podcast. There's a link in the description, and also comment and like and do things. Other interviews are on the screen somewhere, so click them. Thanks for watching.
It's
Netflix
crazy.
in your life
Yeah.
has given massive amounts of attention to the shows that you've been on. Like, Dynasty's success is really in part due to Netflix. Is that accurate?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's entirely. I think entirely. It's not. It's like it's just math. It's entirely due to Netflix, and now Victorious being on Netflix. I mean, it's just I get recognized now for Victorious more than I did when it first aired, when it was in its prime.
Whoa.
I really do. It's bizarre, but now they're older too, so it's not like I'll avoid Toys R Us. Now it's like
everywhere.
It's really crazy. So if I wear combat boots all the time in my life. So if I wear like leather pants and combat boots, they're like Jade. But then so I'm like, okay, maybe don't do that. But then if I wear anything remotely nice or fashionable, they're like Fallon. So I'm just like, so I guess what's left is I guess I can borrow your clothes maybe.
My clothes would be lucky to be on your body.
Oh, honey. I don't understand Netflix still. I'm young. You know what I mean? Like I'm young. I'm not young. I'm old. I was talking about that. What do I mean? I'm naive. What am I talking about? What do I mean? Does someone know what I mean?
You didn't know the impact that
I
Netflix
didn't
really
know,
could bring.
No, and back then especially not.
Totally.
They're like, oh, here's this, and then I'm old school. I like look at the ratings every week, and I'm like, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's not even. No one even watches TV live anymore. It's a different game. I think I think the iCarly Victorious crossover got something like 6 or 7 to 11 million, something crazy. Someone got like 11 million.
Yeah,
it's unheard of. It's not a thing.
It ended with Victorious and Sam and Cat, but really Victorious.
Yeah, but yeah, crazy. So yes, I didn't realize that once it would drop on Netflix, how passionate people were going to get about this show, and I'm excited for the drop this season because this season's super crazy, and I think they're going to have fun binging it. I think it'll work better as a binge. Maybe it'll work better as it. That's what they think. That's why usually they came out the next day in different countries. They would drop in America, and then they would come out the next day in other countries. They could watch it. This is the first time they're dropping them all at the same time.
Oh, whoa.
On Netflix. So people were really furious about that. But the idea behind it, I believe, is that the show is such a just kind of like an obsessive show that you kind of binge the whole thing. And maybe that'll be the trick.
When does season
I just did
3?
You like that, You season 2.
Oh, so good.
It was good. What a funny show.
Are you going to get on TikTok?
Okay. I want to actually, this is really weird. So I didn't know what TikTok was.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I didn't know what it was. I'm old. And then someone sent me the what's the prob dog thing. I don't know if you've seen it. Okay, so in Victorious, in the pilot, I go, what's the prob dog? In this horrible nasal pre-tonsillectomy voice. And it's something like, it's well over 1 million kids have, it's so weird. I don't get it. You have to look it up.
Oh, do they lip sync it?
It goes, what's the prob dog? And then it goes, it's just like a beat. And it's the same type of dance, and it goes on for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of people doing it. And I don't get what TikTok is. I don't understand what it is. I don't get what and then we looked at Victorious. It's like a hashtag on it or something. Over 1 billion people are doing stuff from Victorious. You watching it? These girls in a diner came up to me and they said, say, what's the prob dog? And I was like, no. And then they go, I go, can I film you doing it? And I was like, no, I'm eating. Sorry. And they go, I'm going to film you. I'm sorry. And they just shoved a camera in my face. And then Matt goes, I don't like that. I was with Matt. It was really rude. That was crazy.
Was Matt upset that they didn't acknowledge him, or?
No, they were flirting with him. Like, they were being great because they're old. Our fans are old now. You can flirt with our fans now. You're not going to go to jail. They're like 22. Have fun, Matt.
This is what Matt's been waiting for.
Come on, Matt.
I do love watching him
Where's the
interact
puppet?
with any sort of fan or female who's interested in him.
Yeah, isn't it just really disturbing? What is it? I don't get it. What's TikTok? I don't get it. Explain it to me.
Okay, so it's essentially a social media for anybody to use and has the potential to go viral. And you're doing things like dance challenges, lip sync videos. You can also upload any sort of content. Have you seen the Ariana lookalike?
Yeah.
Very disturbing.
Yeah, super disturbing.
Someone
sent that to me. I mean, listen. I hope she's making money.
I've seen worse impersonators of other people. You know what I'm saying?
No.
She looks like her.
Yeah. Totally.
I'm super creeped out by it though. She looks too much like her. I'd actually maybe not do it. She must know she's too close.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're too close. It's like if you hire an Elvis impersonator. It's like, it's funny. Like he gets there and you're like, oh, like I get it. It's Elvis.
Yeah, he's fat.
But
and
if you
he's-
hired, that's not funny. That's
No.
confusing.
Yeah, it is.
And that's what I don't like.
I'm happy for her. Apparently she's very nice though. I read there was some, I read like a kind of like a nosy aunt on Sunday morning. I'll read like,
You go to
what are
Yahoo?
the kids talking? Yeah, I go to Yahoo. Yeah, I go to Yahoo. And I guess Ari commented or something saying that it was weird and it
Yeah, it is.
but she's doing a good, it's weird because she's like good at it though.
Do you think a Victorious reboot would be good? I'm not asking if it's going to happen. Do you think it
No.
would be good? No.
There's been talk of it though.
What I was about to say is so incriminating to my current job. I can't believe I almost said it. I was like, when has a reboot? Listen. Well, you know, it's like one of those things where if they used the same kind of sets and they got the same people to do it, then I'd like it. If they're getting all new people to do it and they're just using that name and they're kind of just completely rebranding it, okay. If it's good, it's good. If it's good, it's good. That's all I'm gonna say. If it's done poorly, then I'll say I told you so. And if it's done well, I'll be like, wow, hats off. These I'm sure the kids they get will be really talented. They just got to do it right. But you're not gonna have Eric. You know, you're not gonna have Eric Lang because he's a huge actor. And like was nominated for awards. So then you don't even have the teachers. So then you don't have the teachers. So then you don't have the kids. So it's kind of like, you know, we're not gonna come back and play teachers. I'm not coming back and playing teacher. I'm busy that day.
I'm busy for the next 10 years. Do you feel like that show deserves a closing moment, closure?
Yes. That's something that I always said I would clear my schedule for. Like, no matter how much work I'm doing or how inconvenient it would be to get it together, that's something I feel like it's really important. And I do believe, I think we all believe that.
So maybe like a movie.
A Victorious movie.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that'd be amazing. I want to do it. I really want to do it. We all want to do it.
Including Victoria?
I can't see why not. I can't see why anyone would say no. Who do you think would be weird? Who do you think would be like, oh, I'm kidding.
Not
There's no
down?
one.
I feel like everybody should be down. Honestly, but crazier
Everyone's
things.
down.
Crazier
And
things
if they're
have
not, they
happened.
suck.
Louder.
If you're the one person in the cast who's like, I don't want to do the thing, f- you. Everyone wants to do it. We're all buddies. We want to do this. The fans deserve this.
When's the last time
I
everybody
don't know when
hung
it's going to
out?
happen. We're so old.
It is kind of crazy.
They'll take it whenever, though, even if we're in wheelchairs, you know? And they should. It's like, it was so unresolved.
Yeah,
It's
there
so big now. 10-year anniversary. It's time.
There was clearly no ending and no period put on this story whatsoever.
No, I believe the last thing I did in the last shot of that show, I was in a cheese costume. I'm not even kidding. I think that's what I was doing, and I was dancing to mariachi music. I know what you're thinking. A slice of cheese, mariachi music. Where's the connection? There isn't one. But that's what I was doing.
Do you follow the Twitter account Victorious Out of Context?
No.
It's my favorite, and they just take clips from the
you
show.
know what? I see them come across my desk often. I love. There's the runner on Victorious. I forgot about. I rewatched a little bit of it with Madison because she'd never seen any of it.
Educating her.
Well, she asked to see it, and she started putting on some episodes. No, let me show you the good ones from my memory because I hadn't seen them in so long. And then I forgot the runner that Matt doesn't have female or male parts.
Wait,
You know
what?
about this?
No.
Like we don't know what Matt is. It's so weird. It's so weird. Robbie, rather. There's one in Yerba when we're in whatever the prison.
Okay.
Where he goes, "Why am I on the girl's side of the prison? I'm clearly a boy." And they go, "Prove it." And he goes, "I'll stay on the girl's side." And then there's another one. It's like it keeps going. It's just like there's 5 of them I heard in like 3 episodes. I was like, wow, this is a runner we really stuck with. That's crazy.
So you're learning new things about the show.
Yeah, I don't like sit and watch it, but I watch it with her, and yeah, it's funny.
Do
It's
you-
really funny. The show's good. Holds up.
Do you feel like in the final movie for Victorious, they must address the gender of Robbie Shapiro?
I hope to God. Otherwise, what are we all here for?
Too many questions that go unanswered.
What are you, Rob? Maybe we do the first full frontal Victorious reveal. It's cute though. It's like a Rugrats camera where it's like we just see the pants around the ankles and everyone claps and we don't know why. We don't know which one it is. And then it ends. Fund my Victorious reunion idea.
Do you love love?
I do. I really do. I'm a hopeless romantic.
Do you love love differently today than you did a few years ago?
Yeah, for sure. I think, well, right? You're in a phase of life where you experience love for the first time. And I think that can just be a little toxic. Because when you're young, I mean, that's what I tell my friends and people that I love. It's, you have this codependency that you think is love. And then you have this addiction to the passion and the frustration with each other that you think, oh, that's love. Or, you know, fighting or doing all this stuff. Oh, that's love. And I believed that for a long time. So I've been super, super single for 2 years. And I want to know what that love will look like next for me. I want it to be real. And I don't want it to be codependent or messy or, you know, lack of communication. And I think, you know, when you get older, you find people that are actually right for you, you know, that are actually on the same wavelength, if you will, because it's,
you know, yourself too.
A little bit. Hey, I still got a lot to go, I think.
Of course, but you have at least a better understanding of who you are and what page you're on.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can find somebody who is on the same page.
Yeah, but I'm chilling right now, you guys. Honestly, that is so stressful. So I've been having way too much fun being on my own. It sucked for the first year. I was like, I just want to cuddle. Like, I just want to watch something and be adored. But yeah, now it feels good. Now it feels awesome.
What is the right love? Is it like a balance of independence? And I mean, because I'm going to be honest with you. I am somebody who, I'm a 26-year-old virgin, never had, I mean, I don't even have a real definition within myself of what love actually is. Outside of like my parents and my dog Lou. I love him. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know it outside of that.
I mean, by all means, I'm not an expert in this department, clearly. But I imagine it, I just think I would do so many things differently. And I think it starts with just being very transparent. You know, I don't have room to kind of buffer things that I need or that I want. And I think girls can sometimes be scared of that because we're viewed as crazy or needy or overthinking things and dramatic. And I understand, you know, sometimes, but I love being a girl and I love having the emotions I have and falling super deep and then being passionate. It's just about containing it, you know, it's just channeling it in the right areas. But I never want to lose the sense of love that I imagine it to be. I don't want to get jaded or bitter from anything. I believe that it exists and I'm happy waiting for that for however long that takes because, I mean, we're going to be like doing this forever, you know? So
that's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, just going to keep happening until we're out.
Why rush?
Right.
Why rush?
Are you afraid to fall in love again?
No.
No.
Nope. I was last year, but no.
Did you fight it?
No, because I wasn't in a place to even fight anything. It was more just, all right, I'm kind of out because I'm super confused and I just need to take a step back. But it's actually been the biggest blessing. I really needed it.
BTS.
Yes.
Who?
Yes.
It's a great song.
Thank you. I love that song.
What do you learn from working with them on Make It Right that you bring with you?
I just honestly, I mean, sadly, we didn't get to be in the studio together. Like, I can't like front about that, you know, because they're crazy busy. Probably the busiest artists in the world, I would imagine, you know, like, I mean,
it's
just being
wild.
so massive globally. I mean, arguably the biggest band.
Working with them and like understanding Make It Right, you must learn something about that creative process because it is different. Like, that had to have been one of the most unique, if not the most unique collaboration on the album.
It was. Well, so I mean, the Make It Right process especially, because that one was like being sent the lyrics, obviously, and then sort of like the overall message of the song, and then being asked to like not just sing a literal translation, to write my own lyrics that are sort of in the same vibe. And like I was like, you know, like nervous to do something like that. I was nervous to even do it because like I met them once, and on the way out of meeting them, they were like, do you want to do this remix of our song Make It Right? And I was just like crazy. And then they're like, oh, by the way, you're going to be the first vocalist on the song. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's like a hot entrance. It's really crazy for me. So the fact that their fan base has been so receptive is, I mean, crazy and amazing.
By the way,
very sweet.
That is extraordinary to have a feature, but start the record.
I know. I'm like, why would you want me on this to start? Like, what?
Yeah, did you ever ask them like why they picked you?
I guess I didn't. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine just because there was kind of a lot of covers circulating on like from like their live streams and stuff. And when I met them, like they were showing me like playlists of like a few of them had like playlists of Lauv songs and their favorite Lauv songs. So I was like, this is really sweet. So
When you are working on a song with them, is there a certain member you're in communication with? Like, how does that whole process work?
No, not really. I mean, there's definitely, you know, it's I think a pretty big team. So a lot of it was kind of through like my management and stuff like that. Yeah.
And now you're officially a part of 88 Rising.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last time you were here, we weren't allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, that was a little sneaky.
How is that going?
Fun. Well, I think what's so great about 88 Rising, it's like I definitely have more emotional connection to what they stand for. You know, coming from Asia and being Asian. And so every little thing I do, I feel like I'm doing it for a great cause, which is a lot better than, in my opinion, like going to just a label and feeling like, okay, you know, this is a business partnership. Whereas with 88, it's definitely like there is a cause for it. There is a concept that you support as an artist.
It's cool.
Are they just giving you the freedom to kind of do what you want?
Yeah, it's crazy. They're like, what you want to do? And I'm like, what do you guys think? And they're like, no, this is your thing. You got, and which is crazy because I come in. Well, I have friends who are in the music business, and they always tell me like their label tells them to be a certain person, to do a certain type of songs. But with 88, it's like very much like, who are you and who do you want to be? And they'll help me like package that the right way, to be as honest as possible. But they never tell me like, no, you can't do this, which is insane. I feel like that's why I feel like I'm so lucky,
There's a lot to be happy for.
I'm just I'm sad about the fact that everything is so good.
She's gonna come back in 6 months just crying.
I was wrong. Okay. Never.
You love K-pop.
I do. Well, I got into songwriting and producing because of K-pop. Because I heard all these songs, and I think with production in K-pop, it's a lot more like detailed.
Mm-hmm.
And when you hear them through headphones, like you just get chills sometimes. And then I'm like, okay, one day I want to be a producer for K-pop groups. And then, I took that production class, started writing songs, and then I Lived Isn't came out. So somehow
you're gonna get there.
Amen. I really hope so. That would be crazy.
Manifest it right there on the couch.
I want to make a song for Twice, Blackpink and Red Velvet and Luna. I love everyone.
Yeah, who have we? We've had Stray Kids.
The Stray Kids, Blackpink,
Monsta X,
Mamamoo,
BTS.
I saw Mamamoo. They were so cute. I love them so much.
They are so cute. I was in Solar's vlog.
Yeah. I saw. I love how she just like vlogs like that's like it's fun to see just like the daily life of
an idol.
Yeah.
Because not a lot of them do it.
Mm-hmm.
Who else was on here?
I feel like there was
NCT 127.
Yes, exactly. Oh my God.
We need more though. A lot of people on Twice on. You got to do Twice.
You gotta do Twice.
Did it take you a while to master Hola, Soy Dora?
No, but it sounds like you want me to do it.
Oh my God, yeah, but like, I only asked because I've heard every other Dora do it, and now I'm very fascinated. That's her line, right? Hola, Soy Dora.
Yeah, it's
I'll look away.
Hola, soy Dora.
Oh my
Yo,
God.
that was great.
Whoa.
Standing ovation.
I never stand and clap in
Is
the-
it
in
hot
my
in here? It's so warm in here. I think I got nervous saying that.
That was so fucking good.
Thank you.
I don't. We can't do anything better after that.
Did that take a lot of practice? How many times do you have to say that until you got it right?
I think by the end of the movie, I think I aced it.
By the end of the movie.
Yeah. For the movie, though, I had to make my voice so much higher. It got so tiring. Like, every single scene. And I was working on the movie for, like, 4 months. And every day I'd have to be like, hey, what's up, guys? Like,
But see, that's the one thing they wanted to keep true is that voice.
Yeah, I had to keep it consistent. Same range, same key.
But is it hard to show emotion when the range is so tight and she's so upbeat?
Well, it was more like I was in the mindset of a little kid.
Yeah.
So even when Dora was sad or something, it wasn't that she was sad or mad. It was like, I'm confused as to why I'm having these feelings. So it was like, I don't know how to process this right now. I think I'm hurt. I think this is, it was more like that.
Second thought. Bryce, what's going on with you and Addison? Because I keep seeing articles that say you guys are, flirting with each other and dating again.
Yo, what's going on, Bryce?
There's nothing going on. We're just friends. We still talk. I think people are definitely stretching for the relationship to be back together. But I just think we're definitely. I'm not saying that we're gonna date in the future, and I'm not saying that we won't. I'm just saying we're feeling out everything right now, and we'll see what happens. But I think of her as a friend. Like, I love her, and she loves me. Not like that.
Yo, Bryce just said he loves
What? I wish her the best, and
God.
she's doing amazing.
Oh my God.
I'm doing my thing, she's doing hers, and
this is crazy.
Whatever happens, shut up.
I cannot.
And whatever
It
happens,
seems like it's gonna happen again based off of what
All
you
I'm
said.
saying is this is about to get more views on our diss track because he just said this.
Shut up.
He just said, I love you to Addison.
I do love her as a person. Like, you don't love you to people that you don't.
Why would you fight it then? Would you consider her like a really good friend of yours in addition to loving her?
Yeah. Yeah.
So why would you fight what could be something that is great?
I'm not.
Oh, this is turned into
I'm
a
not
thing
fighting it. I'm just saying, like, we're busy, and it's also quarantine. Like, what are we supposed to do? Like,
break quarantine?
Break quarantine?
No, I mean, there's ways to
FaceTime.
Yeah, I FaceTime Nessa. She lives in New Jersey.
And I FaceTimed Addison. So
you FaceTime.
So basically, what he's saying is that they are dating. He just wants.
No, I'm not saying we're dating. We're not dating.
This is awesome. I cannot wait to see all these videos posted in
I
my
can't wait
Instagram
till
feed.
you shut up.
If you're
I'm sorry,
lucky
Bryce, I
enough,
gotta ask.
if you're lucky enough to have a great girl come after you and want to be with you, and somebody that you like and care about, don't fight it.
Yeah, I will definitely say she's the best girl that I've ever had.
I think.
100%.
Oh.
I think a part of you
no.
may be afraid that like she's gonna help change your partying ways, and like you might
Dude, I
have
know
to change
she
up your
did. Like,
content.
when I was with her, I was not problematic at all.
Dude, I'm blushing, and I'm not even you or Addison. This doesn't even make sense. This is crazy. The love is in the air, dude.
I hate you.
Love. Hey, you know what? I love the both of
Buddy
you.
is simping. That's all I gotta say.
Anyways.
When people meet you, are they more interested in talking about your music or your Instagram?
It's kind of like 50-50 at this point. Yeah, for sure. That's the thing as well. Like, I get people come up to me in the street and being like, "Oh, I love your Instagram, man." And you're like, I'm a singer too. You like the song? Or you get people like, "Oh, I love the Instagram. The music's not my thing." And you're like, "Cool, man. Like, just say the first thing. Don't say the second thing." Do you know what I mean? Stop that sentence halfway. And yeah, so it's a bit of both. But I'm happy to talk about either or.
It's just foreshadowing your social media influencer career.
Yeah, well, that's it. Once this all goes south,
Yeah, that's it.
and by the way, I'm if anyone's watching who's in the know or listening, I am so up for teeth whitening products. You know,
Fit tea?
Fit tea, yeah. You know, what are those other things that they market to little girls?
Casper
Yeah,
mattress?
to make them feel bad about themselves. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
makeups?
Makeups, and you know, like basically like the tummy teas or the coffee that's like you drink and it's actually like a laxative, and they say like, well, this will give you a flat tummy. Yeah, because you've evacuated your bowels so much that you're now half the person you once were. Don't buy those things, please. Stop buying things that make your bottom end flow like the rivers of Babylon. Do you know what I mean? It's just it's fine. But teeth whitening products and all that stuff, hit me up.
Wow, this is exciting.
Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to build an empire here.
We're looking at the start of something special.
I want to be the next Kylie Jenner.
Oh, do it. Divinely Uninspired to a Hellish Extent. That is out May 17th. That is the album. Dude, really, I say this with all seriousness. I think you're one of the greatest storytellers of our generation.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I'm really pumped to be able to enjoy your music and hear the stories you're telling. It's spectacular stuff.
Thank you so much, man. And this was Niall Horan, my best friend, was my best friend ever, even if he says otherwise. It was right. This is an absolute amazing interview, and this was brilliant. Yeah, very in depth.
Do you have any good Niall stories so we can put them in the title?
He just loves me. That's all he loves. That's all he loves. He just loves me. Niall Horan loves me. Lewis Capaldi. I'm his favourite singer. So I like to believe. A lot of people think it's the Eagles. They're wrong. It's me. What he actually said was, for my next album, I would like to have you write it or whatever, or I would like to, I would be, you're such an inspiration. And all that sort of That's basically what he said. He basically said, I'm his biggest inspiration. And it has, what's weird is, you go into his house, and there's this, I said, Niall, please don't put it up. I said, please don't put it up. And there's this massive poster, like wall to wall, of me on the wall, and I says, Niall, stop. And he's like, mate, it's like such an inspiration to see you every morning when I wake up. And I says, okay. Some people think it's weird, but I just think it's friendship.
It's so weird. It's so weird. I saw that same thing, but I thought it was a painting of Adele.
Yeah, that's it the whole time.
I had
You
no
thought it was
idea.
Adele. Yeah.
Billie Eilish, another person upset with this wedding.
Oh man, maybe the most upset.
I mean,
I'd venture to say.
I love Billie Eilish with every fiber of my being.
Me too.
I mean, I watched your video. It was phenomenal.
Thank you.
How long did it take you to learn that piano
Way
rendition?
long, and with YouTube tutorials, I'm so uncoordinated and not rhythmic at all. It's tragic.
But you did it for her?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just needed that content to be different. I needed that video to hit differently.
Do you only Swiffer your refrigerator when major celebrities and worldwide pop stars unfollow you?
Might be the only time I've ever cleaned in my entire life. And yes, so when Miley unfollows me, guys, stay tuned. The video's gonna be great. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't put that out there into the universe.
Yeah, please don't, Miley. I can't take it.
Were you actually sad?
Yeah, 100%. I love Billie, but at the same time, I don't think friendship and should ever be defined in a social media follow at all. And Billie's constantly rotating her following. The moment she followed me, I was like, you don't have to do that. It's fucking charity work. What are you doing? You're Billie Eilish. So it didn't really come as a huge surprise, but I still was just I'm sorry I let you down.
Yeah, but she commented on the wedding photo.
She said fucking yikes.
Yeah, and
she said yikes.
She DM'd you back.
Yeah, she was not. She was like, I'm not going to the fucking wedding. No, she was just not about it. Understandably, so in her regard. She is not a fan.
Hey, is there a verse that you guys feel the most personally connected to? I could better phrase that. Is there a verse that we should listen to best understand who you are?
For me, I would say my verse on Milk.
What is it?
Hi, my name is Merlin. You want me to rap the whole thing?
Give me a taste, and then tell me why it's you.
Just spit that verse.
Go. Do it.
Hi, my name is Merlin. I just applied for food stamps. I just moved to California with my boy band. Damn, I don't remember. Is that it?
Yeah, that's the beginning of it. Yeah,
that's the beginning. Dropped out of a good school. Hippies in my commune. I left when the rent was due. Used to want a briefcase and a short commute. Used to want to sell coke and whip a Audi coupe. Crazy if I did that, wouldn't be talking to you. Walk you through the pitfalls of a college student. Crazy how you get them letters and they make you feel accepted till you walk around campus and you the only African. Nobody with passion, just cats that take direction well, take acid trips to find themselves well.
Hyper aware. Beautiful.
I love that verse. Thanks. Thank you guys. You flatter me.
I remember crying when I first heard that verse, bro. I was just like, damn.
Amazing.
What made you cry? What was it
It's
about?
circumstance. I was really tired from mixing as well as working with all the guys, and that was the last song I got to mix on the first record, Saturation, and I just remember it woke me up. And it was just too honest. And plus, I know him well, and I don't know.
He also performs it really hopeful. He has a lot of hope in his voice.
Yeah, it's awe-inspiring,
It's cool that even those the closest to you could still appreciate and be inspired and affected by your art. There's no jadedness here. but it's because you kind of keep pushing yourself to do better and be better and reach into new sides of yourself. It's pretty special. Like, I don't know. It's very, very cool. This is family. What else? Anyone else have a verse that we should listen to really understand them?
I'm trying not to jump the gun and like walk out of here and be like, why did I say that one? 'Cause it seems like every time I try, I'm like, why did I say that?
Ian?
Your verse on Big Boy is insane, dude.
I know, dude. It is, and exactly why I don't want it to be the one where I'm like, oh, this is who I am.
Is it hard for you to attach yourself to one? I mean, obviously, they're all a part of your identity, and I feel like I'm putting you in a tough position because I think obviously they're from you and your life. So, you know, you listen to all of them, you can really get an understanding of who you are as a person. So I am putting stress and pressure on this.
I don't think I have one verse that specifically is all who I am. I feel like they all play a part.
Does your ex even know some of these records are about?
Yes, because when I recorded Cover Up, we were still talking and basically dating.
Got it.
Because we had a break and then all of that. It was the whole type of relationship. But then he came to pick up his clothes while I was dating my boyfriend. And my boyfriend and I were currently like filming a YouTube video downstairs, and he just knocks on the door and he's like, I'm here to get my stuff. And I was like, okay, whatever. So my boyfriend and I are like helping him take his clothes out of my house. It's like super chill. It's super chill because obviously we're on to bigger and better things. But yeah, so he wasn't like weirded out at all, so, which also helps. But I know what he's thinking. But I'm just gonna speak over him. So we go outside, and I'm like, I want to play you a song. And I played him Cover Up, and he played me a song he wrote about me. So, yeah, he heard the song, and which was good because how I wrote Cover Up was all the stuff I wanted to say to that person, I never said because I'm just too nice, and I don't want to start things. I don't want to argue. I hate fighting. I'll never say how I feel, but I'm working on that. But I would write it in my notes. So he still had no idea that I felt that way or wanted to say that stuff to him or anything. Because even when we broke up, he was just like, get out, like, leave, like, I don't want you, like, whatever. And I was just crying, and then I just left. I didn't say anything. So playing that song for him was like therapy for me, and I finally got all that out, which was, I always said, like, if I ever see him again, I'm playing him that song, and that's what I did, which was super cool.
So much left unsaid, but that makes a great record.
But you played him this song while your new boyfriend was there?
Yeah, we were just all outside. It was fun.
All listening to it?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's weird, but it's not weird, I promise.
I'm about to enter a full body cringe. That what? Like,
oh yeah, my mom was outside, his two friends.
A family affair.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then he played you the song he wrote about you?
Yes. Which I don't even know if it was out or is out.
Who is this ex? Do you know?
Last time I came, I think I was dating him.
No, you were dating Jordan last time you were
Oh,
here.
well, I think it must have been right. Because we talked about
Is his name Brandon?
Yes.
Brandon Westberg.
Westenberg?
All right, well, the internet's
Yes.
got the name wrong, so.
That's his primary home. That's not good.
Oh.
When your primary place of residence is spelling your name wrong. What is he? So he's a singer?
I don't know. I mean...
A poet? A poet?
I mean, he's like, back then, he was trying to rap.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he put anything out. I don't know.
Well, we're on to bigger and better, right?
Yeah.
Well, also, according to the internet, the song Can't Say No, is that written about him originally?
Yes. So all of that was when we were in a good place, so in love, all of that. And which actually is weird because that song, even Jordan now, he's like, you wrote the song about me. I was like, I didn't, but it literally almost is like I did. It was like a future me was writing a song about Jordan because the details in the song are literally him as well.
You manifested it.
I did.
What story was brought to you to write Everything I Wanted?
That was another, like, everything kind of all at once. I had that piano progression going that I thought was really pretty on its own, and Billy sang ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. And I was like, whoa, that's a pretty melody. And then she was like, I was like, oh, I had a dream. That's cool. I got everything I wanted, not what you think. And if I'm being honest, it might have been a nightmare. Which I thought was just like sort of like on its own told the whole story. And then the rest of the song is kind of elaborating on that. And I think that song in so many ways is like up for interpretation. Billy's, interpretation, which I think is probably the most reliable, considering it's her life story, is that she's gone through periods of great depression in her life, and at the time had this actual dream where she had like died and nobody cared. Everyone was like, oh, okay. Which I think is like a weird, that happens in dreams a lot to me. Not that I've died, but like that someone has died and everyone's just kind of like fine. I don't know. That's like a weird thing that happens in my dreams. And so she'd had that. And then that was kind of the first part of it. And then the song in many ways was us kind of talking about each other and about like carrying each other through this tumultuous period of our lives. I mean, 2018 from start to finish was like an insane period of time. Like I think for the rest of my life I'll look back and be like, oh my God, that was all 1 year. I think if the next 5 years contain as many changes as that one calendar year did, it'll be insane. And I think that hook is, and you say, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you, which was just this kind of like, I don't know that was even like a pull quote that I'd ever said, but it was just this motif of like always being around each other, and we're always like there for each other implicitly. You know?
Because I want to ask about the album artwork, because in the song it says, so I stepped off the Golden, and I saw people thinking like, is that a painting of the Golden Gate Bridge?
It is, yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it's this artist that she found on Instagram that she just loved. He does these beautiful sort of like square painting pieces that are so good. And I think that image, you look for like things that help like just give an image to a song. And I think that is sort of a striking, I stepped off the Golden. And I like I'm always a fan of making the listener feel as smart as the listener is. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to say I stepped off the Golden Gate Bridge to know what that. I think it's sort of in the zeitgeist enough to be like, I stepped off the Golden, that people can go like, oh, that's talking about the Golden Gate Bridge. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm trying to think of a good example of where someone else did it. Oh, I know. In someone you loved, the Louis Capaldi song, he says, I let my guard down and you pulled the rug. And that's all he has to say. He doesn't say you pulled the rug out from underneath my feet. He just says you pulled the rug. And you've heard that enough times that you just go, oh yeah, totally.
Connect the dots.
Exactly. Which I think is fun. I think it's fun to let listeners feel like they're, thinking.
Dude, you're 25. You still go to college. I get, again, another opportunity where I can give you credit. As a 27-year-old, I dropped out of college to pursue radio, and my mom still calls me every now and then, and she goes, Zach, you can still go back to class.
Not too late.
Yeah, it's not too late. Oh my God.
Yeah. So my girl would be so mad at me if I dropped out of school. She'd be so pissed.
You do it for her?
I'm doing it for myself. I'm doing it for my mom, my great grandmother. It's just I'm not the type of person who could start something and not finish it either. So I have to finish college, and I really want to make them proud, because my grandmother was like my grandmother and my aunt are like the only members of our family who graduated from college. So I want to like continue that on, like make it a habit of graduating, from all levels of schooling. So
you want to keep it moving. You want to keep the tradition alive, which, by the way, an amazing tradition to have. Education.
Yeah, you're never too old to learn. So, and I'm not saying that you can't be successful and not go to college, because obviously the billionaires running around here that didn't go to college. But I'm just saying, I'm doing it because I know it will make my family proud, and it will make myself proud, because I'm really not I need more discipline. So I feel like this is me being disciplined, staying to school.
What are you going to college for? Like, what is it?
Health administration. So I watched my grandmother take care of my great grandmother, which is her mom, like all my life. Like, she would be fixing food. Like, eventually she had to start like changing diapers. Like, it was just like, she wasn't a healthcare professional or anything. She didn't have any licenses. She didn't really know what she was doing, but it was like experience. Like, she just learned as she went. So I'm like, I can't be the only person that's watching this. Like, I can't be the only family that this is happening to. So I just figured can open up a facility like an assisted living facility.
Yeah.
That'll help, other families that may be going through things like this. And when you graduate from college, you really don't get a good job. So I was like,
no, you don't.
I'm gonna all my classmates because nobody wants to give you a job because you don't have experience. How the hell you gonna get experience if nobody wants to give you a job? So
I love that.
Oh wow.
Right. So that's me. Like when I open my facilities, I'm really gonna give all my classmates jobs and anybody who's graduated from college a job because you need that experience.
I just got goosebumps. And like I feel like you are very attached to like older people. You brought tablets to a nursing facility, I think in Houston too, with Amazon Music. What is it like? They are a constant source of wisdom and stories, and they've made a ton of mistakes. Clearly, like they've learned from things. You can learn so much from them. What do you take away from hanging out with old people? Because you seem so beautifully passionate about it.
I was raised by my grandmothers. Like my mom and my dad raised me, obviously, but they were always like working. Like my dad was actually like in jail like the first 8 years of my life. So the only people who I would be around would be my grandmother and my great grandmother. And then my grandmother taught at the school that I went to. So I'm super around my grandmother all the time now. So I'm just a grandma's baby, So
When do you graduate, real quick?
baby, I don't know. Like I started taking classes like 2 at a time now. So I'm like, oh my God, like what can I do to just hurry this process along? So I literally just asked my manager, I was like, is there anything that y'all could do to like ask my counselor, how can I hurry up and graduate? Like, I'm tired of being a super team. I'm tired of being here. Like,
Low and steady wins the race. But yeah, you're Megan Thee Stallion. You move fast.
Jesus. But we're going to do it. But damn, I'm ready to graduate.
Question. What was your relationship with Mac Miller?
I actually met him like after TanaCon, like around that time. And I feel like that for me mentally was the lowest point of like my career. I want to say maybe second lowest point in my life. Obviously, I think in the beginning, like at 15, wanting to like kill myself, that was like more intense because I felt like I had no purpose. But like the rock bottom after TanaCon was just unlike anything I've ever like felt in my life. And I wanted to die. Like that was the first time in my life where I was reading thousands of people telling me to kill myself online. And I felt like, damn, like would the world be like a better place if I did? And I don't, which is dark.
Mm-hmm.
And then I met him and his like zest for life, like his like positivity, the way that like he could turn any situation into like a happy one. He really was like a big advocate of turning your pain into art in the same way that like I was. And he just like, the advice he gave me at that time of my life, I think was very pivotal to me growing up, especially from everything that was happening. You know what I mean? It was like, I needed that. And I just like felt like he was this like angel. I don't know. It was like dropped into my life. And I don't know.
What did he share with you?
He brought back that happiness for life again. He brought back that like you're gonna pick yourself up and you're gonna keep going, and no matter how painful this is, like you're gonna make art out of it. You're gonna make something beautiful out of it. Like that's what you're going to do. Like go continue to kill it. Like this is what you have. Like all you can do is make the most of it, even though you up. Like he just, I don't know. It was just like a dark tunnel, and he like brought the light back to it.
Goosebumps. You shared a couple weeks ago.
And I grew up like obsessed with him. Like not obsessed in the regard of like, but like obsessed in like his music, his work. Like one of my first concerts was a Mac Miller concert, and like I loved his music growing up. Like I remember being like in 7th grade, like obsessing over like I'll Be There, and like the way he wrote about his mom at such a young age, being like, wow, he's like so wise beyond his years. Like his words spoke to me far before he ever did. So him coming into my life, and you know what I mean? Like it was just a very like full circle thing. Like it was like, damn, like.
And then a few weeks ago, you feel like you stumbled upon a white grand piano.
Dude, that was weird as I feel like I get signs from him all the time. I like literally like not one, and I don't know. I don't want to like make it about me because it's not at all, but I'm just saying like there's not a second that like goes by that I don't think about him. Like pretty much every second of every day, I'm like thinking about him and missing him, and it's just hard. It always will be, but it's like there are certain days where I feel like there are things that like, you know, like keep you going through it, or like signs. I don't even know. It was weird. I knew the 7th was gonna be like a really hard day for me, just because it had like been a year, and I kind of was like spending the 2 weeks up until that point, like I don't know, just anxiety, freaking out over like whatever. And it's almost like when it happened, like I just felt like, you know, like I don't know, like a presence, like a you can't be sad about this. Like just it was almost like a reassuring reminder, like I wouldn't want you to be sad today. And then yeah, my favorite thing about like going to his house or being around him was like his big white grand piano, and like just like him playing it. Like I can just hear it. I'll always hear it, and like whatever. Like, I don't know, that sound, sitting there watching him do it, he loved it so much. It was like his outlet in a way. And then I was in New York, and my friend was like, yo, come to this thing, whatever. It was something I didn't even want to leave. I was going to stay in all day, and everyone was just like, no, just go out, like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And like, again, distraction, that's who I am, whatever. Me thinking I could be distracted from it or run from it at all. And like, I show up to the rooftop, and it's just this kid, like, beautifully playing this white grand piano, like, overlooking New York. And I remember going to the VMAs last year, like so excited because he was being like, you're going to crush it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be so fun. So like a year later being back in New York for the VMAs, like wishing he could be there, like being led to that moment was like, damn, like I hope you can see like what you've done for me. I don't know. I'll shut up.
No, I think he definitely can see it.
I mean, I hope so. I don't know. I just want to make him proud, and I don't know.
After that meeting with him, do you start creating again? Do you turn this sadness and this?
I mean, a while. It was a lot of like, I don't know, like his advice, other people's advice, talking to the people around me, including him. You know what I mean? That like, it took me a while. It was like, because I didn't know what to come back with. I just felt like so, like sorry. You know what I mean? And like all I wanted to do was like make the people that love me proud and like actually grow. So it was like definitely a lot of like sitting back and being like, get back to why you like fell in love with this, and like making YouTube videos and like whatever, you know?
Do you feel like you've made them proud now? Do you feel like you've made up for it?
That's a hard question with me. It just resonates hard because it's like I'll never not feel sorry for it. So I never want to be like, now I made them proud and I'm fine. And I did, because I'll always feel like wrong about TanaCon, you know? I hope that I've done things since that make my fans see that I've grown, you know what I mean? And see that I grew up from it, and like make them laugh and make them proud, and that they can see the way that I've grown from Tana at 15 to Tana at 17 to Tana doing TanaCon and up and hitting rock bottom to like hitting rock bottom again. And like
you've shared your whole life.
Exactly. Like I hope that they see that I've grown a lot, but I'm also still growing. I don't know.
Who has the most bad ideas?
Jack, but unintentionally.
That is false information.
They're not bad. You know, bad's an interesting word, man. You just have the most.
You know what I know
creative
is funny?
ideas, man.
They used to call me Bad Brain. How mean is that?
That was actually
a bad.
not
That was a
bad.
rough spot in life.
That
We really were
that was
so
a rough
mean to him,
spot.
yo.
What do you do to get that nickname?
He has the most bad. ideas.
He just has the bad. Yeah.
It was.
Is there an idea that stands out to you?
It's It's just me. That's why they say it.
Have your ideas gotten better over the years?
I think.
I think so. No, Jack has great ideas. Jack has great ideas.
These days, he's
These days it's just like.
Okay. What's the last Jack? Oh, sorry. Keep going. These days.
Oh man. No, I'm doing good. Yeah.
Okay. Question.
I love you, Jack.
Josh.
Last Jack idea that made it into reality. That actually came to fruition.
Like that was good.
Oh my god.
Sure. No, you just had one. You know that one. No.
Remember that one?
He's
Remember
made
that
some.
one like
He's
2
made
years
some.
ago?
No, yeah,
He's made some
that-
beats
that-
that are
Remember
good.
that one like a while ago?
No, he had there was crap. No, it was about a song. I'm for real. I just actually can't remember.
No,
We as a collective, we don't usually have too many great ideas. So
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I guess so.
Jack
Dude,
is
I'm
like
trying to back you, I
actually.
can't remember.
Jack is getting really good at Ableton. I have to say, like
yeah.
at producing.
Oh, that
Jack
guitar beat.
makes the
guitar
cranks.
Jack does make
His
the
beats
cranks.
go hard.
His beats go hard.
No, Jack makes the cranks.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm not
dude,
even.
I
What
got
was
it.
that one?
Thank
What was
you,
that one?
guys.
It was hard. It was called Hard, right? Hard beat or something.
I just said
Hard beat.
It was.
It will be a real song one day, but
It will be.
for now it's just the hard beat.
I really hope you enjoyed that conversation. If you did, please subscribe and also check out our podcast. There's a link in the description, and also comment and like and do things. Other interviews are on the screen somewhere, so click them. Thanks for watching. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like you essentially have now everything you didn't have with Fifth Harmony. Because
Totally.
If you didn't like a lyric, you had to sing it no matter what.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to
I
sing,
kind of learned my lesson. I learned my lesson, man.
Yeah, you learned a lot.
Yeah, I did. You know, I feel like I felt like I always had to be like, I always wanted to be a people pleaser. I wanted to never hurt anybody's feelings. I always wanted to do, make other people happy. And in that, I didn't really make myself happy. But now, being on my own, I took all those lessons from the past and applied it to now. And now I understand that, hey, like, you can be a woman and you can be in power. You can say what you want. You can say no to things you don't want. And it's okay. It's all about doing it in a respectful manner and always staying true to yourself. That's what I had to learn. And now, I still have my good days and bad days where I'm like, I don't want to say anything. I don't want this person to get upset. But I have most of the moments are like, I know what I want. And I'm going to, talk to this person about adjusting this or whatever. And like 99% of the time, everybody's supportive of me and on the same page and understands. So it's amazing the lessons I've learned.
It is kind of wild.
It's pretty wild.
It must be hard looking back though, because like Fifth Harmony, like you were in it, but that wasn't you. That wasn't showing off what you could do.
Totally.
How that must have been so frustrating.
It was so frustrating. But I was like balancing all these different roles, kind of feeling like I was being the mom and I had to be an example and a leader, but also kind of do what I could with what I was given and be grateful. But I kind of struggled because I'm like, wait, everybody would want to be in my position. People would kill to be in my position, but I'm not really happy because of some of, situations that are going on or like, the things that I'm given. I'm not truly being able to show what I'm capable of. But that was part of the process, and I was 1,000,000%. I put my freaking blood into Fifth Harmony and squeezed all the juice out that I could that was left, and now I'm here, and it's really cool because it's a story, and it's a glow up, as my fans say.
It really,
but it's cool.
That's the right way to refer to it. But do you feel like you were treated fairly for all the blood and the sweat and the tears that you gave that group?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like it's just difficult sometimes.
It is hard to quantify it because,
It's a good question. Probably no.
The answer's probably no.
No.
But then again, you wouldn't have the career you have now.
Exactly, and that's that's totally fine. And like, again, you just learn from life, and you learn from your experiences, and that's okay. Like now, I know what to expect from things and people in life.
Totally.
I hope I'm explaining myself right.
I think so.
Are you the most confident today than you've ever been?
Yes. But I want to make it very clear. It's definitely not arrogance. It's just like confidence. Like feeling like I can do things. Like I can be on a dance show and do well. I can actually do the jive and I can actually do the rumba and all these cool things, and I can be on that stage and perform and be Allison or Allie, and I can express myself. Like I really feel like now all the lessons from the past have molded me into who I am today, and now I'm really owning my power. And I love that nowadays, like especially women are being so supported of being their own bosses and
you know, because it's true. It's hard being a woman in the industry and wanting to get the respect that you feel, you know, you deserve without people thinking you're a, you know what. But it's just about being respected and about us staying true to who we are and being comfortable. And it's cool because I've learned that. And even people like, look at like Lady Gaga, who's so in control of her life and her career and how far she's come, and Rihanna and Jennifer Lopez. And I see that they're bosses and they're in control and they know what they want, and they've evolved so much, and you know, they inspire me to do the same. And it's amazing to be inspired by all these different people and to know that, like, hey, I'm a woman in control, and that's a good thing.
By the way, it's really humble and nice that you even had to clarify that you weren't being arrogant. There's not a single, I don't think you could be arrogant if like you really tried. You're such a nice person.
You know what? I think that comes from when my X Factor audition aired. That audition made me look maybe a little, like a little full of myself. And people were so mean to me after that audition. They were like, she is so arrogant. She's so full of herself. She's this and that. So that's why I feel like I always declare by myself. That's like still sticks with me. And it was how long ago? Like 7 years ago?
That one moment.
Yeah. Oh my God. It was bad. Just look at the original comments on that if you can. It's probably super old, but they were so mean to me. So that's why I'm still working on myself. I still overthink, and I still, you know, it's like a daily adventure. But
because
I feel like I just want to make sure that people know me and they know my heart.
If anybody ever questions this human being's heart, know something. It's very kind. It's pure. Like you are.
Thanks,
you really
man.
are a nice
Appreciate
person.
Thank you. Same.
No, the last question I had, and sorry to end it this way, but do you miss anything about Fifth Harmony?
I feel like there were some fun moments for sure. Like just being able to experience, you know, all of that happening at once, you know, the success and the ride and the traveling and the world tour and stuff like that. But I think, I mean, everyone, to be honest, say the same answer. Everyone's probably really happy on their own.
Everyone seems much
and
happier.
It's natural. Everyone, you know, seems much happier. Everyone's killing it. And, you know, we all started as solo artists. And I definitely was pursuing a solo career even before that. So I'm just thankful to be in where I'm at now. And I'm so much happier being where I'm at now. You know, I feel like I look at the girl in Fifth Harmony and I see someone totally different, you know. And now I'm just more confident, and I'm showing people who I am, and I'm brave, and so many different things into one. And I'm just so happy being where I'm at.
Yeah, you guys ever talk about that? You're like, hey guys, look what we did together, but look where we're all at now.
It's crazy. No, we don't really, because everyone's like really busy. Yeah. But I mean, I'm sure we think about it. Like I definitely think about, man, I was part of that. I'll hear Work From Home or Worth It or whatever, like a song, Fifth Harmony song come up, and I'm like, I was part of that, y'all. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest songs, it's a timeless record.
It's crazy. We broke records. We were iconic. Just saying.
Yeah, you were.
So it's pretty cool. It's like, I was in that.
Oh my God, this could be a perfect transition.
No. So,
yeah, no.
Okay, I'm going to call it out right now.
I haven't called you in a long time.
No, know something. I thought I was a bad friend. And here's what Dan's going to bring up.
Oh no, I'm scared.
You should be.
You should be.
No. You
This guy said it. What?
No. So you had a beautiful wedding, and
I did that.
And it was amazing. Through Instagram, I saw it all, and I felt bad. I thought I was a bad friend once
Because
I
you
didn't get an
didn't
invitation.
I knew you'd bring this up.
And I was questioning like how to be a better friend, and I've
Honestly?
been rethinking like, but it was good for me because
No.
I went very off the
rattled you.
radar.
Okay, listen.
Okay.
No one was invited. I cut my band out. I cut everyone out.
I know a mutual friend did tell me that.
Regretted it, for sure. Best wedding ever. Gonna get married 8 more times with this man because I was like, okay, I realized what I did wrong. I messed up at a few different places, but I was like, it's at my house. It's got to be small. Parking's gonna be a nightmare. A lot of people. It was
You don't
such a
even need to
nightmare.
explain
no,
yourself.
let me explain. So I was like, we're gonna cap it at 100, and that was like blood. That was like blood related people.
Yeah, that's hard. You have a lot of people. You have 100
I got
people
a
just in your
lot.
immediate
I had to
crew.
fly people out.
Yeah.
Which is expensive.
That's hard.
But the sad part was like 9 p.m. rolled around and we were all starting the dance party. Old people went home. So I looked around and was like, where is everyone? It was like 15 people on the dance floor. And it was like my brothers and me. And I was like, son of a, I should have invited everyone. Like, I wish I invited so many more people. And next time I will. And that wedding will be way better because I'll have more monies and we'll be in Bora Bora.
First of all,
like,
you can have.
Zach, I didn't know. Why didn't you talk to me?
No, because
bad friend.
But that's exactly what I was. That's why I had to come within myself to question my own ability to maintain friendships, and I need to be more present for people.
People should have been there that I did not let there. And I was like, I don't care. I just need my vows done, and I need to get through this and have the best time ever. And I did. I had a headache. The booze wasn't hitting me like I wanted it to. I was just like, ugh. I didn't get to eat a single piece of food that I ordered at my own wedding. Yeah, it's chaos. Oh my god. It's a big, you know what I realized in the middle of it? I was like, oh no, this is a big meet and greet. That's what this is. This is a big day at work. Like they were like filming me and I was like, oh,
This
I
is a
didn't.
big meet and
I
greet.
didn't realize that. It's a big meet and greet with your family. Yeah. So you're like, yes, next, come through.
Well, because I haven't seen you in a while. You're flying people in. It's a whole thing.
Grandma, Grandpa, Nana.
Yeah.
His whole side.
Yeah. Oh my
How
god.
to meet people. Hi.
Yeah, for the first time.
Hi, Nana. Like, yeah.
That's like. But now you're together.
Now I learned rules. And also,
Forever.
if you have a wedding at nighttime, get a camera guy who has lights.
Wait,
what?
I said, sir, how are you going to get my picture and make me beautiful if you have no lights, sir?
What did he say?
Clueless. He had no idea. He had no idea what he was doing. I'm sorry. I love you. Great pics. Didn't get the pics I needed. And then I see other celebrities did a whole photo shoot the day before their wedding. And I was like, oh, duh. Should have done that.
Yeah, like separate from the party, so that's all you focused on.
Listen, it was the best wedding. We killed it. It was a Christmas wedding. We're perfect. But I need to do it again because I messed up.
First,
and you'll be there.
You'll
all be there.
Do you feel better now?
Shut.
No, it's finally.
Shut up!
No, it's finally been settled.
Oh my God, that's why you even talked to me.
No, not at all. That's no. Stop it right
I'm
now.
kidding, I'm fucking
Get out of town. No, I really in that moment. No, I felt very distant from a lot of people, so I thought that was, and it was on my own
I know
doing.
your brain though. You probably attacked yourself.
Well, I insulated myself
so
from people, and I
sorry.
felt bad that like
Yeah.
I wasn't there properly the way a
No,
friend should be.
dude.
You know,
No one was allowed. Nobody. Who like
Love.
Tell 'em.
No, it's.
They texted me and they were like, hey, what the hell?
Yeah, one person texted him and was like, "You made a big mistake, Mister." And I was like, "Screw this guy!" Like, there's a lot of people that were, and that's how you find like, oh, that person is that person.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, totally. Yeah,
The
because
wedding list. It's a nightmare.
Who makes it and who doesn't?
Yes.
Did you get your answers, Daniel?
Yeah, no, it's
He's
finally.
so,
It's,
like, get off of
it's,
me.
it's finally been settled.
Wow.
We can also.
Match in the Rain.
Yeah.
How does that begin? I mean,
So I wrote this song. Is it okay if I dance?
yeah, because you make you want to move.
I wrote this song when I was in. Okay, I had the idea for it. It was raining. I was in Munich and I was walking on stage, and I was like thinking about when you try to make a relationship work, but it's not right. And so I wanted to have a metaphor for it. So I was like, okay, what is something that you could try to make work but wouldn't work? And I was like, it's raining. There's a match over there. Better be difficult to try and light that in the rain. And then I had that title, and that's how it came together. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, it's probably very difficult to light
Light
a
a
match.
match in-
It's
that's what I'm
actually,
saying.
it's probably impossible.
That's what I'm saying. It's impossible to make a relationship work when it's just not right. So, you know.
Were you attempting to make a relationship work, or were you in the middle of a realization or post a realization that it wasn't going to work?
I've tried a couple times, like when I feel like I just feel like lonely, and so I meet somebody whom we're like 80% compatible, but I'm like, let's just give it a go, you know, and let's see what happens, and then it just doesn't work, and yeah, there's nothing you can do about it unless you want to change who you are, which never works out the way you want it to. So, and I've only been in like one relationship really, but we were really had a great time together. She's amazing person, but like it just didn't. It like we were kind of bad for each other, I think, and so yeah, we tried to make it work, but it just got really toxic.
Trying to light a match in the rain, like flying a kite in a hurricane, like riding a bike with no air or chain. On a broken road, it's a losing game.
Yeah.
What is it about these speaking verses that, I mean, allows you to make a point or like drive home something? Because it's a trend. It's in a few of your records. Death of a Hero.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like sometimes I run out of ideas, so I just recycle them. I could make up some sort of like, well, it's this thing I try to do that, but but in reality, I'm like, oh, like I should just put a rap verse here, like it'll be tight. I've done it before, it worked. Like let's try it again.
but it summarizes it all. Really, I mean, I don't know. It summarizes it all pretty perfectly. But
I have like a book of like, not a book, but I have like techniques that I'll use like when I get stuck. Like, if you come to a bridge and you can't find the right bridge part that's like the right melody, you're like, oh, well, I'll try a rap thing. Or if that doesn't work, I'll try this thing. Or maybe I'll do it. Like I have like 5 things, like a checklist of things I can try. And like that's on the checklist.
do you like coming to points in songs like that, or a point in your process where the typical flow won't work and you have to result or kind of like turn to something else?
I don't know if I like writing songs so much as I think it's very rewarding, which is a very different thing, Like when I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, like I'm gonna eat a turkey sub. I don't even like turkey subs, but like imagine if I did that, I would be like very excited to have one. It's like, but like I feel like writing a song is like such a big undertaking sometimes. So I don't know if that answered your question, but
then what's rewarding about it? What part of it is rewarding?
When you write something good that expresses the way you feel and it also connects with other people, that's very rewarding, and can be fun, but oftentimes it's not fun. It's work.
Daisy's made me feel so good. So good. Thank you.
Thanks. The show must go on.
Oh. Wow.
I say that from a corner in my bedroom.
For me, Daisy's empowered me, but what does that record do for you? And I want to dive into the lyrics because, I mean, it's just, to me, it was like an I Told You So record, a redemption song.
I don't know if it's like I told you so, but I would agree with the redemption song. I mean, look, when you first start out in your career or in your dream, or even having a dream when you're younger, your friends and your family sometimes can be skeptics or critics, and the eye rolls and the commentary starts, and that never stops. It just gets larger and larger and larger the bigger the stage, or the bigger the career or success. And so, I some days I feel like I am starting all over again. Even in this quarantine, I feel like I'm starting all over again. I'm doing things like I used to do things when I was running like Friendster and MySpace and YouTube and Vimeo. I was just like Mission Impossible with all my stuff, being my own everything, checking all the boxes. But
there's fearlessness that comes with that, right? When you have when you're kind of doing it all and it's at your fingertips and you're responsible for it all.
Well, yes, there is, but there's a lot of fucks. There's a lot of fucks coming out of my mouth. But I know that it's worth more than the F's that are spewing out of my mouth, or that I've yesterday I was filming things till 2 a.m., trying to like smile though your heart is
Literally.
I mean, because the funny thing is like I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put out this record in August, because the truth of the matter is I have a baby coming, and when the baby comes, I'll be going into my own version of quarantine, and that might last pretty long until I just want to give it space, and God knows I'll have so much inspiration to write about the next go around. So I was like, I've been making this body of work for 2 years. People want to dance in the streets at some point this summer when it's safe. I'm going to help and provide some kind of soundtrack. And yeah, I mean, I think for me, but the realization is that like, okay, I said, yes, let's go, let's start. But it's like, everyone's like, okay, great. So we need this, that. Like all the asks are still there. It's just, you got to do them yourself. And so I'm like uploading things to Dropbox for like 2 hours. I'm like, okay, all right, I can do this. I've never stared more into a screen in my life. And my screen time is,
Probably.
beautiful.
I've been thinking about getting those glasses that filter out the blue, but I don't know if it's bull squash or not.
I don't know, but I mean, I think it's inevitable. It's like if you're trying to operate on any level, but I think what I hope is that Daisies gives people a feeling of like, okay, I've had so much time to reflect. Maybe I took things for granted in my life and put some dreams on the shelf. Look, when they say I can have my freedom back, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it.
So, like, I want to know timeline here. When did you craft this record? When was it finished, and when did you start it?
I started it in February. I wrote it with a few people. One of them is John Bellion, who's
Oh my God, Human Condition changed my life. That's his second album, game changer for me. Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, he's amazing, and I got to spend 3 days with him, and like the first 2 days, nothing came from us, and it was kind of like it was a bunch of star writers in the room, and we're like, wow, we've done so much, but we can't figure it out. And this is kind of toward the end of me writing my record, and I felt like I had said everything I needed to say, and so I was kind of like, I don't know, there's not a message coming out of me. And then finally this came out on the third day, and it was such a wild process. Like we had a wild session. Actually, we were all eating and taking a break from writing Daisies, and John Bellion choked on some cauliflower and like literally was choking. And the guys from Monsters and Strangers, who are producers, writers,
massive.
Yeah, they were there as well, and Jake Cash was there, and he started choking, and he started turning blue, and finally one of the guys came and gave him the Heimlich, and we were all screaming, and it was wild, and like it was, and John had like a real intense moment. He was like, man, it was real. So we have like this kind of like life altering moment when we were talking about like pushing up daisies. It almost got a little too real. But he came back from it, and we're all healthy and alive. And
by the way, for a life-altering song, this because again, the way I'm hearing it is like the lyrics are so powerful.
Harder. He didn't want that song out there.
But like, who didn't?
No, I was like, the forces of evil didn't want Daisy.
Oh, yeah. The universe was getting with the cauliflower. But like, maybe there was larger forces that don't want to hear these lyrics because they're brutally honest. Like when you're talking about, I guess you're out of.
I guess you're out of your mind till
my notes, because I wrote my notes on my computer that ran out of internet. I had to snap a photo on my way out. Told them your dreams, and they all started laughing. I guess you're out of your mind until it actually happens. I mean, you start the song that way, and that is a powerful. That it just sets it up powerfully. Like, who are you speaking to? Who, when you sing it, or when you're writing it, or in the booth doing it, do you picture one thing? Do you see someone?
I picture myself younger. I feel it today. I mean, like, I didn't know I wrote those lyrics today, and my dream, I didn't know when writing those lyrics in February that my dream today would be even to try and put out music and like have all these obstacles and so much uncertainty and so much unknown, and being pregnant and like having that level of uncertainty along with it. I mean, I had no idea that it was just going to be like, but I mean, I guess it speaks to a younger self for me, and I know that feeling, and I feel it even when I'm mentoring kids on the American Idol show. I can see in their eyes, absolutely. And it's funny. I do come up with absurd dreams, and people are like, "Well, logistically and scientifically, it just doesn't exist, or it doesn't. You can't do it." Or you know, like
all of your artistic creations, like you
yeah.
know.
So I'm still faced with that, and I mean the kind of stuff that lands on the kind of comments that land on my socials are wild. So like I don't really scroll down and read those anymore. It's a combination of both amazing and encouraging and just like utterly horrific. You should get cancer and die on the daily. Oh yeah, it's wild, and it has been for 10 years or more, or I guess whenever the internet started allowing comments. That's why you see a lot of people don't allow comments, because it's just like the wild west. So every day it's a choice for me to let that noise in or tune it out. And I think what Daisies is about saying F off, I'm gonna stay true to my path.
When you write records for other people, do you write your own story, or do you create a story that's not like that is a character?
When I write for other people, I like to try to put myself in their shoes emotionally, because it's really important. It's really important that even if I'm playing a character per se, it's still real, and it's coming from a real emotional place, a real experience. So, for example, I just recently wrote a song for Celine Dion, and
cool.
I think she's putting it out in November, and it was inspired by actually my fiance was looking at Huffington Post one day and saw this article about her holding hands with a new man, and you know everything she's been through. It was so tragic and sad, and then we were like, wait, is she in a new relationship? Has she found new love after all that? And so my fiance and I sat in the car for like 2 hours after we got home from dinner, parked in our in our driveway, and discussed it. And we tried to imagine what it would be like if like I lost him, and then I had to like find the courage to move on and find new love. And so I was like putting myself in that place emotionally, and then I let that marinate for a long time, and then it became a song eventually.
So do you take those feelings and write it yourself and then give it to her? Do you take that into a session with you?
So that song was one that I actually just wrote with my fiance.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was kind of the concept was there. Out of nowhere, as I was like half asleep, and I woke up. I was like, babe, I got it. And I got out this little keyboard about this big, probably has like 18 keys on it. I don't know. And I started playing and singing this little rough idea, and we were like, that's it. And so we wrote the song in the back of the car on the way back to JFK. And then we got home. I have a recording studio at the house, so recorded it, sent it off to Celine Dion. She wasn't asking for a song, by the way. I was just like, I'm going to write a song for Celine Dion.
Yeah, but by the way, like that's how you know that it's right.
Yeah.
Are you legally married?
No.
And are you...
So I guess it's a ceremony of like love, which is also weird because it's like...
But here's the deal. You're also in an open relationship, and you've lived an open relationship life for a while, right?
Kind of open. It's complicated.
And
I think we decide which days are open.
Yeah, you just live in the present, top to bottom.
Literally, like the minute, down to everything, it's bad.
Okay.
We're getting better, though.
So how'd you win over Jake?
What?
How'd you win over Jake?
I'm like, did I? No, I'm just kidding.
Did you want to?
No, I'm just joking. I don't know. Jake and I are really similar. I don't know if it's a healthy thing, but I think that a lot of our demons are the same, you know? Like we both just dealt with a lot of the same things growing up, and we deal with a lot of the same insecurities and a lot of the same thoughts, and we're just so similar. And I feel like we both like hadn't ever really met people like in the opposite sex we were like attracted to that like were similar to us. Like we talk about things and relate to things that I feel like no one else, like there are moments where I'm talking to Jake and I'm like, no one else in the world can relate to this the way that you can.
What is it? What can he connect with you on that Noah cannot, that Bella cannot, that I cannot?
Okay, whoa. Well, I mean, and I might connect with them in similar ways, but I feel like Jake and I just like in the regard of like our childhoods, like our parents, their ideals on love and their concepts of love, and the way that their love to us was so conditional and so like on and off, or it was like a competition for love. I feel like really fucked. Me just speaking for the both of us. Sorry, Jake, but I mean, like, we're married. I can speak for him, right? It just up our ideals and concepts of love and the way that we live it, and like, you know what I mean? Just so many things.
What's your love language? I understand that.
I don't, smart people, funny people, I guess. That's my love language at the end of the day. If someone makes me laugh, like, it's over. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And how do you choose to express love to Jake?
I feel like understanding, like being there, like just in the moments that like no one else, like being there, and just